Alright then, welcome back, one and all, to Sunless Skies. When last we played, we had taken a brief tour back into the Reach, tidied up some things there, and tidied up our terror and nightmares. And then we came back to Albion. For we do indeed still have a place we have not found. Prudence. I missed that actually. What's the name of the place again? Not that one. Prudence. Actually, I might have said that right. I don't know now. Either way. Hello, welcome one and all. Hope everyone is doing fantastically. Has been a bit of a day for me, but so it is. A late start. But all shall be well. No prospects. Let's see here. Like I said, Prudence is a place we need to find, and find it I will. But we do also want to turn these in. We will want to go to the Clockwork Sun, and we will want to go to Parliament. Oh yeah, the other thing I got, that's right. The other things I did last stream, got a better engine, got some really decent armor that provides additional hold space. Then I think my plans were... Yeah. I need irons at 65, and I need mirrors at 45. Thus, I need some level ups. Now, I can switch officers when the time comes. If I want more iron, I could switch in the inconvenient aunt. That would give me 6. Which would put me up to 50, 55. So, in the span of 2 level ups is where we currently stand. Okay. I can accommodate for that. Yes, we want this upgraded drill, which should give us some more armor. And we want this for our captain slot. Hold, quarters, and hidden compartments. And also the enjoyment of having a law furnace on our ship. On our engine, rather. Because what could possibly go wrong with, combusting those inconvenient laws and changing things up in the process? Like, how much we can fit in our stuff. Nothing go wrong with that. Nothing at all. But yeah, that is indeed the plan. As for journals, we've done some exports. We need to head back there at some point, no surprise. But we do indeed want to finish up what we can here in Albion. Of course, none of those are it. Rose Thirsty Bombasine, we need more of that. That's out in the Reach. Okay, that's one of them, which is why I'm gonna leave it open. Technically, this is one too. That is one as well. We need to deliver one of these to Worlbury Juxon Mare, which means to Parliament first. To Thoria. That's Prudence, which makes it something we want. That one is here, but I don't know how to solve it quite at this point. Check these answers going on. That's Sky Barnet, which is not here. That is not here. The expeditions are different. The deal. That is in a different zone as well. Ah, south-southeast. So, somewhere actually in the direction we happen to be going for, so that's convenient. And then technically this one, but we need fancy souls. We need the fancier souls, not those bargain bin insignificant souls. Oh, no, 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 no. We want to buy, we want the prime souls. And that's back to New Winchester. Okay. So, this is where we stand on things that we can indeed do. Badoop, 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 badoop. Badoop. Alright. Let's just hit the road since we're off to a late start. Let's just get things rocking and rolling. Been a day and a morning. I am feeling a bit on the tired side because of it, but what you gonna do? What you can do but press forth, because I did want to play Sunless Skies, so not exactly giving myself much in the room of options. Maybe this way is less busy. Maybe. We'll see. I'm doing pretty decent on weapons, and my engine isn't a bad one either. Our Wrath of Heavens is, probably not something to replace. Our shotgun, there might be a better version. I don't know exactly. Like, I do not know exactly, but it is indeed there. Up. Found the DACA. Found the DACA. But we have our own firepower now. Oh no, it's a Veils check. Not the best at that. The deranged dreadnought is indeed defeated. I think we've seen this before. But the deranged dreadnought's rapid aggression is stilled now. Your lights reveal glassy growths encasing sections of its ravaged hull. Where the battle has shattered them, they spill across the sky in a plume of shards and dust. Claim its weaponry. The dreadnought is a mangled knot, but its main weapon is intact. Perhaps you could extricate it. This will give you a large weapon that you can equip while in dock, or sell to an equipment shop. Oh, 57% chance. This is something that I don't think I have ever seen. I think I have an idea what it is, because generally it's what the weapons they use. But I've never seen it. But, oh, am I sad that it's a Veils check. Damn. I was afraid of that. Value even in shards. Alas, it took only one slip to ruin the entire endeavor. The weapon shatters like with a noise like a dropped chandelier. It's a miracle you are not carved up by the shrapnel. The shards of glass and metal are exquisite, but useless. Perhaps they'll have value to a collector of art, or obscure weaponry. Damn. That's what I was afraid was gonna happen. Getting off to a wonderful start of, ooh, we're gonna tempt you. But you are not going to succeed. Ah, blast. I wanted to see that. We know that the random generation of that weapon is not guaranteed to always appear. At least we know we can kill the thing effectively now. We do not have to be afraid of deranged dreadnoughts. But, oh, am I sad to not get it. Oh, I am sad to not get it. Fuck it, while we're taking long shots anyways and not succeeding, let's try to win an election. Oh, I'm sad. I am sad. As we know, this is an irons check. Oh, the Fortune Navigator is set as well. We can re-equip the Clay Conductor. Mechanical problems. When your captain no longer meets the requirements for some of your locomotive equipment, you will suffer from mechanical problems. This halves your locomotive's heat bar, making combat more difficult. When you reach next port, the problematic equipment will be removed automatically and stored in your hold. You can equip it again once your captain meets the requirements. When you don't meet the requirements of your engine, you won't gain the passive speed boost, or be able to engage full steam mode, but your heat bar won't be halved. Engines are not automatically unequipped, because you can't have engines. It's fine, we will re-put it on us in due course. Okay, you are irons. Hello, useless cat. Seizure of hours isn't ideal. Okay, the bit in between. Okay, we don't need to recruit crew from anything, so we'll leave that be. Even with that new stuff, 70% chance. Stand for Parliament in the Brabazon work world. Those who even have the time to notice your campaign are hard-edged and weary. They demand strength and purpose. It costs 50 sovereigns to stand. It is refunded if you win. Like, it's safe enough for Parliament. It is time to stand for Parliament. Parliamentary seat is available on the Brabazon work world. And 50 sovereigns. Hey! The election is called. At least a few of the people bother going to the polls. The votes are in. An ancient firebrand staggers onto the stage, only to be disappointed. Fortune also fails to favor a weary overseer looking for an escape. You wait for your name to be called out. Sure enough, the people chose well. To a smattering of applause from the handful of the public who bothered to show up and vote, you rise from your chair to take your destiny. You could accept your role without any grace whatsoever, push past the losers, bask in the glory that is you, or accept your new role with grace, congratulate your defeated opponents, and take on your new role with the dignity that it demands. That's us. Presenting the honorable member. You've done it. Time to prepare for government. Politics and knavish tricks. You become a minister. You can now pass bills at Parliament. Election called. The election is over. You've gained 500 experience. We'll switch to that, and we'll switch back to you. And make sure our deal is still on. Excellent, it is. Because we now meet the requirements again. Oh, wait, I forgot to do something. Port report. Back up, back up, back up. Like, yes, I'm terribly sorry. Free way of getting down there. I will always just kind of keep that around. And then we were just returned to the back streets. And port reports. Right, books to school. No, we need those books. Sorry to say. Do we buy these? You know what? Sure. Kind of been using them. We kind of used up a bit of our stash for the mechanical experiments. That's it. That's the word. What is our deal? Return the bathysphere of New Winchester. Okay, that's where I stood on that matter. Alright, cool. I know I could go ultra speedy, but honestly, here isn't best bet I'm kind of looking for. Yeah, that wouldn't have been a great bet at all. There's a ministry monitor here, and I really don't want to run into more shit. If I'm running into enough. Just afraid that other than this raidaway, which we are technically in, this place stuff can tend to respond to spawn in, rather. Engine enemies and floating deals both. Now we might explore up here a little bit because there can be things around the edges. We'll need to go to Whirlbury Juxtameres, so we might as well take the opportunity to explore in some of these empty areas. We are still looking for a place, and as I'm aware for now, it is a place in the outer ring associated with Whirlbury Juxtamere, which I think is kind of what I guessed, so it is probably in this area. I might have accidentally at one point thought it was an inner circle deal, but it is definitely an outer circle. And it is somewhere outer circle, probably in here between all the horrors. Hey, look at that. The HML Tempest has some guests. Let us not get any guests in us again. That cost us so many crew last time. Fuck. I hate fighting these things. They're so annoying. Keep away from me. I need to explode you. No. Oh, kaboom. Let's hope we didn't get any guests on us fucking again. Now just guests, of course. Oh, we do need to repair a little bit. But I do want... Nope. Suffer not. Let's reduce our terror. The waste waif is displeased with you. Great. Your crew cheer, your guns blaze, the guests burst into sprays of mints. As they die, they emit a gloomy, whistling noise. It is rhythmic, devotional. Are they praying? Fine. Keep on pissing off the gods, apparently. Without even bloody well trying to. Unfortunately, this game, the three main factors of those deals that you could displease or interest in, I don't know insofar as well to avoid them. Like, the whole oath thing winds up being that. That's just me randomly saying, you decide to try to kill the things that are trying to murder you. Oh dear gods, why again? No, fuck me. Nope. think I'm getting more used to trying to explode this at the proper time. God, I've lost it. Oh, there it is, there it is. That was definitely a bad one. Alright, good hit, good hit, good hit, good hits. Repair your hull. Patching her up, Oh yeah, salvage scrap to repair your hull, After you've thoroughly scoured it of any cleaning guests, of course. Soon, the sound of hammering resounds through your locomotive, as engineers apply steel bandages to her scars. If the dreadnought rocks like an empty cradle. Colonized by the guests, a wormy, lonely species that craves the warmth of inhabited places. But one guest caused others. Soon, every inch of the engine was filled with stuck-like worms, and the crew were crushed. As we experienced firsthand trying to deal with them, it could get bad. It could get very bad. Okay then, Parliament! Yay, finally. Just kept on being assaulted by guests. Don't even need their little bits anymore. Taking those. Don't need more bits. Bazaar. And sell these fireworks. Ah, that's just regular old souls. Guess we'll pick a few up. Moment of inspiration, that was nice. We used up a bit, and now we've been getting them back. Well, luckily, that has everything that we could need. Compile the port reports. Okay, there isn't anything there. Enter the House of Commons. A pair of particularly tough claymon guard the entrance. They never blink. Only ministers and MPs are permitted through this entrance. Unlocked when you have a ministerial appointment. The wheels of government continue to turn, but its halls have seen better days. Most are green-tinged from decades submerged in the stolen river. During that unusual historical interlude when London was stolen by bats. Water still drips from unseen reservoirs of damp. Even so, the house remains a hive of favor trading, drinks promising, and constant debates. Head back outside is amusing. The damp air quickly gets oppressive. A short walk would be good. Take over the Department for Albion Affairs. Loquacious civil servant strides up to greet you. Ah, Minister. Right on time. Your appointment. Don't have ministerial office. The Department of Albion Affairs. The loquacious civil servant glides through the labyrinthine house with an ease it took a career to acquire. This way, Minister. Do step over the drunks in the hall. Journalists, you know. Old habits die hard. Ah, here we go. Your new dominion. He pushes open the door. Your new department's carpeted floor squishes underfoot. Almost nobody glances up as you enter. You are, after all, just the next minister in a long chain of distractions to their work. You have taken note of the will of the people. You have been given a government department. Alright, your ministerial department. The Department of Albion Affairs is a windowless, airless place at the top of many staircases. Outside your tiny office, a small regiment of clerks led by a loquacious civil servant busies itself with reports and paperwork, then carefully files it all away in an elaborate system designed to ensure nobody ever sees any of it again. Ah, politics. Cabinet Secretary diaries. And make a new law. You learn the will of the people at ports around Albion and the Reach. Bring it here to be the foundation of a new bill. You'll be working on this bill for a week, and unable to leave until it is passed or rejected. Ah, so clearly we should visit some places. We can visit ports around Albion and the Reach. Yeah, we can do that. After all, it wouldn't do to just start up a bill willy-nilly without knowing anything at all of what the people desire. That'd be silly. And probably appropriate, but that's not what our captain does. Our good old specialist in RM. Visit the first secretary. As first among equals, he knows more about Parliament than anyone. A useful font of information. He sits at a huge mahogany desk in prestigious Downing corridor. Your conversation doesn't distract him from writing notes in the margins of endless pieces of paperwork. He pauses his scribbling only to sip from a large cup of stone-cold tea, or to scratch his head with the pen's long silver nib. Ask about the state of Parliament. Where is the Prime Minister? Shouldn't they be running things? A sharp intake of breath. A very good question, Minister. Unfortunately, our illustrious leader decided it would be better use of his time to take a boat into the flooded cellars. Where the wine is, you know. I am not sure how many bottles are there, simply awaiting a net, but they say that the deeper you go, the finer the vintages that one might find. I suppose I should send a search party when time permits. Until then, I must finish this paperwork. Ask about the political situation. Nobody seems to have any party affiliations here. A regretful sigh. Ah, you noticed. Yes, these days Parliament is split along rather less productive lines. We have the Committee for Radical Sovereignty, devoted to finding ever more inventive ways to cling to the Empress's mighty skirts. The Subcommittee for Public Restoration would be as happy to see her gone, but has yet to come up with any workable plans. Finally, the Select Committee for the Chiltern Hundreds likes things as they are. With all three pulling in their own directions, it is no surprise that little gets done around here. He pauses. You may have wondered why I was so eager to bring some new blood into our little family. To wit, yourself. I trust now you have an inkling. To tip the tides, I'm sure. To tip the scales of, well, yeah. Ask about himself. What is his role in the parliamentary system? Primus inter pares. Minister, I am but a humble functionary. It was my proud duty to serve the elected Prime Minister in an administrative capacity, and as when we are able to conduct an election, I trust it will be my privilege to continue for his successor. Until then, my focus is on restoring this this once august establishment to greatness, even if it means dragging Albion, kicking and screaming back to the troublesome necessities of democratic process. Fair enough. You both have much to get on with. This is the first secretary. Visit your department, where we could do laws. Explore Parliament. You have... no doubt the Department of Albion Affairs is lost without its leader. I'm sure it's doing fine. Explore Parliament. You have full access to the House of Commons now, and all its amenities. A faded empire. Parliament's green-stained walls are hardly what they used to be. 40 years ago, when the bats dragged in deep beneath the earth, its new cloaked masters stripped the place of its gold and finery. Only the two houses themselves, the Commons and the Lords, have been properly refurnished. Everything else makes do. The journalistic lobby has set up a basic printing press in this strange bar, with the new ministries established in any spare room or corridor. Occasionally, between the drinks and debates, some work gets done. Let's see, I wonder if we can see requirements for laws, or if this just puts us into things. Well, let's consult the Croisse's civil servant here. What is your role here exactly? The short version. Oh dear gods, it's long. Ah yes, the short version. I have to scroll to fully see everything. Minister, the traditional vocation of both this office and one in your esteemed position is to take upon the duty and indeed burden of establishing and integrating new legislation. Oh, my words are bad tonight, I'm sorry. Of a beneficial yet cost-effective nature for the pan-Albion citizenry, with a twin focus on problem elimination and controversy avoidance paradigms. Meh. The greater efficiency we demonstrate at this, on at least a prima facie basis, the greater slice of the budgetary pie will be allocated to our department, and the greater parliamentary status you personally, Minister, shall enjoy. 2. With ascendary comes reward. Minor ones, as ministerial salaries are currently primarily a barter-based economy for beverages of noted alcoholic form, due to a most regrettable budget shortfall in non-functionary-related positions that are typically compensated through prestige. However, he adds, less than enthusiastically, I do understand that parliamentary envoys at Her Renewed Majesty's most celebrated throne enjoy some budgetary flexibility to reward completed law-related projects, in gratitude for the demonstration of their continued purpose and presence at the moderate to highest levels of government. He smiles a thin, tight smile. I believe that covers the basics. I can give you the longer version if you would prefer. So 1. Make laws. 2. The more laws you pass, the higher your status. 3. We can't afford to pay you. 4. Exchange laws for sovereigns at the throne of ours. I like 3. 3. We can't afford to pay you. Sorry, not sorry. Well, let's find out more will of the people then. We'll be back here, I'm sure. It's near where we need to leave. Yes, this is repressive. Bargains available. Supplies will be heading to Whirly-Burly. That is not how it's said. I don't care. The sheer amusement on what you could say to do Whirly-Burly juxtamare is always amusing. Having to get used to my a bit extra speed. Okay, so we can we not run into any guests, please? I wouldn't mind the deranged dreadnoughts more now that I'm better at handling them by blowing them the fuck up. Did we pick up a port report there? It did say we'd be back, but... Alright, we're followed by the fire. Don't worry about that. That's fine, that's fine. Possessions, that's it. Okay, we did. Okay, good. Just making sure. Just making sure. I do remember I turned in my other deal. A failed work world sprawls here, rusting uselessly. Like, I did turn in my circus report, I do remember that. Oh, experience, excellent. I was amused by it because he really wanted to know how the geese were doing. And that's only fair. Oh no. That's when I go in for the shotgun. That is when one goes in for the shotgun, without a doubt. Me, I'm worried about that dreadnought. I'm afraid it's another fucking guest-infested hellhole. Me overly paranoid now that I've gotten multiple ones of those? No. Maybe. Oh god, it's still there. Oh god, there's that thing. And that dreadnought is not fighting it, which absolutely 100% confirms to me that it is full of gas. Nope, and no. By golly, I think I'll pass on that. It's full of gas. I know it's full of gas. Has to be full of gas. There's no other answer. It's full of gas. It ignored the infested cantankerite conglomerate. It has to be. You see me? Kind of boxed in. I'm actually gonna not lie there. Ah, fuck. This is a curator. Oh, it did go. Shoot. Whoops. I thought it missed. The useless cat to the detriment of crew has discovered he cannot digest peppers. A curator. Defeated. Its wings are perforated and torn. Its head lolls like a broken toy. It is still. You could take the trophy. You have vanquished a monster of the wilderness. Take proof. It will substantially reduce your terror. Our terror's not too bad at the moment. Search for treasures. The curator's wings have curled in death, swaddling its body. The lumps suggest concealed items, but you'll need to unfurl the wings to investigate. You and a crew member don sky suits and head outside. The curator's wings lift away easily. They are thin, translucent, and dull. Beneath them, the creature's torso is marred with a brand. It is a sigil, partially obliterated by a wound from one of your weapons. Even damaged and incomplete, it aches to look upon. Its wings are perforated and torn. Head lolls, it is still. Examine the creature's collection. The curator carries items using a tight net harness. There's a fleshy, leathery quality to the fine cords. Ah! A maggot squirms free while you're cutting open the net. Beneath the curator's motley collection is an unhealing wound. Blood and effluvia have encrusted its belongings. You need to wipe them down before they can be identified. There is a cast metal sword, the letter O. There's a sharpened quill, from no bird you've encountered. A pot of dust which liquefies under pressure. Your engineer's hands will be stained for weeks. 6 sovereigns, and a condemned experiment. The first one of those. The first one of those we've gotten our hands on. Alright, fine. Courteous egg. Pardon me, I just got that. Someone in a busy port is sure to want to buy it. Yeah, sure, we might as well take it. We got terror for being inside that. Do noted. Do noted. We do not want to go into the well. The well is a bad idea. We want to go around the well as best as possible. I should go further away from the well, because the well is tremendously loud, I'm sure. Sounds loud on my end. The reason I'm worried about turning down the volume too much is that, well, I do have other things. It's like everything else doesn't seem too bad. It's just that. Another curator, eh? Well then, fair enough. Fair enough. A lot of curators on these outside boundaries, I'm noticing. And while we did kill it, I'm not the hugest fan of them. They can hurt. They can hurt. They can hurt tremendously, so... So let's just go down along here and see if we can get to Werburly. Werburly Juxtamare. See if there's any will of the people, but for the most part, we're there to make a delivery. Courtesy of the sequencer. Ah, fuck. An uninvited guest. A commotion in the cabins. A stoker has discovered a creature wrapped affectionately around his Toby jug. A gift from his aunt. The creature is as long as your arm and looks like a leech bred with an eel. It is one of the guests. The guests are drawn to glimmers of sentiment in the broad, hard skies. One attracts others, until they will fill a locomotive like the meat fills a sausage. By the time they move on, you will all have been mashed to paste. Conduct a thorough search is not great odds. There's one, there'll be more. No one knows how the guests communicate with each other over such vast distances, but somehow word gets out. Contain your guests in the aft. Abandon the posterior third of your locomotive. Let the guests exhaust themselves and be on their way. You have survived the guests before, and are ready to take early, desperate measures. You will lose hold. I guess we know now. And temporarily abandon your locomotive. That's our best chance, because of hearts. You will decamp with the crew to a nearby skyrock or ruin, giving your guests free rein aboard. Once their bacchanal has run its course, they will go in search of fresh pastures. You will lose fuel and supplies. Well, Godspeed. A short sojourn, tale of terror, and obviously terror even more. Mooring the locomotive off a sizable skyrock, you lead your crew outside. You construct a simple camp to be your home for the next several days. while you huddle in your tents and burn fuel to keep from freezing. Shivering under the sky winds and living off strictly rationed supplies, you listen to the guests run amok on your locomotive. Then, 2 days later, blessed silence. The guests have departed. The interior of your train is a ruin, every surface slick with their ooze. But we didn't lose more crew, and I am happy for that. Hi, Albion Marauder. You're picking with the wrong fry today. Just had to deal with fucking guests and a curator. You think you worry me? Donk. You've learned from your experiences. Aw, yeah. Now we can gain more hours like this. Alright, let's get to Whirlbury. Since we're now a lot shorter on fuel and supplies, we can buy more. We can buy more. Yeah, I've reached a point with my weapons that I don't mind engaging in fights when I so desire, and engaging in fights will help up my experience by a fair bit. When there's not much to explore at the moment, this is only but a good thing. Curator's egg. I'm half debating going back to London to sell that because I worry that it might break. Keeps on emphasizing, oh, this is fragile. Maybe I can talk to you about it? Nah, I can't. Too bad. Pity. Would have been amusing to, like, hey, you, do you want to curry this egg? Please no eyeball, please no eyeball, please no eyeball. Good, good. Think we're out of eyeball range. And dock. The Mists of Whirlbury. Join the Song of the Mists. Ah, another worldly artifact this time around. We did sell a bunch of those to get what we wanted. Ah, cage catches. Ooh. How much would that run us up? 1,000. Ah, they're so pricey. And we need fuel and supplies. More fuel. More. Anyways, let us take a faucet. Ah, darn. The one I wanted isn't here, but we do have a substitute. Correspondent. Once letters only had to travel from Hari to Hackney. Now they have to cross a vast sky. Still, the postie does his best. Why? Why did it do that? One moment, everything just flashed. Not sure if my game has crashed or not. It might have. Oh, why did you just flash, and why did you just crash everything? Would love that answer. Always something has to go fucking wrong, and I absolutely hate it. Transform. What am I even looking for? For a way to get my preview back is what I'm looking for. Oh. Okay, this is the way to do it. I will take it. Actually, this is better than the other way I had. Yeet! Sunless Sky still might have crashed, lad. Deswalk window manager process to be exited. Vacation error. Yeah, that's both of the things that happen now. Location error DWM.X. The hell is DWM.X? Other than clearly a system deal. Faulting module path. I think that's desktop window manager, which means it's my window manager that's doing weird things. Well, on the one plus side for crashing now, which I will have to restart, it at least did it in a place that effectively meant I had saved. And thank fuck for that. Thank Jiminy for that. Wait, hold up. Just checking my error too. Do. They're still being slightly odd, but oh well. Okay. Luckily, we had docked. We need to do this again. Alright, cool. Everything's still working, everything's still alive. Join the miss. This time our terror has fallen. Okay, so we're minus one of those again. Please let the same things be here. Okay, good. Like, I was reading that one. Apparently that's a postal service deal, but that's not what we're worried about. Pestilence. An unlikely illness. You are turning imperceivably slowly into glass. That sounds lovely. But here's the one that can benefit us, and it happens to be in the right avenue. The long arm of the law. Truncheon and helmet, whistle and boots. Depending on your point of view, the police are A, the line that separates us from anarchy, B, a merciless instrument of the state, or C, the worst gang in London. How are you connected to them? You could be an informant. You had many friends in the criminal underworld. A certain detective found that useful. Or, and this is kind of fitting for our character. Pardon me, sorry. This one I think fits our character very well. A special constable. You were a temporary recruit to help maintain order during London's perilous exodus to the sky. Just furthering our foundations with London. This will give us 5 iron, 3 mirrors, and 1 establishment, which is exactly what we want, stat-wise. So we were a sailor. We had to deal with drownies at one point. We lost a love, and it is still fresh. We secretly and occasionally get just diverted from our more silver spoon. Had a narrow escape, has emboldened us. Yes, it did. We participated in the Great Game as part of, to keep London free from the machinations of her ancient jealous rivals. We inherited their virtues of them. We toiled to help lay down the foundation of London. We had a bit of a torrid affair at one point, I don't mind that. That was in our younger years. Probably connected to our secretly and occasionally. No one was any the wiser, but sometime in those August avenues you get into a bad little spot. We tried to be a settler at some point. We attended a secret symposium on forensic assessment of the sun's remains. We were haunted by a ghostly presence. Yeah, we know. Well, no. Well, aware no of that. That goes along with my current deal there of shit that happened to us during this adventure. And we were once a special constable, probably amidst our toiling to help lay down the foundation of matters. Just a temporary recruit. So yeah, we now have a bit more irons. 5 more irons to be exact. If we get 5 more irons and then switch to the Aunt, we would be able to equip the law furnace. And then we would still need 1 more set of mirrors afterwards, if we're able to get a 3fer. If we're not able to get a 3fer, then we would need just a full-on mirrors devoted one. So, we'll see how things go. And as well from this, we have gained another affiliation with the establishment. Which is neat. Right, that's what was there. We need to buy more of this. I bought more of that than I wanted to. Well, shoot. Now up. Well, oh well. So it be. We do need to go to the off-season, but prove you know the right sorts. You need to have this at least 4 before you can use your favor with the chairman. Buy through off-season, buy through off-season. Time for the lottery, which will raise our terror. Let us go with the footwear this time. Clothes are as new. We'll go with the port report first. We'll reduce our terror by as much as we can. Says I. Says I, trying not to tempt fate. It's fine. Ignore the horrors. Ignore the facade. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. We just want less terror. We shall get less terror. Please, please, just... No, it's fine. Thinning and tattered. You have Tuinal. Okay. Promenade on the nature of donkeys. Oh no. Oh no. They are very earthly animals. But where has their ordure gone? This extraneous entrails they've shed, the vomit. None of it is ever anywhere to be found. Let's not worry about that. Can I get away with 1 more? That is a fair question. Maybe. I hope so, otherwise I'm just gonna have to do silliness again, but I want to get my terrors down as much as possible. You are scruffy. There we have just a bunch of opportunities now there, yeah, let's just slide off onto the off-season. Yeet. You tell a passerby a story they'd not expected. Something raw, profoundly and audaciously private. They gasp and the air jumps. Iris sees into a door like a wicker tunnel strung with fairy lights. You dash through and the air feels membranous, stinks of burning wire. It is a wall of mucus, 2 feet thick, and it calls your eyes in oil-slick rainbows. Ugh. But yet, that is siding off into the off-season. It bleeds from your teeth, the story that grants you passage, guilt-rind and sour. maybe an alternate approach you could take in the off-season may grant you more. Interesting. Back to the tourist part. Nope, no, we'd probably be leaving. That's fine. Deliver the Sequencer's care package. There are parts of Whirlbury Juxtamer unfit for a postcard. Crumbling and bleak and not at all charming. Locals eye you with unmasked hostility. Your delivery of food and medicine is greeted with reluctant grunts of approval. Hard-eyed mothers appear, towing thin children, and pick out what they need. All of them thank you. Some even curtsy. And one brings you a tin mug of hot, bitter tea. We do good. We do good. Low intention package, and we need to deliver there. Leave the off-season for the dock. Sure like the off-season. I had to deliver a package there. Had to deliver a package. But hello, Cybershot. Hello, hello. It is always a pleasure to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Whoa, we'll buy 2 of these. Buy 2 of these, and then head back to London. I did grab a port report, so we're good there. Like donkey eggs. Oh, hells no. It's like, hells no, I don't like the donkey eggs. That's why I chose to ignore investigating the matter and be all in the matter of nope, 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 nope. Hello, welcome in post-crash. But yes, the dog has happened again. The inadvisably big dog has happened once more. Cry havoc once more, for the dogs of war have been unleashed. You hear disturbance and, oh dear, must be the dog again. The baritone percussion of his barking echoes through the locomotive. There's a pressing question to consider. Where is the noise coming from? The inadvisably big dog is just a gift that keeps on giving. You're on galley. A wavering scream rises from the galley. Is the inadvisably big dog accosting Auntie? Burning fury. The galley is smothered in flour. Every wall, every surface, every object is covered with a fine layer of it, including your aunt. Especially your aunt. White motes float lazily through the air, while your aunt struggles to get a hold of the inadvisably big dog, who appears to be under the impression that they're playing a game. He is your responsibility, she hisses. Deal with him. You know what I downloaded to play that really shows my age? A GBA game of Metabots. I don't think I've ever heard anything. I don't think I've ever heard of Metabots, but it says something when it's a GBA game, I'm sure. Yeah, we all have that moments where it's like, you know what would be fun to play? This game that I remember playing as a child. For me, that was replaying Chrono Cross on stream. That was a huge one of mine. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna play Chrono Cross again. And date myself in that this is a game that I really, really want to play. And it is old. But yeah, I've probably not heard of it because I'm not very familiar with it, with either console or portable games, because I mostly had access to PC. So we could help your aunt catch him. There's 2 of you and 1 of him, or lob balls of dough at the dog. Catch the inadvisably big dog with his favorite game. Really old cartoon anime. I watched it growing up. Ah, okay. Interesting. That makes sense. I know I can date myself with some of the things I watched as a kid. I will frame that not suffer an existential crisis. And also so we can lob balls of dough at the dog, because doggo. You bounce lumps of raw sourdough off the dog until he takes notice and snags one of the balls from the air. You attach a leash to his collar when he trots over to spit his prize into your waiting palm, all under the irate scrutiny of your aunt. Something kind of going on the vibe of Pokemon, but instead of catching them all, you have a robot and you can change its parts. And each time you battle, you gain a part of your opponent's robot. Interesting. Interesting premise. I can see what you mean, though, about Pokemon vibe, because it's basically, I assume, you're just trying to collect parts and stuff. Which is fair. Which is fair indeed. Let's head back to London. The risky way! Tally-ho, your aunt whoops. Indeed, aunt, indeed. Definitely sounds like an interesting premise. It's like, I have defeated you. Now give me part of your robot. Yoink. Bye. Oh! Hello, Mumbles. Thank you very much for the raid of 3, once again. Thank you, thank you. You are ever so kind, Mumbles. You are ever so kind. Hello, hello. It is a pleasure to see you. Pleasure to see all who have come with the raid. As you can see, I am speeding on ludicrous speeds in Sunless Sky. Welcome, welcome. To those who might not know me, I am Narem. I am a variety streamer, and I play through an collective amount of games, and tonight is more Sunless. And I was going way too fast for that corner. Kilbatraz, hello, hello. Thank you ever so much for the follow. Thank you very much. How's streaming? How's streaming? Ludicrous says, just wait and take the quest engine. Yeah, I've heard there's faster. But yeah, stream has been going well. I had a brief hiccup on things when something Windows decided to freak out and my game crashed, but other than that, it's been fine, it's been fine. I extremely enjoy playing Sunless Skies because it is a very chill game, so it's been a very chill evening so far. And there will be plenty more. How did your stream go, Mumbles? What were you all doing tonight? What were you all doing tonight in the land of Mumbles? As we turn in our port reports. Because money. And gratitude. Playing spooky demos. Ah, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. It is a good time to do spooky demos. I will not argue with that. From the Haunted PS1 demo disc. Huh. Interesting, interesting. Okay then. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm sure you had a blast doing that. It certainly sounds interesting. Certainly sounds like it was interesting. Actually, I had one of the demo devs in chat. Oh, nice, nice. That does sound cool. I know Andrew sometimes had the devs in their stream, and it does seem neat. I've definitely not, but, well, I are small. Sell his egg before something horrible happens to it. Yay, money. But yeah, that is cool, and it is indeed very much the season for it. It is oh, Hey, cool. This again. It is very much tremendously the season for spooky stuff, so that sounds very fair and very fun. Sunless Skies is sort of a spookiness, if you go by just eldritchness. But I'm just playing it because I have been playing it. So, yeah. Yeah. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. I gotta go pass out. That is fair, Mumbles. Thank you once again for the raid, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Take care, Mumbles. Have a good one. Posture check, stretch, and I will get to hydrate after the stretch, because I cannot do that at this time. Ugh. Ah. Ow. I'll pick up one more of that. And the hydrate. Thank you once again, Mumbles. Thank you so kindly. Always a pleasure to see you about. So have a good night. And I will have a wonderful stream. You're tempting fate in the high wilderness, where everything is either trying to kill you, or drive you insane, or, more likely, both. Yeah. It's fine. It will be fine. Hopefully. Ideally. Anyways, now that we put high explosives on board, I think we need to go to... No, we don't need to go to the sun quite yet. But we need to find Perdurance. I've not found that place, which means I'm gonna stock up on a little bit more fuel. And now Perdurance, the final port that I'm missing here in Albion, it should be somewhere around here. Time to start looking. We'll be back to Parliament. Basically, because we do need to pass some bills. Not the easy way. Winds up being the same in the long run. But yeah, Sunless Skies is a fun game. It is basically you build yourself up in your engine and you explore while tackling various different stories you encounter along the way. And oh boy, are the stories unique in these games. The same folks who do Sunless Sea and Fallen London. And eventually to be released, Masque of the Rose. They're fun games. They are very fun games. And even if everything's trying to kill you, still very relaxing. Also called the perfect cleanser for my Saturday streams, which, being Doom Eternal, are just all high stress, constantly on my toes. So, this sort of stream is a wonderful change of pace. Just trudging along the skies, exploring everything. And try not to die or go insane, but details. At least you don't have to worry about demons. You run into the occasional devil, but the devils are mostly tame. They won't actively try to steal your soul. They might try to bargain you out of your soul, but that's a matter of lawful technicalities. Now, Spearfurs might try to just steal your soul, but, yeah, that's not in any official avenues. Just don't go near forks. Someone's looking at you hungrily with a fork. Numerous reasons not to approach them. Miss muff all sound, though your engine is wrapped in cotton wool. we are not looking for the mist, not yet anyways. Perdurance should be somewhere around here, right? Should be. It's the only place it could logically be at this point. Based upon relative position to Whirlbury. Should be somewhere around here. Then we'll get to the title, the reason for the title. Once we reach there. Once we find there. Oh yeah, and this is Specialist Narim. Your level up system is how you flesh out your background, which I still find really, really cool. Something beginning with M. And yeah, you know what is it C? Or no. Okay, what was our keybind again for Scout? So rarely use the Scout, but I do need to use it. And I will need to use it soon for other purposes. Alright, horn is our X. The other thing I always forget to do. So X is the horn. F is the Scout. Okay, first things first. Because we can. Second thing second, going out, bat. Find me, Perdurance. Discovered something out in the sky. Ah, there we go. There we go. There's our port. South-southeast. So somewhere around here might be where the... Yeah, somewhere around here is probably where what the driver is looking for. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Could not help myself. Just burp. Yeah, like that. Good old horns. I always forget I own a horn on my engine. It makes sense. That's what fired the acoustics of the ship. The useless cat is serving as the soundtrack to your adventures. The cat is my background music. Mystery monitors around here. I'm not actually surprised. The Chamber of Afternoon. We'll have to explore around all of these because they all come with their own deal. We have the Chamber of Afternoon. I have another Enduring Dreadnought. And another Ministry Monitor. You'll note there's quite a few of them around here. Some not coincidence. Don't know if you go through those or not. Looking around first. Sure, you probably can, but it just worries me. Because they're just there. Look, I think they are go through it, because otherwise, how the hell would we get through it? Okay, good. The Evening Ballroom. That I accidentally knocked into, my bad. Notice the Evening Ballroom. The Chamber of Afternoon. Just Perdurance all in all. And... the Morning Room. I knew it had a room name. I think this one has a room name too. The Parlor. There's a dock, Captain, a signaler declares. The crew are relieved at the thought of solid lands. Now, Perdurance is an interesting place. Arriving at Perdurance. On approach, Perdurance looks like an opulent manor caught partway through a genteel explosion. See the picture on the left side of the screen? That is our Perdurance. Each constituent set of rooms accounted for, but separate and out of place. Each is connected in a rough circle by narrow, winding passages. The steep roofs are topped with shingled turrets and precarious towers. The elegantly disassembled country house perches on top of a soot-stained, windowless factory. whose chimneys belch gouts of smoke and fire. Enter the parlor. The dock's face a set of polished oak doors, carved with a series of masked figures dancing the quadrille. The windows in the parlor are shuttered, the lights stained with pale yellows, blushing pinks and bruised violets, lit with the illusion of dawn, or perhaps dusk. You see a room cluttered with stiff-backed armchairs and decorative chaises, set against savagely floral wallpaper in shades of burgundy, violet, and Brunswick green. A portrait of the Empress, unsmiling, hangs in an ornate gilt frame. A few visitors mill about, casting speculative glances at the exasperated butler, while they pretend to examine the decor. Report. Perdurance is a jewel in the Empire's crown, where its favored sons and daughters are pampered, protected, and preserved. Important matters. The visitors are puffed up with importance and embarrassingly eager to tell you how they obtained an invitation to the Half-Light Masque. Some through patronage or loan service, others through less salubrious means. All are desperate to spend a day in the company of the glittering inhabitants of Perdurance, the brightest stars in Albion's firmament. For here, the sons and daughters of Her Majesty's most important courtiers reside in eternal youth and sophistication. You can already get vibes of what this is. I'm just gonna grab something for my throat. I know a bit early for that, but it's been one of those days. Which is why I'm glad to be streaming, because streaming is all nice and relaxing in light of that. First things first, we do have a shop. They have munitions. Establishment 2, an opportunity to bid on Admiralty munitions. A retired commander has tipped you off to the sale of a substantial amount of Admiralty surplus. Shot and shell, rifle, and revolver. Immediately going into my hold. And they sell, ministry-approved literature. The exasperated butler sells copies of the gushing accounts of life at Perdurance, written by occupants and guests, which are so popular in London. Alright, and talk to the exasperated butler. He appraises you with an officious disapproval that testifies to years of devoted training. Yes, and? He demands. He leaves her leather-covered logbook to make clear that he is, in fact, terribly busy. Inquire about the nature of Perdurance. What is this place? Introductions. He sighs. This is Perdurance, the home of the Half-Light Masque. Here, Her Majesty has created a single, perfect day, wherein the finest examples of the Empire's youth may reside for all time. At the day's end, there is a grand ball. When it is over, the day is spun anew, with fresh hours, and all begins again. No one who resides here will age even a single day. Visitors are permitted, of course, relatives and a select few others, as long as they have an invitation, he says, pointedly. Ask about getting an invitation to the Half-Light Masque. How does one get in, exactly? A select few. If one must ask how to obtain an invitation, one probably shouldn't have it. Typically, they are granted to the relatives of residents. However, the Ministry of Public Decency may award invitations to those who have served the Empire. We also receive an unusual number of visitors from the Royal Society. An invitation permits the bearer entry to a single instance of the Masque, from morning to evening. You thank him, but he clearly wishes to impress upon you the grandeur of the matter. It is a great honor to be invited here, and an even greater one to be rewarded with residence. The Empress is most generous with her favored servants. He gives you a sharp look and adds, "And we are all her servants, are we not?" Very pointed there. Ask about the Debonces. Who's permitted to reside here? Why, they are the sons and daughters of Her Majesty's most valued, most trusted counselors and confidants. The residents want for nothing. They need fear nothing. They will not grow old, or know care or worry. They will be preserved forever in the flower of their youth and innocence. These are the gifts that are Her renewed Majesty's to grant. Can the de Bontes leave? He has been suspiciously silent on that score. Why on earth would they want to do that? To do so would seem remarkably ungrateful. And who chooses the de Bontes, and according to what criteria? Her renewed Majesty, of course. She chooses them herself, from among the children of her most beloved advisors and ancient agents. This is the reward for service, immortality, and luxury for one's issue. Could there be anything better? If you think that sounds suspicious, you wouldn't be wrong. You wouldn't be wrong. Bid him goodbye. Goodbye, he says, in the tones of one who has been relieved of a terrible burden. Alright, well, we have 8 invitations. Let's use one of them. Hand your invitation to the exasperated butler and join the Half-Light Masque. We have a person to find in here, after all. Through the Empress, straight on till morning. The portrait of the Empress swings open, and a succession of brightly dressed de Bontes, sour-faced chaperones, and prim servants stumbles into the parlor. But they barely have a moment to rest their feet and take a sip of tea, before a panel of wallpaper slides open, the dark maw of a sharply curving passage just visible in the dawn light. The exasperated butler snatches the invitation from your hands. Remember, your invitation only lasts one day. It is a warning, but sounds a little wistful. He propels you forward to join the court in its procession. You emerge, a little tender, into the morning. It is morning in Perdurance. The Half-Life Masque, morning. The morning room is a grander version of the parlor, presided over by the Orate Justice in her pink and purple silks. Dowagers of varying stateliness and aplomb take tea and converse in low tones. Other de Bontes reply to correspondence, writing notes in elegant script and affixing them with sealing wax. Meanwhile, chaperones give orders to the servants, and set to Perdurance's household accounts. The light is a flushed yellow, autumnally ripe. It is morning, and we are looking for them. Find the presumptuous heiress is what we need to do. She must be here somewhere. But can you find her? We could try to charm the servants. Rushing here and there, they are a blur of efficiency and sobriety amidst Perdurance's opulence. Charm the chaperones. They cluster around the Jabontes, watching over them with habitually pinched expressions. Try to win favor with both the servants and the Jabontes. And charm the Jabontes. A gleaming group of young men, women, and others, each more elegantly dressed than the one before. Shockingly, the Veils check is the one we have the best odds on. Shockingly, I know. So let's charm them both, why not? Let's gain some favor. It's somehow reduced. The chaperones are not used to visitors taking an interest in them. They're usually passed over in favor of their more elegantly appointed cousins. And indeed, many of them are literal cousins, either impoverished or somehow reduced in society's eyes due to scandal or unfortunate connections. All are past the age of marriage, and, at least as far as society is concerned, the age of temptation, and are therefore fit companions to ensure the Jabontes' dubious chastity. By the end of your conversation, their expressions have relaxed from pinched to merely sour. Favor with them both. Morning ends. It is time to move on. Morning is ending. It is time to move on. Move onwards. One of the Dowager Duchesses rings a bell. Conversation halts with practiced suddenness. Morning is over. We have more invitations, that's why I don't mind just doing some regular stuff too, because it fascinates me. Don't think I've done a lot with Perdurance. Through the darkness, everyone arrays themselves in a procession according to their station. The Dowager Duchess is at the front, Jabontes just behind, then chaperones and visitors, and the servants bringing up the rear. There's much jostling for position within each group, according to rules that you cannot begin to fathom. You enter the narrow and twisting passage, stumbling in the enveloping darkness as the Jabontes giggle and shout. With each step, the shrieks of hours being spun backwards resonates through your body, leaving you shaking and warm. You merge, blinking, into the dazzle of afternoon. It is afternoon in Perdurance. See here, the curtains are pulled back with tasseled ropes, allowing the clockwork sun to spill its dark gold into the dining room. The long table is set with rows of gleaming china dinner plates, patterned with delicate florals. Silver cutlery, polished to a high shine, gleams atop a pristine tablecloth. Servants pour endless glasses of watered wine, or carry in the next in a stream of elaborate dishes. It is afternoon. We have similar deals, with similar odds, it looks like. But different texts, of course. A chaperone pushes his food around his plate, while loud Jabonte tells an interminable joke. You suspect the chaperone has heard it a great many times. Charm a servant. You drain your wineglass and raise it an inch, trying to catch the servant's eye. Perhaps, given an opportunity, you can win their approval. Charm a Jabonte. Lurid youth chatters brightly to your right, their laugh a little too sharp. Let's see what this is about. In search of the presumptuous heiress, The macabre, the macabre counselor commissioned you to find and free her daughter, the presumptuous heiress. First, you need to find her among the Debontays. We have two options: a mirrors check, search the gathering. The macabre counselor provided you with a fulsome description, several charcoal sketches, and a lock of hair. Unfortunately, almost everyone here is young, comely, and slavishly contemporary with current fashions. Or ask around. Perhaps with sufficiently enticing gossip, you could coax her identity from another Debonte. Yeah, sure. We'll use one of our many saloon stewed gossip. An entanglement. The conic Popinjay listens avidly to your scandalous story, then inclines his fan towards a young lady leaning on the grand piano. That's her. Her mass of brown hair curls is set off with a spray of curving blue-black feathers, so high they scrape the low ceiling. She dips a spoon into lurid green soup, talking irritably about the dinner opposite. A lady of comparable build, with similar brown curls, an identical chin, and matching eyes. They could be sisters. Oh. Apparently, the macabre counselor has 2 daughters. She said nothing of this. No doubt it'll prove to be a complication. There are too many people nearby to speak with either sister discreetly. But in the evening, there will be a ball. Perhaps you'll have a chance then. Post heiress in the evening to plan her escape. Lost a piece of saloon stewed gossip, that's fine. Salon, rather. Saloon is a very different thing. An afternoon ends. It is time to move on. Move onwards. A dowager duchess gives a small nod, and the entire company rises as one. Twisting, turning. A passage opens behind the china cabinets, and the procession forms ever once more. You take a breath and step into the close, stifling darkness. Try not to fall behind as the passage contorts and coils. With each step, the shrieks of hours being spun backwards resonates through your body, leaving you shaking and worn. You spot a figure masked in a featureless black, their face covered by a smooth oval of polished obsidian. Who are they? It is enormous relief to spill out into evening at the grand ballroom. Everyone finds their places without a murmur, and courtly life is resumed, almost as though the terrors you just experienced never existed. It is evening in Perdurance. Hanging from the ballroom ceiling is a vast Ormula Goslier, its spidery arms decked with cut crystal drops. It casts soft yellow brightness onto the masked dancers below, as they whirl across the polished parquet floor. Music blends with the hum of genital conversation, and the stiff swish of starched crinolines. The half-light mask is in full swing. There's barely room to stand, much less move. Again, similar options, similar chances look like. They wear fantastical animal masks of bright silks, dyed fur and feathers, affixed with jeweled pins. You can charm them, you can assist the chaperones. The chaperones wear drab versions of the Debonte's masks, animals patterned in shades of brown and gray. They prowl the ball, ensuring that no one is getting too friendly. And charm the servants. They are soberly clad, half-masked in bone-white pewter, and standing to attention at the edges of the ballroom. Also, dance with the presumptuous heiress. She favors the polka. Alas. The presumptuous heiress is everything you expected in a dance partner. Demanding, joyful, and a touch too exuberant for propriety. Her attention is only partially on you, and only very peripherally on the steps of the dance. Instead, she waves at friends across the ballroom and whispers snatches of conversation as they pass by close by. Between mincing steps interspread with quick turns and double time, you manage to ask your questions. Their song ends, you part ways, much on your mind, but we do want to carry on. Ask her to leave with you. Tell her about your mother's commission. Lack-witted in the extreme. For all her frivolity, the presumptuous heiress can summon a thunderous frown when the moment demands it. Leave without my poor, luckless sister? I've never heard such base cowardice. She continues for some time, casting imprecations on her mother, her plan, and your own involvement. The idea is lack-witted in the extreme, even for Mama. I would rather rot here. She plucks a crudite from a passing silver platter and looks for a servant to refill her champagne. As expected, a complication. The macabre counselor told you she has an agent in position at Perdurance to assist you. You'd better find them and seek advice. The heiress won't leave without her sister. Find the counselor's agent at Perdurance and seek advice. Dance with the luckless sister. A country dance. You'll have to watch your feet. The luckless sister is light on her feet, with a graceful tread. Her curls escape her pins as she twirls, gleaming a dark bronze in the gaslight. She looks very much like her sister as she dances, the occasional anxious line in her face smoothing over with the abandon of youth. Still, there is a watchfulness about her, even as you clasp hands and smile. You must seize your moments for speech. Somehow, you contrive. Ask her about her family. You part ways from the luckless sister. She returns to her position at the edge of the ballroom. Ask her about her family. Investigate her opinions of the presumptive heiress and the macabre counselor. An unsettled heart. The luckless sister is thoughtful, where her sister is pleasingly frivolous, and considered when her sister is untroubled. You gently steer the conversation in the direction of her sister, probing for resentments or jealousies. You find none. It is only when you mention the matter of mothers that the luckless sister's quiet charm falters. The one true pleasure of this awful place is that I will likely never see her again. Awful place. You look around at the laughing dancers in their shimmering finery, at the crystal decanters, dark with wine, the window's evening blaze caught and refracted in the shining chandeliers. The heiress refuses to leave her luckless sister. Explain her mother's commission. Would you perhaps be willing to convince her sister to leave Perdurance with you, tonight. See how this pans out. Intrigue and suspicion. The luckless sister's laugh startles a nearby chaperone. He gives you a stern look, no doubt suspecting you of nefarious levities. Once her amusement subsides, she refuses. If I truly thought that would be best for my sister, I would help you. My mother would only entangle her in schemes and plots. My sister is ill-suited to a life of intrigue and suspicion. She is not surprised that her mother would abandon her here, but nor does she seem inclined to aid you. You will need some form of leverage. And thus us getting to know just how complicated this is, apparently. I don't remember completing this, which means I likely have not done it. The song ends. And, we have some time to just... Sure, we can try to assist the chaperones for a bit. False darkness. You help one break up an assignment... Wait, not assignment. You help one break up an assignation between two of their wayward charges. The chaperone's eyes blaze with such indignance. You imagine the past gems at her ears and throat gleam with reflected fury. As you drag the recalcitrant devotees from behind the heavy fusion curtains, you notice that the glass of the arch windows behind them is covered in a layer of soot, blocking out any possibility of sunlight. Evening ends. It is time to move on, and we have gained more favors. Ooh. We have two options. Move onwards. The music stops. Somewhere below, a mechanical rumble can be heard. As the hour looms begin spinning, Perdurance is one perfect, perpetual day all over again. Or listen to an anxious chaperone. One of the chaperones approaches you at the evening end. As the evening ends, she has one blue eye and one green. I need your help, she says. You are admired by the inhabitants of Perdurance. Unlocked when you do not have the chaperone's bequest. You are equally admired by all parties in Perdurance. Hey! Evening has ended. It is time to move on. Let's listen to this anxious chaperone. The Eye. You're trusted by both servants and devotees, and that is rare indeed. It inclines me to hope that you may be admirable. Thus I ask you for a favor. You're a traveler. I trust something to your care. Without a pause, she pushes her fingers into her own eye socket and pulls the eye out with a wet plop. She holds it out to you expectantly. Are you expected to take this? Wait. On closer inspection, the eye is glass, although the iris is inlaid with emerald and jet, flecked with gold. My family committed themselves to the Brabazon work world to pay off their debts. This will buy years off their service. I beg you, take it to them. You wrap the chaperone's eye in your cuff. Perhaps if you're traveling that way. We actually might well be traveling that way, especially now. We need to make our way back to Parliament anyways at some point, so hey. Agree to deliver a jeweled eyeball to Brabazon. And now we move on. I already read that, so we'll just move on. The half-light masque is over. One of the blacked-out ballroom windows opens to reveal the passage back to the parlor at dusk. Or perhaps dawn. The keening of the hours as they are spun backwards makes your legs weak and your heart pound. You feel unaccountably wearied. You spot a figure masked in a featureless black. their face covered by a smooth oval of polished obsidian. Oh, again. Who are they? You enter the parlor through the portrait of the Empress, and limp away, sore-footed from dancing and stumbling through the dark. Behind you, the members of the Court of Perdurance chatter and take tea, and make ready to begin their day anew. For tonight, and every night thereafter, is the half-light Masque. And thus that is the nature of Perdurance. I don't have any terror. Let's see here. There we go. There's the start of it. The procession emerges from the dark passageway into the dusky, or perhaps dawny, light of the parlor. Somewhere below, Perdurance's hour looms labor to reweave its perfect day. Soon, the sleepless de Bontes will begin its morning anew. But first, someone approaches. Spending the day at Perdurance reduces your terror and, depending who you pleased and how much, may grant you other rewards. A chaperone taps you on the shoulder. You are equally popular with both the de Bontes and the servants, a feat the chaperones admire. Yep, we were equally done. Passion on de Bontes, and the day closer to de Bontes than the servants. One of the de Bontes would like a word. Piercely made an impression on the gleaming residents of Perdurance. A servant tugs at your sleeve. You've endeared yourself to those who work below stairs. But we did this. So what do we get rewarded? Oil on troubled waters. Never let it be said that you allowed class to dictate the breadth of your friendships. The chaperones murmur quiet congratulations, remarking how your presence smoothed what is often a difficult day. They do hope you'll return. You leave richer in gossip, and soothed by the distractions of the half-light Masque. Oh hey, neat. We made up our saloon stewed gossip. And now we need to find an agent. So, as they said, we might need more. Yeah, we're going in again. Day shall last one day, yes indeed. Locate the counselor's agent. They will be trying to make themselves known to you. You must only look for their signal. Your contact. You drift nonchalantly about the room, observing and eavesdropping. At last you come to a small corner table, where one of the chaperones, a clairvoyant doctress, is shuffling tarot cards. The back of the cards bears a distinctive, familiar pattern. The seal of the macabre counselor. You give the doctress the slightest of nods. She winks back. Please, sit, she bids, and let me part the veil twixt present and future for you. The ominous tones are perhaps taking it a bit far. The clairvoyant doctress. She's wearing modest fashions, but without any adherence to society's opinion regarding color or pattern. Paisleys in magenta layer stripes of emerald and indigo. Her hair is a mousy color, her eyes unremarkable, her face is pleasing brown, but not particularly distinguished. The overall impression she gives is one of dazzling color and clashing patterns. A deliberate misdirection? She draws gruesomely hand-painted cards and looping crystals from a clinking, beaded reticule, and constantly smoked cigars. Not all is definitely not ready to escape. Turn to the morning room, and get to know her. You like to know the people you are committing crimes with. Easier to predict the likely moment of betrayal. Fair enough. Right and tight. Never you mind about that. Just stick to the plan, and it'll be all right and tight. The clairvoyant doctoress yawns elaborately and dismisses you with the majesty of a dowager duchess. What's that smell on her breath under the bitterness of the cigars? Candle wax? That can't be right. Introduce yourself. You were promised help. Well, here it is. The clairvoyant doctoress tosses the edge of her floral-embroidered capelet and runs a hand down an equally elaborate bodice. However. The plan. I'm to be the heiress's replacement. We'll swap clothes and perhaps a few other items. No one will know to look for her, because she'll still be here. Clever, yes? Perhaps your skepticism shows. She grins. Ah, you don't think we don't look alike? Allow me to reassure you. This is a temporary inconvenience. I'll worry about that. You worry about finding an escape route. I'd recommend gossiping with the debantes, chaperones, and servants. Every cage, no matter how gilded, has a hatch through which someone can remove the shit. You mentioned the complication of the surplus sister, and that the heiress refuses to leave without her. Quite. Is our employer forgetful, do you think? Or manipulative? It doesn't matter, of course. You were paid for a single sister, and I can't split myself in two. You'll have to convince the Mrs. Macrobe to separate, won't you? Looks nothing alike. Let me worry about that. Her breath smells like candle wax. I have my suspicions, because of Fallen London and Sunless Sea, rather. I have my suspicions on what that could be. I won't mention that, but I have my mention what? But I have my suspicions. The Counselor's Daughter. Plan your escape with one of the Macrobe Counselor's daughters. Find a way to convince the presumptuous heiress and luckless sister to separate. Find a way to smuggle someone out of Perdurance. Or we might be choosing who to smuggle out. Morning ends. It is time to move on. Return to the morning room. She finishes your reading with elaborate flourish. You'll meet a handsome stranger in a mask this evening. You know, I think I'm getting the hang of this. That's a low standard of bar, but fair. Alright, morning is over. Time to move on. Speak to the clairvoyant doctress. Her eyes are fixed on the candelabra before her, and the flames, steady and yellow, that burn on its candles. Is all I can say. We don't want to do that because, yeah, won't get us much places. Gossip with the chaperones. Where else to look for scandal but amongst the guardians of morality? Perhaps they know something useful about the Macrobe Counselor's daughters. Wines and secrets. Wine loosens their tongues. The older of the Macrobe Counselor's daughters was, until recently, engaged in an affair with the Volaginius forewoman below stairs. A woman lacking social status or connection. You point out the regimentation of each cycle. How could the luckless sister possibly slip away to an assignation? The chaperones indicate the nearby dumbwaiter, built to carry hot food and dirty dishes from below stairs. A concealed door in the morning room apparently serves a similar purpose. Next time you visit, Perhaps you should take a look below stairs. Secret staircase's quality is now 10. Afternoon is over. The voluminous forewoman was engaged in an affair with the luckless sister. Speak with her below stairs. Alright, move onwards. Twisting, turning, twisting, turning. You look around, but the other members of the procession are studiously ignoring those who wear the faceless masks. Their fear is catching. It is enormous relief to spill out into the evening at the grand ballroom. Gossip with the Debantes. They have sharp eyes and minds under the flounces of taffeta, or so you hope. Perhaps they know something that will aid your escape with the counselor's daughters. Might as well get this out of the way, since we're here in the evening. Well, we won't have charmed anybody, but that's fine. We're gathering information. The governesses. The Debantes tell you of the governesses, the Empress's agents who wear oval masks of featureless obsidian. Oh, that explains them. They are only glimpsed in the passages between morning and afternoon, between afternoon and evening, between evening and dusk, or possibly dawn. You hear stories of disappearances and secret tribunals, of interrogations and re-education. A court that lies beneath the courts. There are hidden hatches in the passages, the doors of night. The governesses use them to remove those of us whose family displease Her Majesty. You wonder whether you can make a certain sister vanish in the same manner. After evening would be best. Oh, and we can do exactly that. Locate the governess's secret tunnels. You have learned that the governesses, mass agents of Her Majesty, use hidden doorways into and out of the passages between Perdurance's rooms. If you can find one, it would be exactly the escape route you need. Might as well keep all our options available. The doors of night. The music ends. The dancing dies. The lights dim. The chaperones, like patient sheepdogs, herd the Debantes together. The door from evening opens onto a lightless passage. As ever, the Debantes gossip and giggle, using merriment as their shield against the gloom, and the faceless figures it might hold. This time, as you pass along the corridor, you turn your eyes from the candles to preserve your night vision. You ignore the procession and study the dark. There, a cloaked figure in a featureless obsidian mask emerges from an unseen door. They glide along the procession, looking intently into each person's face. The Debantes look away, a touch of hysteria creeping into their jollity. You search the walls where the governess appeared, finding the crack of a closed door and the hidden catch that opens it. This is the escape route you need to squirrel one of the sisters away. On a future evening in Perdurance, when all else is in place, you will be able to make use of this. At the end, we made little impression on anybody. Devante veers away at the last moment. Terribly sorry. Thought you were someone else. Of little significance. It appears you made little impression during your time here. The inhabitants of Perdurance are already hard at work, percolating the feuds and affairs that will dominate their next day. You make a quiet exit. Alright, in we go again. And more information to find. Spreads her cards on the table and flips them face down with a smooth flick. Been practicing, she confides. let's see here. Go below stairs. A concealed door blends in with the wallpaper here, behind a bamboo screen, allowing servants to pass modestly in and out. The areas below stairs are part like the kitchen of a grand country house, and part like a factory floor. Cooks prepare food in enormous pots. Servants appear with empty plates to be scraped off and cleaned, even while others carry steaming dishes upstairs. Further back are rows upon rows of hour looms, each tended by weavers with their hair pinned tightly back. The heat of the cooking combines with the shudder machinery in pandemonium. Talk to the Phalangius forewoman. She's an impressive sight, presiding over the din with aplomb and a rolling pin. The Sunless forewoman. The forewoman's waistcoat is dark and tightly buttoned. Beneath it, a corset strives gallantly against her ample figure. Her skirt is hitched up over a pair of soot-stained trousers and ankle boots. Strings of glass beads glitter at her throat, casting dazzles over her rich ochre skin as she bellows orders, sending workers scurrying from this loom to that. She turns to you. Her eyes are lined with pitch, grime, or cosmic affectation. Ask her what she does, and then we have that. There seems to be bustle all around her. Warp and weft. The Phalangius forewoman squints. I keep this damn place running is what I do. Do you think the looms travel their own time, or untangle knotted skeins, or order new consignments of hours to make sure them above don't go wanting for their precious perfect day? You ever been in an hour carding accident? You ever seen a weaver's scalp torn off when their hair gets tangled in the warp? She takes a deep breath, and her already impressive bosom inflates to magnificent proportions. Them above may think they're all that, but this, right here, this is Predorance's heart and soul. And let us ask about the luckless sister. Inquiring about illicit love affairs almost always goes well. You've only been slapped twice. Well, thrice. Can we make it 4 times? Worth 10. The Phalangius forewoman's expression turns hard in an instant. Them above's been talking, have they? Snide little gossips. She's the only one of them worth anything. She sounds remarkably affectionate as she warms to her subject. Perhaps it was the luckless sister who broke off their affair? No, it was me, the forewoman admits miserably. Her face spasms for a moment. She draws out a handkerchief from her corset and coughs heartily into it. She shoves the handkerchief into a pocket, but not before you notice a violent stain on the fabric. Aha! Violet stain. I might have said violent. Violet. The forewoman has more secrets. Uncover them. Ask about the handkerchief. You notice a violet stain, the precise color of certain aggressive strains of fungus found in the Reach. A part of something greater. Saw that, did you? I traveled before I was a forewoman, and on my journeys I was exposed to certain spores. They colonized both my lungs and my thoughts, and are part of something old and vast. Oh hey, we have a driver like that. I think theirs is a bit more green, though. They awake impulses in me, the last and latest of which is to bring them home. I've denied them as long as I can. I must leave soon. She looks away. That's why I broke off the affair. Better to do it like that than to sneak off in the night. I thought about asking her to leave with me. us. But it would mean abandoning her sister. And what if the spores colonized her too? But maybe... No worse worrying on the maybes. Perhaps you can use this information to make one sister convince the other to leave. Interesting. End your conversation. Can barely hear her over the din of the looms anyways. Oh, morning is over. Because of what we did there. It is afternoon in Perdurance. Could go out there, let us instead try to charm a servant. Hey! Now I have 2 servants' favor. Ooh. Waste not. You are lucky enough to be served by the exasperated butler himself. You assure him that the service has been impeccable, and he glows with pride. He promises to ensure that you are served only the very best brandy and port after the dessert course. Wasted on the Depontes anyway, he confides, with a glance over his shoulder. When you drink nothing but the best, you lose the ability to appreciate it. You know, fair point. Move onwards. Let's see what we can do. Not any of those. Country dance, you have to watch your feet. Let's see here, is it to convince in others? Reconcile her with the forewoman. You could either threaten to expose her affair with the forewoman, unless she convinces the presumptuous heiress to leave with you, or reconcile her with the forewoman. You can try at least, and perhaps the presumptuous heiress will be easier to persuade once she knows her sister has a better reason to stay. Let's see what the other one is. Expose the Fullingenous forewoman's secret. The heiress might be willing to persuade the luckless sister to leave with you, if she believes her sister is in danger. Interesting. I'm a sucker for the romantic, so... And oh, I am a sucker for the romantic, so... Let us try to reconcile her with the forewoman. Indeed, we can try at least. Promises made. You begin by hinting at the full... Oh god, this word. The Fullingenous forewoman's secret motives, casting their entire situation in the frame of a romantic tragedy. Like I said, I'm a sucker for the romantic sometimes. So sue me, because I'm so lonely. Oh, so lonely. Anyways, the luckless sister attempts to look uninterested, but her eyes betray her. You tell her the truth, that the forewoman suffers from a singular fungal condition, that in order to tend to it, she will need to leave Perdurance, that she ended their relationship in order to protect the luckless sister. I don't need protecting, the sister snaps. Indeed, indeed. But she can't stay with her lover and her sister, can she? Oh, you are clever for a brute. Very well. If you promise to take my sister away from here, I will convince her to go with you. Perhaps after this business with the fungus, I will see her again. You'd better bring the forewoman the good news. Speak to the forewoman below stairs to reconcile her with the luckless sister. Oh, but of course. Let's see here. Try to charm the servants again. Get a little bit more out of them. Hey! Wax dripping. Under each branch of every candelabra is a filigreed silver dish. perfectly positioned to catch the wax that drips from the tapered candles. A service servant darts into the throng to replace an overfull dish, but trips over the whirling skirt of an enthusiastic debauchee. You catch him and set him on his feet. He gives you a fleeting smile before retreating once more into studied obscurity. You now have 4 favor. Notes of your interest in the sisters and may endanger your escape. No. We'll talk to her. We'll talk to her. We don't need to, like, off the poor forewoman or something. Move onwards. I don't know what that means. I want to, talk to her first. You know, upon her setting. Move onwards. Because that sounds ominous. That sounds way too ominous. Roaches. A servant tugs at your sleeve. You have endeared yourself to those who work below stairs. Popularity. It's all gossip. Okay, fair enough. The servants discreetly share their admiration for your kindness and charm. You try not to let it get too much to your head. There's very little competition in the field of kindness to servants here. You leave richer in gossip, and soothed by the distractions of the half-light Masque. Okay, well, again, although good to know this is a place to reduce terror as well. Go below stairs. Talk to the forewoman, and reconcile her with the luckless sister. You just want to see them happy. Well, and also to see the forewoman stays quiet about your escape with the heiress. Yeah, we shall reconcile her. Also because we do want to see them happy. That does play a factor. Reunited. You enlarge upon the luckless sister's willingness to renew her relationship with the forewoman, and to elope together, if the need arises. She'd come with me? Even appreciating my condition? Damn and blast! I love that phrase. Damn and blast! That girl's got 3 times the courage she does sense, and that's a fact, but I couldn't. You talk her round from wavering. After all, it's true love conquers all. Not true love conquers everything but some mushrooms. The presumptuous heiress is ready to leave. The luckless sister has reconciled with the forewoman. Alright, end your conversation. Move onwards. It is afternoon. Let us probably speak to that. Tell her all is ready for your escape. The sisters are willing to part. An avenue has been identified. Is she prepared to do her part? Set in motion. Yes. Give me a sign in the evening, and we'll meet in the passages between evening and the parlor. Alright, cool. Turn to the dining room. Also, the go below stairs for the afternoon is, you slip into the dumbwaiter when it's empty. No doubt it'll be a rattling ride down. A less inconvenient way to go down, one could certainly say. Let's just charm another chaperone. A useful friend. The chaperone soon considers you a fast friend. He deftly inserts you into a lively conversation between several debantes. He also gives a subtle signal to the servants, and thereafter you're always served the finest cuts of meat. It is more or less like pork. Not many pigs were brought into the sky, of course, but let's call it pork. Don't question it. Just don't, for our own sanity. Twisting, turning. All is ready. Give the Clarion doctors the faint of nods, and she clicks her bag shut with a determined snap. Can we talk to her about it, though? Nope, nope, nope. Nope, it's just, you're good. Make your escape. Anything else we can talk about that? Nope, excellent. Okay. All is good, all is well. Make your escape. Click. The last evening. The evening takes an interminable time to end. You endure waltz after dragging waltz. De Bontes wheel endlessly across the dance floor. Then it is over. The music and the dancing cease. The chaperones and De Bontes form their procession, ready to pass on to the parlor at dawn, or perhaps dusk, and begin the day again. You catch the eye of the presumptive heiress, who gives you a nervous nod. The door opens. The dark passage beckons. The procession files in. No sooner have you passed through the door than you hear a clatter behind you. The doctoress has made a show of dropping her bag in the dark and searching for it. The chaperones are distracted. Taking the presumptive heiress's hand, you pull her to the hidden door. You fumble at the catch. There is a trick to it, it seems. Hurry, your charge hisses. The catch turns. The door opens. You step through. Make your escape at the end of evening. You wait with the presumptive heiress in the passage behind the door of night. Her breathing is shallow and tense. You hear the procession move on, and then there is a tap at the hidden door. The doctoress, who sees uncannily well in the dark, is there. You admit her. Right, she says, professionally, scrutinizing your companion's features. Time to do my bit. What exactly is your bit? The presumptive heiress asks. That is a very good question that I worry for my suspicions. Her once luckless sister may even now be making her own escape with the Flonder's forewoman. But perhaps that's not something the doctors needs to know. I'd be fine with that. You go on. Be in love, you two. Be in love. And prosper. And figure out something about that fungus. I'm trying to figure out the fungus of my driver, too. So, I understand how it is. We'll just do our part. The doctress removes an unguent, trade in faces. Oh no, I was right. Oh no, fuck, I was right. The doctress removes an unguent from her bag and begins rubbing it into the heiress's temples, along her hairline, behind the ears, and under the jaw. If you disappear, they will look for you, the doctress explains, indicating that the older woman is to lie on the floor. Therefore, the other woman, rather. Therefore, I will be your replacement. Ideally, I'd give that stuff another minute to work, but I need to rejoin the procession before I'm your missed. Be still and be quiet. Sitting astride the heiress, she pushes her sharp fingernail into the skin of the girl's temple and slides it like a scalpel around her face, with a sound like tearing paper. I can't feel it. Why can't I feel it? The heiress gasps. The doctor shushes her. When the incision is complete, the doctor reaches up and, with a tug, slides off her own face. Behind it is a solid knot of muscle, palpitating and inhuman. Like a magician whipping a tablecloth from behind a set of crockery, she swaps her face and the heiress's. A few pinches and tucks, the application of ointment from another jar, and the process is complete. Done, says the doctress, as the presumptive heiress feels the unfamiliar shape of her new face. You turn your back as they quickly trade clothes. You know, it's just a courtesy. Her hands are shaking. This is not, you suspect, what she had anticipated. You don't fucking say. Has she an escape plan of her own? As the doctor's what she is. You are certain she is not, and has never been, a human. Yep. Motherfucking snuffers. We dealt with the snuffer before in Sunless Sea. We did. We shipped them off back to the Presbyterians. Had some unfortunate deals. But these are creatures. Creatures that can exchange faces. And take new faces upon their own. It is, yeah, it's a thing. They look very creepy. They look very creepy. In old London, your kind called mine snuffers. We were not friends. Few of us made the journey to heaven. Or perhaps many of us did. Who knows? Pardon me. Who knows how many of us hide behind faces you thought were familiar? She grins, and is surprised by the shape and feel of her new smile. Then it is time to part. She returns to the procession, and you lead the heiress on. The governess's hidden tunnels, wind behind the grand chambers and beneath the hour looms. You pass cells and shelves of records. Sometimes you hear voices, and hide until they pass. Eventually, you find your way to an exterior gantry, from where you can see your engine in the sidings at the parlor. Using a stolen lamp, you flash a signal until your crew comes to collect you. Return the presumptive heiress to her mother at the most serene mausoleum. In occurrence, your counselor's daughter quality is now 1. And here we are. We do not get any rewards from that, but that is alright. Would just been more of that. But also more that too. And we have done what we can for the moment at Perdurance. You'll note, by the way, something Perdurance does not sell is either fuel or supplies. Keep note of that, is all I'll say. Otherwise, you might be in a very awkward situation. But for now, to the Clockwork Sun. Whee! And ram into the building because I can't help myself, apparently. So that is Skyhenge. It leads to terror. We want to minimize what terror we get, so we can cut a little bit around. Explore along this outer realm. This sort of outer ring while we're at it. Yeah, that sounds good to me. And that is the Eternal Masque. The half-lit mask, as they call it, but basically it is indeed the Eternal Masque. Okay, so there's no way through here. You know, fair. It's better to know than not know. This is why I'm not going Speed Demon at the moment. Because I do not know where I'm going, but I can do this. I've learned the power when I really shouldn't have. I apologize. But in the same vein, I don't apologize because it amuses me. Sorry, not sorry. Again. Okay, cool. This should be a relatively straightforward shot. Color of roses, like the setting of an aging sun. As acceleration kicks in, your useless cat gives you a filthy look and sinks its claws into your lap. Oh shit, that was time. That was a time warp. We have a thing for this. We have a thing for this, and thus, Godspeed. A weft of unraveling time. You have strayed into a place where the weave of time has frayed. The sky groans, the borders that separate past and future crumble, and your engine is dragged in. Allow yourself to be pulled into the weft. You will not emerge unchanged. Last time, we just got the fuck out of Dodge. Well, we'll try to fix it. The sky boils. The boiler rumbles. The chimneys spoon. You urge your locomotive forward into the churn of time. The present quivers, falters, and is torn away. Within the weft, past and future not like dueling pythons. Nothing is constant. Another age washes over your locomotive, and everything changes. When you leave the weft, some of your present circumstances will follow you out. Be careful when you depart. This one we have at the moment seems to be escape the days of innocence. This is an hour from the recent past. The captain's log is open on the arm of your chair. You've just written the date of a recent departure from port. The manifest shows your stores, healthy with fuel and supplies. The crew chatter cheerfully. They do not know what awaits them. If you escape, you will gain fuel and supplies, and lose sky stories and experience. Remain in the weft, perhaps if you tolerate this current present a little longer, or hide from it, or pray, it will pass. Perhaps another time will replace it. Perhaps you will like that time better. Inspect your raveling jack, which is the reason why I went into this. Its spindly, manifold arms grope wildly, seeking the snarl of the weft. Time and tide. The device needs more time to catch the strands of the weft. You must endure this surging tides of time a little longer first. So remain in the weft. Gain terror? Not surprising. Time is unraveling? Also not surprising. Note on things I've never done before, this. We'll see how this goes. Times change. You have only to endure. And the chaos of the weft will sweep your current circumstances away, as another time gains dominance. You can feel its approach, a roaring, like a gathering tide. Escape a moment of crisis. Your engine heaves, throwing you to the floor. A shrill shriek of rending steel. Something is gutting your engine. Great claws prizing apart the hull. Is this the past? Future? The gun batteries thunder. Sky-suited crew peppered the breach with small arms fire, as its shape presses hungrily against it. If you escape, you will lose hull and gain terror, uncanny specimens, and munitions. Lose hull, gain terror, but also uncanny specimens and munitions. Interesting. Oh, it's a mirrors check. Attempt to repair the weft. The raveling jack is stuck. It has caught the torn time of the weft, but some part of the mechanism has failed. Can you find the problem in time? Oh, I succeeded. Succeeded the coin flip. Dink. Dink, 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 dink. Whew. That makes up for my failed coin flip on retrieving that weapon. I'll take it. I will take it. Repaired. Crawling into the casing of the machine. You identify the fault. Free the machinery and scramble out before you get raveled. The steel arms dart forwards and back. The gears whir. The rent in time is woven back together, and you are returned to your present. The horological office will be pleased. Also, we gained some terror, and we have an observation on amended weft of time. We have escaped the weft of unraveling time. Oh, gods. Freaky. No, 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 I don't want to go back into there. Nope, 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 nope. Don't know if I hit it or not. Oh, wow, I did hit it. Well done, me. Heavy as a dead man's weight. Stamped and carefully sealed. Ah, more hours. Let's get out before that takes us again, and... Hey, we've done a thing. We have mended time. Not many can say they've mended time. Specialist Narem has now mended time. Driver's expression is unholy as beautiful steam. That's the ticket. Love the driver's expression there. They're like, yes, yes, onwards. If only England hadn't broken time. They really did break time. The problem of over-abusing time and utilizing it is that you could possibly break it in twain. All I'll say is, though, don't say that near the Ministry of Public Decency or her Empress herself, her renewed Majesty. Just don't. It probably won't turn out well for you. Bonk. I shotgun better than you did. And gain hold, don't mind if I do. The grave deal, there's a grave deal. I think these are all probably houses. Yeah, like that. Covered in glass. Insane, yep. However, the incautious driver looks anxiously at the sun, the light of Albion. Even I didn't dare get this close. Anyways, the sun, 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 the sun. The clockwork sun. Port reports, very, very quickly. Shops, bazaar. Give them literature. Vision of heaven. Experience more strength. And oh gods, they're selling more munitions. Fine, fine. I'll be all the explosions. And more fuel, since we can buy it here. We will be using some. Being cheerfully derogatory about the sequencer. Complete your charitable assignment. 500 sovereigns. Beautiful. And experience. Also beautiful. The sequencer is grateful. Now that he started planning his next act of unprovoked kindness. Speaking of which, another charitable assignment. Ah, Chawaraburi Chuck's American. Okay, fair enough. Alright, let us leave Azimuth. We do not want any of that. We got a port report. Yes, yes we did. Bazaar, we have that. Okay, the driver, south-southeast. I almost forgot about this. I need to go over there. And also get away from the Clockwork Sun, but I need to go over there. And remember what I said earlier, folks, the Clockwork Sun is at searing, blinding levels. Do not stare at it with a telescope like I did last stream. Just Just don't. Generally considered a bad idea to stare at the sun in a telescope, let alone an artificial sun spewing all this nonsense. Yeah. Anyways, can you find this for me? South-southeast. Well, we have a mystery, deal. Cool. Discovered something out in the sky. Alright, well, we found something. And it looks fungusy. Incautious driver. There, that old building. That's where the verdant's fragment is hiding. A vine-knotted structure. Whatever this place was intended to be, its inhabitants are long gone. The entire building seethes with overgrown vines, burrowed deep into the foundations, and climbing high enough to smother the roof in an inescapable embrace. Escort the incautious driver. The driver is drawn to something deep in the structure. Have it win, we have the incautious driver. They're aboard our ship, and is eager to finish this. An impossible quest. The driver follows a trail of fungal vines deep into the bowels of the building, stopping at a bulbous mass that takes up much of what was originally a cellar. They approach it, letting its thorns rise up, wrap around them, draw blood. I'm here to take you home, the driver tells it, though it seems unlikely the verdant fragment has any interest in something as simplistic as human speech. The driver winces as it digs its thorns in deeper. When it finally lets go, the driver looks miserable. It won't come with us, they force out, wincing at the sting of fresh iodine on their wounds. It prizes its freedom too much to give up, and just become part of its progenitor. I don't know what to do. The incautious driver found the verdant fragment. It is proving difficult to remove, however. How will you do it? Your locomotive is loaded with it. Not sure that's the best deal. Oh, I don't remember any of this. I might have done it. I don't remember it. Attempt to communicate the verdant. It communed with the driver. Why not you? Threaten the verdant fragments. If fears death, your locomotive is loaded with it. And offer yourself as a host. Also, that makes you realize I have 15 carefully packed crates of munitions. If something happened to my engine, I would light up like a fucking fireworks display. Or offer yourself as a host. You will take it back, but part of it will always live inside you. It will take something, too. What do I do? What leads to what? Also a fantastic question. This is a very wonderful question. The bottom way is obviously the easy way. The other one is just taking a chance. Ah, okay. I see, I see. I see in that case. This might actually be a good thing that I have a whole bunch of explosives on board. This might be a good thing. Say that's surprising to say, but let's be fair, one of my mottos has been, anything can be solved with a judicious amount of explosives. So, why should I divert otherwise? Why should I divert otherwise from my motto of kaboom? Even if it is a very, very toss-up chance, I'll probably lose something. Fierce Death, your locomotive is loaded with it. I don't think I can change my officers as much as I would like to here. Don't think so, anyways. They're gray, which might mean it's a worrisome deal to do. Do have plenty of boom. Alright, I expect to fail, but... Try perhaps not? No. That wouldn't allow me to switch officers because I need to be in a port to switch them. Otherwise, I think bad stuff happens if you try switching things out while not at ports. That's why I'm like, I don't think I can really back up. I might as well try. And if we get booted out, then we can try otherwise. Yeah. Here's Death. Your locomotive is loaded with it. Oh god, I succeeded. Oh dear. A successful route. Diverting Fragment may or may not understand words, but a quick round of shots from the train into its fleshier mounds makes the point pretty carefully. It withdraws its vines. The driver steps forward with a knife, carefully severing the central core from the nest. Together, you carry it onto the train, ready to be delivered to the nature reserve. 2,000 experience, nice. And yes, I totally got lucky there. I will take it. Take it without any regard otherwise. Anyways. Time to head off to the Royal Society. The conductor claps his hands with glee, then pretends it never happened. Even our clay conductor enjoys us going just at really fast speeds. Wonderful, wonderful. Not stray too close to the sun. The sun. The sun is full of terrors. Oh boy, if it isn't full of terrors. Why, we're just carefully going around it. Try not to run into anything because we're going at a very fast speed. That would be awkward. Alright, so we're gonna stop by the Royal Society, go to the Most Serene Mausoleum to finish up that deal, and then we'll tuck back to London. Do need to go back to the Brabazon Work World. That is not run into anything, especially up to including the Ministry Monitor. But anything really, because it would bloody hurt. Oh god. Yeah, gray is gray. Okay, so that probably means bad thing. I think it's more white when you're in a port. I mean, I'll check. Where are you off to, Starman Explorer? That was a good broadside. Another blind fire into the abyss, and it actually hit it again. That actually worked again. Okay then. An intriguingly bulging sack. How pleasantly it rattles. Newly minted coins fall with a heavy thud from the upended sack. Bright imperial sovereigns, her renewed majesty's many faces glare up at you. Just 48 sovereigns. Okay then. Alright. Building or train? Let's find out. Okay, building. Building it is. Mark your way back. At this speeds, won't be marking shit. But for the blaze of a trail we're leaving in the sky. Careful, careful. Very, very, very much careful. This one's appropriate this way. Then in like smoothness. Okay. Then avoid catastrophe at the last minute because I keep on tempting fate. Yay! Still not found any fanciful souls around here, which is unfortunate. It's back in, and perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. To delight of mostly himself, the mellifluous president is planning an expedition in the Royal Society. Think that's just that option, and then we have volunteering with the short-sighted professor again. Do sheer terror, depending on success. Hey, we succeeded. Experimental success. The professor's experiments are poorly thought out. You remove the electrical clamp from your tongue to offer a few suggestions, and before long are wearing a lab coat of your own. The expressions on the student roped in to replace you quickly confirmed that you were right to wriggle out of being his test subject. Oh dear. What was this one again? Oh right, sell uncanny specimens, otherworldly artifacts, condemned experiment, and a searing enigma. We don't want to sell any of that. Report. Hey, we finally succeeded in wandering the gardens. Into the green. The gardens were an early attempt by the Society to stamp their mark upon the sky. More interesting avenues for scientific exploration quickly presented themselves, however, and the gardens were left to run wild, half-tamed. The overgrown gardens are beautiful but hazardous to the casual walker. You, however, are a veteran rambler. The ha-ha is no obstacle to your fearless tread. The follies neither deceive nor divert you from your path. And you can tell from a mile off the bog is a bad idea. You find yourself in a pleasant faux classical temple, dedicated to the suns. Someone has left something behind. Time has passed while you've idled in the gardens. A cache of curiosities. What could it be? A solid crate. The box is gleaming, resonant, and heavy as King Bill's coffin. Or a faceted decanter, light and shade playing the shivered surfaces of the glass. I have a choice? Ooh. Could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Could be indeed. Well, let's see. Do, 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 do. Not that. Not that. Not that. Not that. Definitely not that. Not that. This is one of them. Okay. Oh, we want that one then. Alright, let's roll them bones. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Distinguished souls bob in a call of virtuous fluid. These are the currency of the judgments, the rarefied, the beloved, the brilliant. We needed one of those. And now to talk and redock to save that, because fuck if I'm losing that. Bugger all if I'm losing that. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The report from the Clockwork Sun. Sovereigns in a favor. Cheerio, indeed. And intend to put reception to fall our terror. By a little bit. Perhaps not indeed. Now's Tower. To exchange that for more of those. You know, sure. We do not want to observe the Clockwork Sun. That would be a bad idea. Capital B, capital I, bad idea. More visions of the heavens, however, I am all on board with. We have plenty from there. An auction of dusty literature. Ooh, I could potentially make use of this. Boop. Teeter behind the stall. Then we stock up, and we are ready to roll. To the most serene mausoleum, and then back to London. Because we have a deal that we need for that. And that deal that we have now for that is very nice. We can proceed on with our Devil's questline now. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We already bought stained glass that we're holding on to continue that, and we'll be in London, so this is just all sorts of ideal. Huzzah! It's like, I'll be honest, I looked up what each one... Takity Scout here! Ah! Fuck, 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 fuck. Well, I got hella lucky there. Fuck, they're already... We didn't get much out of the repairs, so... Let's just do that. Proceed. And I will admit, in a panic, I accidentally blew myself up again. I'm great at doing that. Just in a panic, pressing left click of, oh god, that's it, that's more of those fuckers. And then realizing, oh no. That is not what I wanted to do in melee range. Or more appropriately, in shotgun range. That is indeed considered unideal. To put it lightly. Yeah, you go, doggo. You enjoy that. Dogs are the best. And soothe the soul, because they are just More often than not, most dogs are just pure innocence. They're like, we just want the best. We don't think anything's doing wrong. We love you. It's like, aww. Hello, horrifying, dead son. Don't mind us. Not that you can really mind us, you are dead, after all. You know, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Or I guess more appropriate would be say the more? Whatever more lines to death. Well, that's death for you. Gained favor with them. Excellent. Write a reports. We're not gonna inter our aunt. Don't want to do that again. Don't want to do that. We've already had our success. And we cannot do that because we need 4 academe. Oh, anything of here of note? Alright, that's just all that. And that is just regular old souls. Okay, so not really. Oh, is our hole full at the moment? Okay. About to wonder, wait, didn't I sell those? No, yes, I did sell them, but I also bought more of them. There's the bombazine and Navarite gemstones. Wait, we don't probably want to buy things just in case we're given shit. Approach the death of this and visit the Macrobe counselor. We have unfinished business with her. Bargains for the deathless. Haven't run into any of those at the moment, but they may or may not appear. You don't want to gain more... Well, maybe we want to gain more terror. We'll see. First things first, we have unfinished business with her. Well, she demands, do you have my daughter? Deliver the presumptuous heiress. With the assistance of the clairvoyant doctor's face, you have succeeded. A touching reunion. Oh, we were given stuff. Oh, we were getting stuff we can sell just right here. Oh, happy days. Happy days indeed. A touching reunion. The macabre counselor is as close to overjoyed as you have ever seen her. Which is to say, her mouth twitches, sadly. The presumptuous heir's response is much more passionate. She drops the hood with a dramatic flair. You let a bloody monster steal my face! It's just a bit of skin, dear, the macrobe counselor says soothingly. Perhaps it will grow back. If not, you should be used to masks by now. Before the presumptuous heiress can continue her tirade with the macrobe counselor draws you aside. Most satisfactory. You have everything I promised, and more. Now, if you'll excuse me, my daughter and I have important matters to discuss. Ah yes, I can but imagine. Turn the heir to the macrobe counselor. We have a crimson promise, and 3 crates of Navartine gemstones. 1,000 experience. And, alright, sure, let's get another one. And some terror to boot. We've read this before. I've read most of them before. And, okay. Now we can go here to here and sell 3 of these for 1,425. And making us just one shy. Oh. We are so close to finishing that one. We have 3 more of those. Okay then. Actually, what am I thinking? They're cheaper souls. We might as well buy 3 of them. Oh! Oh, right. This is one of those. Oh, yeah. Unlocked when you have dealing with the Deathless. Poor unfortunates. The Macro Counselor has gathered a cluster of lesser souls by some stratagem or other. She has grown bored with them, and would happily exchange them for a coinage, which she prefers as a method of influence. Alright, neat. So we did have that because we had that dealing with the Deathless quantity. Excellent. We don't want to do that, and we don't want to do that. We do, however, want to get back to London. We have things to do. We have things to do in London. And if we see a resurrectionist, we're shooting the shit out of them well, hole. So that we can acquire a hole. And not be so damaged because of my foolishness that I committed upon myself. Sky Story. The elaborate memorial is carved with curses. Ah, curses, wonderful. Thank you, memorial. Wonder what sort of curses, like curses as in, I set a curse upon thee? Or curses as in... Well, yeah. Linguitional exasperation. Ah, no resurrectionists. No, wait, they're hiding right there. Like, never mind, they're just hiding. Ooh. Flawless. Flawless. Strip it for parts. For 16 whole. Nice, nice, nice. Makes up a little bit for the damage that I inflicted upon myself. Little bit. Nice thing about having higher mirrors in that respect, being able to sustain yourself better. We also want that better drill as well, which will give us more armor. So, that's the other reason we're going to be building that up. But we want one more irons level up. And we are, most conveniently, almost halfway through another level up. Which is fantastic. We'll be getting more because we're actually getting pretty close to finishing off some of our officer stories. Which is cool. Which is very cool. This goes to St. Dominic Station. The sky bustles with engines. That it does. Alright, nose is bothering me again. Yeah, but... Chugga, chugga, chugga. Return here. And hope we don't run into the place again. Wouldn't be the first time. Probably not the last either. Alright, let's see here. Enough tea to fuel the sun. Ah, cool. More money off of tea deliveries. Excellent. Bank. Want to put all 5 of those in. Another one of those. 3 more of those. Our judicious amount of explosives. Oh, except for 3. Because if I remember right, yes, Parliament. If I remember right, Parliament. And 3 deals of tea. Before we go too crazy, explore London. Ah, huh. Collect a telegram for the incautious driver. These are expensive to send. It must be important. The driver reads the telegram without expression. They show it to you without saying a word. Come home. Stop. Your father. Stop. Funeral. Stop. New Winchesters. Stop. Drive safe. Stop. He was ill for a long time, the driver finally manages. I need to pay my respects. The driver must return to New Winchester. Ah, that's unfortunate news. Right, with these immaculate souls, let's look for the Baroness of Hell. The repentant devil does not know her current address, but he is certain it will be someplace formerly grand. Formerly grand. What used to be the Brass Embassy. You try the remains of the palace. You try a few townhouses that have fallen on hard times. Then the repentant devil cackles to himself and says, I know where she will be. Hard to believe I did not think of it first. He leads you unerringly through the streets. It seems he lived here for a time, not long ago. The Brass Embassy. This was once the embassy of the devils in London. It is now a ruin, though still overly hot. You can see only a few limbs of the Baroness at a time. Most of her extends up the grand staircase and out of sight. The downstairs portions are plated iridescent on black, something like a widow's ball gown, if it were made entirely of beetle. The Baroness's children are sightless larvae, chewing old paperwork. Observe the meeting. Someone has sent an assassin after me. The repentant devil addresses the Baroness's downstairs eyes, and her downstairs mouth. Wicked humor, apparently. The plates of the Baroness's exoskeleton spasm. The rhythm is the rhythm of laughter, but the sound is the rustling of leaves. When she speaks, it is with the same desiccated quality. If I had the energy to kill you, I would have done it a long time ago. No, my old friend, your problems come from very much another direction. They visited me, looking for you. She turns her notice to you. It must be irritating, serving such a master. He becomes intolerable when he is bored. Correct her about who is master. It's your locomotive. He's on your crew. Or we could just let it go. She might not appreciate the nuances. Make sure this isn't impacting the route we want to take, because there is a route I want to take here with this fine fellow. It's a route I've taken before. Well, I don't mind looking it up, because it's just me not remembering what does what. Ba-da-doop. And ba-da-doop. Okay, yeah. This one doesn't impact anything. Just let it go. She might not appreciate the nuances. She studies your silence for several moments. When you don't move or speak, she seems satisfied. Ask about the person who came for him. What was their intent? Abduction. I said that there is no point in trying to take him anywhere he doesn't want to go, the Baroness remarks, extending one limb towards the repentant devil. But she seemed likely to keep trying, so I killed her and kept her effects. Ah, that seems about right. She produces a bundle of things. Clothes, a mean little dagger, and some paperwork. The bundle has been chewed on by the Baroness's children, but the papers still look legible. With that, you are ready to leave. What will you speak of as you depart the embassy? Dwell on his revolutionary tendencies. Once he was an ardent Republican. Dwell on his ambitions. Of course, he could never have been happy to live with the Baroness forever. It's that I want. Think so, anyways. Yeah, that is it. That is it. Okay then. Okay then. Dwell on his revolutionary tendencies. He speaks of his last fight with the Baroness. She did not wish him to leave, or join the Republican faction. The fight was lengthy and violent. He still has scars. What do you think he has had to grow? Why do you think he has had to grow his sideburns out? Oh dear. Learning about the Repentant Devil. You visited Baroness of Hell with the Repentant Devil. The Repentant Devil has become more angry at the judgments. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I think it was 3 panes of glass? Officers... Repentant Devil. Yeah, that's the ticket. To private rendezvous, Ask him more about rebelling against the judgments. Perhaps he'll explain more than he would before. And talk about the Baroness. Surely he has more to say. A former roommate. I used to live with her, he says, for centuries before the Republic. She gave me a safe haven. I gave her the wreck of power. I had been something, and now I was not. You've seen how she is. She'll sit in the ruins of the Brass Embassy for a century, if nothing dislodges her, feeding her babies on the pulp of diplomatic dispatches. On the topic of those babies, you rather thought you saw her eat one of her larvae as you were leaving. The uselessness and hiding wore on me. Overthrowing the aristocracy was something to do. And asked more about rebelling against the judgments. The wrong methods. It was a waste, the Repentant Devil says. The protests, the peaceful fights, and the violent ones. We were never likely to win by these methods. You wait. Control what something consumes, he says, and you control what it is. The feeding of stars is a delicate art. Spend centuries in cultivating them, studying their palates, watching for evidence of their responsive growth. I had influence. Now, how much can any devil say the same? Alright then. And now assemble the devil's evidence. The 3 documents lie on the table, ready to be deciphered and translated from their infernal tongues. Some words are visible only in the right light. He looks as pleased as you have ever seen him. It takes some hours to sort the matter out, but it becomes clear in the end. I have the measure of my attacker now, he says. If I were a younger devil, I would even be flattered. My old abilities are in demand. This son of the Blue Kingdom has put out a reward for the first person to kidnap me and bring me under guard to Sky Barnet, there to assist in the service of its appetites. Oh my. So we're now given 2 options. 2 options. Offer him safe haven board. Who cares if a judgment is looking for him? He belongs here with you. The devil's travels have led to this decision. It will determine his future. Because we have a rebellion, and offer him passage to his new home at Sky Barnet. you'd be able to serve the judgment there. It would not be so terrible to have a friend in the Blue Kingdom. Note, I believe, this means you don't keep him. This means you do. I am likely to choose that. But there's a bit of conundrum there, for that matter. And that's in our search for irons. Yeah. Once he will change into a different form of officer, a completed officer of a sorts. And in that process, he jumps up from 6 veils to 10 veils, and 1 affiliation academe to 2. Unfortunately, he loses the +2 irons. You know, irons we're kind of currently a bit banking on to get an exact amount. So, I can hold on to this at least. I can hold on to the matter. And, I will hold on to the matter. Because I believe I will get my salvation in the incautious driver. Maybe. Assuming this loss of 2 hearts doesn't just fuck me over something else entirely, which... if he loses 2 hearts... Conundrums everlasting. So it is. So it is. So it is. Anyways. New Winchester. Lutheria. That's back in there. We don't need to overly worry about that. Chaperone's bequest we want to do before leaving. Entering the Regent's grave. That is in the next zone. We're lining up for deals in the Reach, because we will be going to the Reach soon. Because most of our things are leading us that way. But we do have some small things to do. Gonna deliver some tea to the Clockwork Sun. Go up to Barbizon and to deal with Tigrin's charity. We're not overly worried about that one at the moment. Unless we go to Worrelbury and then bounce on over. That is technically an option. Now pass bills in Parliament. That's something we want to do in the moment. We will want to return to there because it has certainly been 15 days. Certainly. Incautious driver, New Winchester. Devil we don't need to worry about, and we have stuff in there. Okay. Yeah, we'll stop by Worrelbury in one brief moment. And stock up very much so. Stock up. And we'll bring 1 munition to just go straight into the other side. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Anyways, be right back. 1 moment. Just gonna take a quick stretch in bio. You know, before we head off. Always and forever into the abyss. while I'm up and stretching anyways, juice. Which is rejuvenating juice. Sounded good. And Dobbin's like, that juice actually sounds like a wonderful idea. I'll do wonders for my voice. And all the chords. Nice thing about having a mini fridge nearby, just have some essentials that you might want to snack on. Or drink on. Super convenient. And super lazy. I guess you could just have it all in a regular fridge. That's where I have a good chunk of stuff. The mini fridge is so nice when you just have in-progress things that you don't want to forget about. Okay, Whirlberry. Whirlberry. Yes, Whirlberry. Whirlberry indeed. Let's see here. We have a good amount of money, which is actually pretty nice. We might be able to do something with it. I'm just bouncing all over the place. There's the sane stuff, but won't worry about that for the moment. Like, the biggest note is that it will be useful, but, not for anything here. Likely, when we go into the next, when we go into a new place, there's gonna be better stuff. And that is what I'm counting on. Better train, better otherwise. Okay. Let's go to Whirlberry. Start committing all that jazz. Whirlberry is just over there. Dodge around that because I'm pretty sure I can't go through that dock. As convenient as it would be to do so. I can't. We're in busy skies at the moment, so I don't want to go speed demon. Chug. Actually, I should check that. Just checking one quick thing. If my worry is as it is. As it might be. It might be. Okay then. Okay then. Ooh. Here, that's not what I was looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, that's the thing. Yep, that drops to that, just as I worry about. Let's see here. Huh. Okay. Is as I feared, though. Yeah, that would do troubles. Do troubles to my balance. The Force! The Force! Force is imbalanced. So, basically, the problem that lies into, and I just remembered this because I know I've upgraded the driver before. And I only just remembered as I was trying to figure things out, or rather, more accurately remember things. So the problem lies in that I do lose irons in trade of veils for upgrading the devil. The driver, on the other hand, upgrades irons, so irons is actually not the concern point. The problem is, he loses his hearts, which then brings us back around to being shy on hearts for our weapon. So, yeah. It's highly inconvenient, to say the least. Highly inconvenient. Dun, dun. And a wee bit on the awkward side. So basically, how we're having things in position so far, we're actually shockingly gonna need more hearts at the current moment. There is I believe there is a way to upgrade another one of my officers that would give me more hearts, but theirs is a much more intensive process. One that I'm not sure I've ever completed. Officer-wise. So, yeah. Gonna need to figure things out. I'll need irons. I'd gain a minus of 2 irons off of them. I'm plus 4, so plus 2, so I'd still need more. Oh, hello, Kiki Dolphin. Hello, hello, welcome in. How are things doing for you at this fine, whatever time zone it is for you? For me, it's this fine dead o'clock, but yeah, whatever it may be for you. I hope things are going well for you, Geeky and Dolphin, and it is very nice to see you. I am continuing on with the Sunless Skies, which as per par has been tremendously fun. Palace Pier. We're Halloween night and it's gonna suck. Oh no. My condolences. Holidays in general are never fun to work with. I know this from having to used to work in grocery. Front-end grocery at that, I'll clarify. So, yeah. Halloween, I can imagine, is not gonna be any... Yeah, it's not gonna be pleasant. My condolences. I can sympathize. I hope you bear through it as the best as possible. Then, I don't know, maybe splurge on some candy if it's your thing. To make yourself feel better. Sitting here like... Keeping too straight from the door, he'll need encouragement to let you through. Oh, let's give him explosives. See, his off-season isn't so much a door as it is a little slit, cut along a periwinkle wall. From where you stand, you can see the corridor is both long and claustrophobic, a throat full of waiting dark. You take a deep breath as you step through, into a miasma of rotting fecal matter. Man, you want me to make food for you little shits for 10 hours a day, low staff, then expect me to give candy? Yeah, that's certainly a way to look at it. And it is unfortunate, for sure. Let's deliver the care package. Briefly without terror. People happy for actual useful stuff. Me realizing I didn't go to the ministry to turn anything in, so I don't have any reports or like, okay then, fair enough. I'll stop on my way back through Parliament's apartments. Yeah, I'll do that. Oops. But yeah, definitely my condolences on that. It's certainly not pleasant. Not pleasant anyways, working in those environments, but it's even less pleasant when it's just a combo effect of such. Hi, Lorne Fluke. Does your end perchance, Skywarn Orchin, happen to be Monster this time instead of Mist? Guess that'd be fair. And play Modern Warfare all fucking night and chug Monster. Fair. That is perfectly acceptable. That is very acceptable. The fun part that I'm gonna have to deal with by proxy is just that it's the having dogs in the family effect. In that the dogs are very much going to take offense to any and everybody who approaches the goddamn fucking door. It's gonna take some patience to deal with. The dogs are not going to be happy. Just like dogs dislike 4th of July just for different reasons. Instead of loud noises, it's, hey, doorbell and people, I clearly need to bark my head off. Yeah. I'm mad at Modern Warfare campaign? What are you mad about with the campaign? I literally know nothing about it, so feel free to say it, because you're not going to be spoiling anything to me. But what has made you unhappy in the matter? Feel free to vent your frustrations as needed, for that's what I'm here for. As I dodge around everything, trying not to get my poor train destroyed. Turn, please turn. Thank you. Got stuck in a mission where the gimmick is to craft shit and hide from armored enemies, but these enemies always know where you are. Ah, shitty stealth sections, I see. That's never pleasant in any game. That is definitely a good reason to be upset. Like, oh, I'm supposed to stealth. Omnipotence intensifies. Don't get me wrong, you can hide from them, but they are always hunting you. Ooh. Not the most pleasant form of stealth. You are absolutely right. The most pleasant forms of stealth are when they have no clue you're around and you're just a monster in the shadows. That's the best sort of stealth. Also, the sun. If you listen, bro, it gets to a Metal Gear level of complicated. Metal Gear level complicated? Oh boy. I've seen such things. Like, I've watched some of the older Metal Gears. I know how complicated it can be. They check in with each other, and if someone is silent, they go to the last known location, then they find the body. Ah! How pleasant that. How pleasant indeed. Oh boy. After that, they start checking literally every corner. Ah, that's a lovely combo of everything. Constantly hunting you, very, very smart AI. Yeah, it's a wonderful combination indeed. I'm so sorry. Orlbury chucks a mare again. Not going back there. It's been there. I don't need to go there again. So I'm guessing based upon what you're saying. Oh, you're not done yet. I was about to say I can only assume based upon the dialogue that that you can't like easily move a body or something so that they can't find it. Wouldn't be surprised. Hello, suckers! Entire level was fucking horrifying. Ah, good. Level design along with everything else. Perfect. Perfect. Go on. How was level horrifying? Show the full morbid nature of your suffering. That was close. Skinned right by that monitor. There's speed limits, they'd be pulling me over by now. Luckily, there isn't. Alright, so I want to go to the ministries. Guess I could check if there's any more prospects while I'm about. I'm in the goddamn area. If it's out of the way, I might not head there. Boom. I'm gonna need to slow down in a moment. Might as well do it here. Give you a shitty headlamp full of run-through apartments with some expired meat inside. Lights are flickering, they eyes after you, they break doors and shit. Gonna call this the spooky hallway. No, face off, Burrow Below. Ill supplied terror, yeah. Shit made me stop dead in my tracks. Oh, jeez. Be honest, not what I'd expect out of that sort of game. All that you're describing, but clearly they did so. Probably one of those cases where whoever was making it was all, I have a brilliant idea, and nothing and nobody is gonna stop me from committing it. Forgot to deliver the tea. I have derped. I have erred. I forgot the entire purpose of what I was there for. Bugger me. Bugger and blast. Alright, let's fix this. My error, my mistake, my foolishness. I already dogged her, wasn't going to be any matter otherwise. I'm a fool. Forgot entirely what I was there for. I just remembered charitable donation. You know what? Fuck it. If I'm gonna have to go back there, I might as well go back to Orlbury. And repeat. Okay, let's pick up another realm of munitions. There's all the Gillied Up missions too, which was stellar, but it was easier because Bushman and 50 caliber sniper. Yeah, that certainly helps with matters. Being like, ah, yeah. Like, they're stealth, but also I have a ghillie suit and a sniper rifle. Thus, nothing can go wrong. Unlike with what you're saying, which is, yeah, like the other deal, which is very unfortunate. Why am I dragging more munitions around? I can probably just go in the right way, reduce my terror for all that I've been gaining doing all this, and so on. First things first, let's deliver all 4 of these port reports. Officially in favor of the ministry. Get another royal disposition. We'll keep stored on this. Tick, tick, tick. Having no raveling jacks, that's fair. I used up my current one. Submit your observations on mended lefts. We spent 100 sovereigns to get one of those. The office will pay handsomely if you can provide evidence of repairs made to instance of unraveling time. You'll gain sovereigns and the gratitude of the Ministry of Public Decency, and improve the state of the Clockwork Sun. Money. Remember to deliver tea. Yes, indeed. Remember to deliver the tea. Indeed. I very much need to do so. A stitch in time. The chief horologist examines your reports with forensic care, filing pages of his notebook with neat ink before he is satisfied. Excellent. One of the clerks will see to your fee, and I'll make sure the ministry hears of your good work. Alright. Neat. Could acquire another unraveling jack, but... Raveling jack, rather, but that's fine. The Cock of Albion. So I want to look at it again. Real time is based on the old man's pocket watch. Yes. T. Bonk across that. Whirlbury T. Whirlbury T. Whirlbury T. Whirlbury T. Once we get through this small gap, we can go faster speeds. Wasn't expecting to have a deja vu of the charitable's, of the sequencer's charity, but, well, here we are. Because of my daftness, we're just gonna go here. Tally-ho indeed. Tally-ho indeed. We want to go a little bit more that way. Perfect. Probably. Hopefully. Okay, we are good. I am glad I have the full speed. This does make things a whole bunch quicker. And this isn't even the fastest one. But even having this one helps so much. Helps so very, very much. Oh no, that's... Yep. Definition might not match yours. Get out of here, guess! I don't want any more guess. Don't want any more guess. My 20-minute long search for basalt has ended. Ah, nice. Congrats on finding basalt. Basalt's actually a really cool, cool mineral. But then again, I'm a person that has a rock collection, so I should not be the one to judge matters on that accord. I just like rocks. All rocks have their place and neatness. Could go through here. Time for the lottery. We go for a hat. Write a port report while we're here, because why not? Might as well get the most out of it that we can. We have very much already done that. And, oh look, these temptations again. We, however, want terror reduction. Terror down. And terror down. Will not last much longer. Under that strange, unearthly taste, that'd get our terror up. So, more rubbery lumps. Yay! We are scruffy. And now, actually, I can still use some munitions. Makes the John so disconcerting. Oh no. I got a tiny lane bedecked with shops. Haha. Ah, we could have just slide off on there, but this is fine. That's for reducing our terror. And this is for the delivery. Have some bombs. And, enjoy the bombs. And reduce that. Food and medicine, excellent. Leave off season. And now, to go down to the Clockwork Sun to deliver the tea. To deliver the tea. To deliver the tea. To deliver the tea, he said. In what is effectively a mantra of madness. Deliver the tea. Deliver the tea. One with the ship, one with the tea. Nervously into the mist. It's fine. Okay, it might not be so fine. Please, Screw, don't look at that. All's fine. All's fine. Just a diseased fluke staring at us from underneath the mist that we might have bombed at one point. But don't worry, it's fine. Nothing to worry about. Probably. Likely. Don't question it. T, I must deliver the tea, so that I'm not seen, even though I probably am, as a complete scatterbrain at times. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. No. We don't want to be a scatterbrain. Anyways, hey, fuel for our efforts of stopping. Excellent. I guess we'll just piddle along here. The normal way. Just so I know I get around this bend easily enough. Sudden crags, indeed. Hi, Ministry Monitor. I was going full speed. I'd probably accidentally run into you because you're pretty much in the middle of the road. Sorry, the middle of the skies. Middle Ah, yes, the road. Here in the high wilderness. Between the crags of rocks. As we're literally effectively in a train-shaped spacecraft. Road. Alright. Hello again, son. We had some tea for you. I kind of forgot about it. Let me fix that and deliver y'all your tea. Tick, 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 tick. Back again to the sun. Yeah, exactly. The sun. The sun. The sun. Tea. Tea has been delivered. Yay. Alright, on that note, now we can progress forward, but first, let's remember our other deal. Yeah, port report, sure. We might as well. We might as well head towards here, and then we can complete our charitable assignment and get 500 more sovereigns, which isn't so bad. Honestly, the sequencer stuff as in their current form is actually really bloody good and profitable. World War just American. You don't say. You don't say. Anyways, on that note, onwards. I think we want to stop by... Yeah, we want to stop by Brabazon. Yeah. Want to stop by Brabazon, and then we want to progress to Parliament. Or, I don't know, we might well consider making a law. Sure, that'll go just wonderfully. What entails making a law? I actually don't know. I've actually never been elected minister in my games. So this will be a new thing. This will be a new thing. One that I actually am kind of excited to see. So yeah, I'm taking the opportunity to explore while I'm here. Even though it's a barren middle of nothing. Bonk. Come back here, Marauder. Not done with you. There we go. Now I'm done with you, Marauder. Ah, damn, I can't scavenge you for a hole. Tragic. Tragic. Fine, we'll settle for money. All that remains. The Admiralty has harried the Marauders to Albion's forgotten edges and hidden corners. The Marauders are unwelcome at most ports, and few dare trade with them, so they barter with each other, hoarding coin and grievances in equal measure. 10 sovereigns. I know we could have gotten hours from the other one, but I just wanted to show off. I just wanted to do that dialogue. Basically, the hours are so much more worth it. The hours are quite more worth it. That branch is there. That's handy. What branch is off this way? Because ideally we might be able to just bounce through there and at least we'll know. At least we will know. Now, I'm sure there's probably stuff we've missed in Albion, but it's fine. All roads will eventually lead back to Albion. Just as any roads remain off everywhere. We'll eventually be back. Just like how we've been back to the Reach a number of times now. Actually, speaking of which, on that note, I might as well just upgrade him now. Might as well upgrade him. Actually, we'll do it in port just in case it unequips him. So, we'll stop in London. Then upgrade him, because irons isn't important at the moment. We're not losing anything, we're just delaying our progress. And, we'll be fixed on that. I'm hoping to get a lot of experience off the things I'm doing and finishing up, because then I'm gonna need to reaccount for my plans. That I'll still need irons, but I also need a little bit more hearts. You're gunning right for me, yeah? Glorious Dreadnought. You're lucky I sometimes know how to drive. Sometimes. Not always. Definitely not always. Very much not always. Ugh. Pardon me. Alright, let us dive into here. Dive on inwards. Perfect. You getting stashed in the bank? No. Thinking of that. Ah. Stuff trying to take me back the other way, I see. We will resist. We will resist because we are kind of on our way out. Wait, no, more fuel. So we're not going back to the Clockwork Sun again. I've, had enough of the Clockwork Sun at the moment, so I'm raising my terror. Okay, officers. Repentant Devil. Offer him safe haven aboard. Who cares if a judgment is looking for it? He belongs here with you. He has tried everything but rebelling against the judgments directly. And now, perhaps, it is time. Now, of all times, perhaps it is possible to take action and have some hope of winning. The Repentant Devil has decided to remain a fugitive on your locomotive and take action for the liberation. Make his status here permanent. Who would he like to be if he is free to travel with you? This will transform the Repentant Devil into the Defiant Devil. A signaler who increases your veils by 10 and your affiliation academe by 2. Shall do so. 4,000 experience. Nice. Subtlety, scholarship, room for his library. You offer him room to experiment, freedom to travel, protection as much as you can offer from the interference of any further agents of the Blue Kingdom. Either he is touched, or he has attacked to pretend that he is. At any rate, he accepts. Could appoint the Defiant Devil to be a signaler when you are docked in port. The Repentant Devil has decided to become a permanent member of your crew. The Divine Devil is part of your crew. 4,000 experience is beautiful. And he is already slotted in. Okay, cool. That jumps our Veils to a plus 16. 26. 26 plus 16 is 36. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Okay, 42. The possibility that that's going to change because we might need a slot in the Inconvenient Aunt. First, we can get more faucets. We have leveled up. What are our options? Interesting. The devil you know. It'd be arrogant to say that devils have friends. So, what were you? A curiosity, perhaps? An exception? Okay, then. There's that. There's a house of cards. You've always been a gambler. You risk it all on the throw of a dice or the turn of a card. What would that give us? Because you cheat. Life is sweetest on the knife edge between fortune and failure. And anyway, you win more than you lose. Why? Because you cheat. Loaded dice, marked cards, a sleeve full of tricks, and a head full of schemes. Or because you never back down. When you raise, they fold. Because you take the risks others shy from them. After all, every shot you don't take is a miss. So that's an option. If we wanted a little bit more abundance of hearts to get iron, this would be our other option. Basically, I'm deciding between Mirror's Heart or Heart Irons. Because either way, we will need one of these. Pestilence. Turning into glass. Progress of your disease is halted, but where has it taken root? Beside your heart, in your lungs. Suffer from a perpetual hoarse cough, and occasionally expel clouds of emerald sand into your handkerchief. Your breast has become translucent and allows an educational, if distressing, view of your coursing veins and thumping heart. You take pains to conceal it. What is the devil, you know? Devils, with their ageless eyes and their excellent hats, their fondness for brass and their knowing smiles. Why did you seek out their company? I'm sorry, my nose is itching again. For their power? Or their parties? Yeah, no. We don't want more veils. Technically, this seance is our other Mirror's Heart deal. But honestly, I'd rather be a gambler who never backs down, in contrast to a believer in a seance. So, sure. House of Cards. It'll get us some mirrors too, which we do need more mirrors. And it'll give us the hearts we need. Because you never back down. The knife edge between fortune and failure. We win more than we lose. Because we never back down. Every shot you don't take is a miss. Yeah, no, that is actually kind of fitting, really. So let's do it. We did need more mirrors anyways. We are now at... Yeah, that speeds up our mirrors progress. We are now at 45 mirrors. Which means we... Nope, still gonna need to be in there. Which means we can now switch out our Prosperina Superior Mining Array for a cantankerous boring rig. We will be gaining 5 armor from this. And we don't have to worry about losing this one, because we are just naturally at 45 mirrors. Perfect. Okay, so we no longer need to worry about mirrors. What we need heavy on is more iron. We are fine with our hearts now. We have ourselves covered. Because once we lose 2 hearts, we will be at... that's 16, so we will be at 66. Which is still 65. So, we will still be good there. Our irons is what we need to work on. We currently have, at the moment, plus 7. Yeah, we didn't gain anything from that, so that's just for 52. We can get to 58 with that, and we will be gaining 2 more irons to 60. So that should still put us in trajectory for needing one of those. Which also means, at this point, I probably want to switch out to our inconvenient aunt. For the time being, we'll gain establishment, we'll lose the Bohemia. We'll lose that other 6 veils, but we will gain 6 more irons. Which it puts us at 13. We should be gaining 2 more with the driver in a bit. So yeah, 560, and then we will just need 1 more level up to be able to equip the Pluto Miniature Law Furnace. Alright then, let's go to Brabazon. Because Brabazon will house that. We'll stop by the ministries just to sell the poor reports we have at the moment. It's excess money. Let us see what needs to be done. Because we want to go to Brabazon to turn in that deal that we were entrusted with. It's only fair. It's only fair to that chaperone. We'll be helping people out. Then we can go up to Parliament, where we shall get into the lovely business of, well, making laws. Politics. Yay! What could possibly go wrong with politics? Other than everything. But other than everything, what could possibly go wrong? Let's go. Brabazon and then Parliament. I'm actually really curious about the whole Parliament stuff because I've never done it. So, new stuff! I'm always down for new stuff that I haven't poked at. And the cat has given me a filthy look again. Fair enough. Anyways, out of my way, everybody. Because we don't stop until we want to stop. Or until we flail around panicking going, oh gods, please stop. Whichever comes first. Don't want to hit that pipe. Don't know if it counts, but I'm not trusting it. Probably doesn't count. I think that's the boundary right there. Turn. Roll a d20. Chances of martial law. Let me pause this and I'll go in at full speed. Roll d20. That is a 14. The dice has decreed a 14, which is reasonably above average. Reasonably above average. So, pretty good. 14 indeed is a good roll. Glorious Dreadnought, don't mind me. Not here to start any wars with Her Renewed Majesty. That'd be foolish. I think we want to go around this way so we can dodge by Big Ben. Yeah, that seems about right. Not to say steady does it, then I just flailed out of control. Also called the exact opposite of steady does it. You are still just selling hours. Alright, bit between. Take it straight to the hideouts. Alright, we can reduce our terror a little bit more by doing here, so we might as well. Ah, there we go. Find on a bench. Ah, we're out of terror. Cool. Deliver the chaperone's bequest. A chaperone at Perdurance asks you to deliver a bequest here, in order to reduce the term her family needs to serve at Brabazon. The governor's staff handles this sort of thing. You are directed to a modest desk in a confined office in a shabby corner of the mansion. A brisk secretary greets you and offers you tea. A formality, not a genuine offer. The chaperone's jeweled eye is heavy in your pocket. You could keep it and cover your tracks, no one need ever know, but... But no. I want to deposit the eye as requested, because Specialist Narem is a good soul. The secretary seems disappointed. Time is more valuable than coin here. She examines the artificial eye critically. We'll have to get it professionally assayed, of course. Its market value will determine the amount of time by which service can be reduced. At that point, the residents in question will have to decide how the reduction will be divided among them. If a dispute occurs, the cost of legal resolution will be deducted from the value of the bequest. She drops the eye into her drawer. We'll take care of it. She completes and stamps an elaborate series of forms, then hands them to you. They are labyrinth and baroque, exactly the sort of thing you could use to befuddle some overworked junior official. Alright, we have discharged the chaperone's request, you've gained 250 experience, and we've gained 2 ministry-stamped permits. Nice. Is there anything we can gain from down here? Turn to the back streets. To your port reports. Leader, explore the true. Okay, there's nothing else we can do here, so... to your bit and to your locomotive. And to Parliament. To make laws. Yeah. That might be quicker, that might be easier. We'll go this way on this route, and then go out this way on that route. That's how we'll do it. Because, otherwise, well... that way we can take advantage of some terror reduction on the way back. Which will likely be heading to Reach. By likely, I mean, yeah, probably. Reach is probably our next protocol. Because we have a fair few things to do there, at least. We have our ambition stuff to continue. We have the incautious driver needing to go to Winchester. We need to check up on those experiments, which will probably go to Trader's Wood first. See, was there anything else? I can close that, that's not important. There's the expedition. I'm not overly worried about that at the moment, but we could do that, actually. That is an option. we will be at... Might be passing Trader's Wood. We'll see. We'll see how things go. Oh, Glorious Dreadnought. Goodbye, Glorious Dreadnought. Thank you for your service. Anyways, tally-ho! Tally-ho indeed. Just speed along and be worried about guests. Worried about guests indeed. They're just a pain in the ass to deal with. As we have seen. There's some sort of train up there. I'm not gonna hesitate. Actually, we should just go back this way. It's quicker. It's much quicker. Chug, in we go. First things first, turn in munitions, turn in munitions, turn in munitions. Boop, boop. And boop for a little bit of money and experience. Dear Cromwell's it. Enjoy a scone on the lawn. And get rid of all the rest of our terror, which makes it even more noted. Report. Then enter the House of Commons. Visit your ministerial department. And let us see about making a new law. Time to get to the business of government. Capital gives you 0 chance. Ah, hearts. Excellent. I can do hearts. It is Monday. The week begins with endless meetings. You are spared the most tedious of them. The loquacious civil servant explains that in matters of government policy, ministers tend to be more of an unfortunate necessity than a boon. The loquacious civil servant consults the latest opinion polls. This is indeed a courageous law, he comments, in a tone usually saved for a particularly unfortunate eulogy. Every day you get one action to try to boost your bill's political capital. The higher this is, the better chances of passing at the end of the week. Deliver a stirring speech in the House. You will convince them to advance that this bill... You will convince them in advance that this bill should be law. We have 100% on that one. The House rocks with applause. You appeal to their patriotism. You stir their souls. You paint them a picture of a better world. Where necessary, you even talk about the actual bill. Bill has no support. It's getting better. 6% chance. It's Tuesday. Your secretaries busy themselves assembling necessary paperwork for a week of intense legislation. The loquacious civil servant consults the latest opinion polls. Oh, that's the same. The higher this is, the better its chance of passing at the end of the week. We could leak compromising information to the press. Your friend, the phlegmatic journalist, is usually willing to be a conduit. Invent a good sob story to sway opinion. A real one would be preferable, but time is marching on. Or seek a celebrity backer for your bill. There must be someone who will put their famous face next to it. Ah, that always is a good thing. A little improvisation. There are no celebrities around, but one of your civil servants still has a signed picture of the beloved Kashmir princess from the days of old London. Some careful scissor work, a manufactured quote, and some decorative trimming later, Your campaign has a figurehead that none can argue with, and who will hopefully never find out. Only a tenth of Parliament supports your bill. Ow. 19%? It's Wednesday. Huge piles of paperwork await in your office. Fortunately, you have civil servants to handle that for you. The quickest civil servant hurries in. Minister, I'm afraid to say that so far your political will is only clashing with your colleagues' won't. I trust you have some secondary plans? Deliver a stirring speech in the House again, convince them in advance, dig up dirt on a rival MP, an ambitious orator has set his sights on you. He must be dealt with, or scare the House with a tale of terror. Fear has always been one of the best political motivators. These like all the similar odds, or does like the items give me more luck, more chance or something? That is a question. A question to be answered. I keep on forgetting what I'm typing. Right, that. And a boop. And a boop. Ah, okay, that's a random deal. Okay, so they're generally pretty random on their deals. Like you saw on the regular checks, they're all the same margins. Hmm. 10 plus 5. Okay, it's just guaranteed way. I see. That is fair. It's just a guaranteed way if you're not good with your checks, but we seem to be doing alright with all of our checks. Fascinatingly enough. So let's, do something different. Dig up dirt on a rival MP. A masterful moral assassination. The clerks of your ministry come through with style. You just have to wait for a quiet moment with the fellow, where, as a friend, you persuade him that another, more uncivilized MP is about to release details of his recent visit to Magdalene's. He leaves in a hurry. Only a fifth of the Parliament supports your bill. What's our percentage at? 27%. It's Thursday. Slowly but surely, the new law is taking shape. The courteous civil servant dispatches his secretary to check the mood of the House. He returns looking less than convinced. At least we have your back, Minister. Commission a voyage into the flooded cellars. A few gifts of some pre-fall wine will turn opinion in a hurry. Invent a good sob story as well. Yeah, sure. Mission a voyage into the flooded cellars. Into the dark. There are small rowboats near the wine cellar entrance. Down the stone steps into the freezing water. There's no light down here, but whatever torches you bring. The rowboat clinks against bottles falling from the many shelves. Greyfield's 1882. Morroway's 1872. The master known as Mr. Wines liked to use the cold of the stolen river to keep its favorites at the right temperature. You emerge with enough to keep the whole house tipsy. Only a third of Parliament supports your bill. It's Friday. The first draft of the new law is complete. Civil servants doze on their desks. Eyes red raw from too much late working by candlelight. I believe we are starting to see some success, reads the Loquish's civil servant's latest note. Whatever you are doing, I highly advocate its continuation and or escalation, to be deleted as appropriate and with the greatest possible respect. Which percentage adds? 38%. You could call upon the chief whip. They say the term used to be metaphorical. But these are modern times. Oh no. Attempt to clear out the competition. If your opponents don't make the vote, that's hardly your fault. I'm morbidly curious. Sore, but compliant. There's much shuffling on the back benches tonight. A few torn bits of clothing. Okay, so it really is literal. But everyone comes to order on your command. They cheer when called on. They boo loud enough to drown out any opposition. You own the house this evening. Half the Parliament supports your bill. Oh wow, we did all that and we're only at 50-50 shots. It's voting day. The first draft of the new law is complete. Civil servants doze on their desks. Eyes red raw from too much late working by candlelight. The loquacious civil servant is nowhere to be seen, choosing instead to take a long lunch. This is probably a good sign. Okay, take the new law before the House. You've done all you can. It's time to put it to the vote. Ah, 52% chance. Yeah, I expected that. Voted down. Despite your efforts, you're unable to convince the House to rubber stamp your bill. As everyone files out in search of drinks, you see one of the first secretary's clerks waiting for you in the corridor. She shakes her head, conveying her superior's disappointment. Find more examples of the will of the people to pass a new law. Constituents waiting. Delegations are waiting in Carlion, Lustrum, the Most Serene Mausoleum, and Whirlbury. A cabinet reshuffle. You're transferred to the Ministry of Foreign Disdain. Not the date that it was. You listen to the will of the people. And we failed a 50-50 shot. The Ministry of Foreign Disdain seems to be the same deal, but different. Ask about the will of the people. How do you begin making a new law? Democracy in action. A simple matter, Minister, oozes the loquacious civil servant. Those around Albion territory, which is to say Albion herself and the more civilized corners of the Reach, will often present themselves upon your arrival with their problems and little requests. Listen, return here, and your humble servants will put the wheels of government into motion. So, Carlion we might be passing by. I wish gaming would put sweaty players in their own lobbies. Yeah. Traditionally, that's what the point of ranked is supposed to be, but in practice, it's not. Unfortunately. In practice, it is not the case. And that is, that is very much unfortunate. Why, honestly, it's probably why I don't exactly wind up doing a whole bunch of, like... Well, why I don't do a whole bunch of just online multiplayer stuff. Just generally not in the mood to deal with a whole bunch of people's absolute bullshit, to put it lightly. Treasure! Oh, a mine. Okay, cool. Yoink. Oh, hi, Ken right? Don't mind me. Yeah, you just go up against that rock. And let's get the hell out of Dodge. I'm nervous about that dreadnought. Yep. For good reason. For good reason. Keep on running, keep on running. Keep on going the speed of light. I just keep on finding guests, and I dislike that I keep on finding the guests. Like, ah yes, would you like some evil? No, not really. Too bad. Evil! No, okay. Stink of rust and scrap iron. Ah, that's probably a lovely scent. Alright, rocking along back to the Reach. We need to... Yeah, we do need to go to New Winchester. And we do need to go to the nature reserve as well. So maybe New Winchester first. Just start getting things settled again in the Reach. Yeah. We'll operate that premise. Alright, well, here we go. Back to the Reach. Present yourselves for customs. Nothing to declare. Turn to your engine. And for first class, we go. Without terror, not increase. This quality cannot increase past 20. You grind and surge. The steam vents. The sigils of the edifice burn with sullen fire. Force like a great hand seizes your engine. Oh wait. The burrow below isn't fucking around with my... fucking around with me this time around? Good. Good. Sure, they'll find a way to fuck with me later on, but... That's fine. Ugh, sorry. Alright. Back in the Reach. So yeah, probably New Winchester and then to the nature reserve, assuming that's where they'll want to take us. Make a quick pit stop here. And we can go like... yeah, we could go down that way or so. Burp, burp. I'll be in transit relay. No, we don't need to do that. Celebration of itself. Yeah, sure. We are now loathed by the Tackities. Perfect. Take tea at the Admiral Nelson. It's open today. Most famous cafe in all Port Prosper is open today. The Admiral Nelson is Port Prosper's most exclusive tea house. West Enders congregate here to sit amongst the many little tables of ornamental shepherds and bulldogs and drink tea from little saucers, with her renewed majesty's face on them. The Admiral Nelson is so exclusive, in fact, that it opens only occasionally, and never does anything so crass as to advertise. People know by word of mouth. Initially, at least. Afterwards, most Prosperans join the queue. Sneak tea cakes for the porters. A few East End staff are kept on retainer, for the less rarefied requirements of the Nelson's running. Take tea with the ladies who brunch. A reading circle has gathered near the western window. Eavesdrop, there is much that can be learned here at the heart of polite society. If you're discreet, engage in pointed gossip. It is almost the Nelson's raison d'etre. Sure, let's take some tea. Tea's always a pleasure. Ooh. That was worth it. Improving literature for the new generation is passed around the table like cards at a particularly vicious game of bridge. Clemens has underlined the passages she thinks Florence most needs to hear, whilst Jeremy has brought something of his own devising, likening the other members of the circle to the 7 deadly sins. The atmosphere is tense and lightened only by jam and scones. You leave burdened by both books and gloomy thoughts on your own moral character. You now have 8 ministry-approved literature. That's a wonderful haul. And a performance of the Gaudy Widow. Cannot do that at the moment. Do we want to just take her along? I worry for us taking her along. But we might as well take her along, I suppose. Okay. Recruit the incognito princess. Perched atop a mountain of luggage is a radiant young woman. First officer, mirrors by 6, hearts by 2, affiliation bohemier by 1. She's an officer dressed in what an actor would wear in a fantastical romance. A tiara rests on her brow. A steady stream of commoners comes to pay homage, bowing and courtesying enthusiastically. Starlings circle in dense swarms around her. Refugees from old London are a common sight, although not in such numbers. She ignores everything and hands you papers so pristine that they can only be forged. The terrifying princess. I don't guarantee doing her story, but I've never taken her on before, so, Godspeed. We might as well be picking up officers at this point. Offer her a berth on your locomotive. She would certainly make an interesting addition to your crew. This will give you a first officer, who will increase your mirrors by 6, your hearts by 2, and your affiliation bohemier by 1. Welcome aboard, your majesty. I am a humble first officer, looking for... what's the word? When commoners do things for coins, she asks. Work, that's it. She beams at you, delighted, as innocent as a Gatling gun. As she steps aboard, a commoner calmly takes a spoon from his pocket and scoops out his eyes. After such radiance, all else is tawdry, he says, between screams. Seems she has already forgotten about her signing on money. Oh, I didn't have to give her money. Also, oh dear gods, if that's not a hint for how bad things could be, well, there we have it. There we have it. I'm sure everything will be fine. It'll be fine. Right? Let's go to Port Avon. See if we can't find a rat brigade. I passed by the rat brigade numerous times. If I'm just on an adventure of grabbing officers while I'm seeing them anyways, well, let's look for a rat brigade. Who I'm sure will love our useless cat. It's fine. I doubt our useless cat could catch a damn thing worth its life. This way. Yes. Hi, Glorious Dreadnought. Goodbye, Glorious Dreadnought. I can always trust the Glorious Dreadnoughts. I don't think I have ever seen any of them infested. Yeah, but other way, other way. Perfect. No, Port Avon is a bit of a different route from the ideal, but we might as well. I do remember the Rat Brigade potentially being here. It's either that or Lustrum. Hi. Rapture's tacky engines speckle the sky in search of mineable hours. You have fucked with the wrong person, Tackety Scout. You have fucked with the wrong person. Boop. The Tackety Scout is defeated. The Tacketies favor scrappy, versatile engines that, when not skirmishing with company's vessels, can serve double duty as traders, messengers, or transports. Good season's cargo, the contents it holds spill out through a ragged breach torn in the engine's belly, or scrap and scuttle the burning vessel. A section of the Scout's plating is intact. You could use it to repair some of the damage to your own hull. Yes, please. Repurposed. You fix the worst of the damage to your locomotive with blackened bronze wood. The outside of your vessel is mottled now, and the inside smells persistently of old fire. So yeah, what I just said, they fucked with the wrong person. Just like, oh, hi there. Bam! And goodbye there. Hello, goodbye. We have dubious people aboard, so don't mind us. Ugh, pardon me. We are heading to Port Avon. Can't this thing go any faster, Captain? That is clearly remarking on the fast-paced deal that for some reason the game was taking a bit to catch up. So yeah, see the fast pace is going well for the princess. Can't you go any faster? Blip. The answer is technically yes, we just need a better engine. Where we find a better engine? Bleh. There's apparently a quest one. Wherever that comes from, I have no clue. But that's fine. That's what finding things on my own is all about. All I know is there apparently is a really, really, really fast one. Which I'm sure guzzles... guzzles fuel like... I don't know. Last call at a bar or something. Into Port Avon. Quiet day at Port Avon. You know, honestly, probably just do this. Port Avon, write a port reports. Oyster nectar going cheap. It's kind of cheap. We'll grab some. A whistling Avarice is selling fresh, or at least recent, oyster nectar. A versatile substance used variably as a sweetener, an intoxicant, and a tonic for the vocal cords. The Avarice seems jolly, though his tune is not. Let's just grab that while we're here. Grab some more of that. And let's see here. Nowhere in. Has nothing here, so... might not be in any of this case. Attention is... watched. Not sure what one does with Port Avon. One thing I haven't fully figured out. Okay, so there's no Rat Brigade here at the moment, which is tragic. But we got some cheap repairs, so let's not run into anything. And move on to New Winchester. Bottom and around. Yes. Yes and no. Also full speed ahead. I see ruins are just in the middle of where we need to be. Just skirting the edge of the asteroids a little bit. I can always smell when the heater kicks on. Just easy to do. There's a unique scent to it. My nose is one of my few senses that isn't actually halfway bad. My hearing and my eyesight, on the other hand, is a different matter. Very different matter. Especially my eyesight. If I didn't have my glasses, well, I'd effectively need to press my face to the screen to see a damn thing. Yeah, my eyesight is horrible. Absolutely wretched. Alright, some more honey, some more hours, and some more literature, which is a nice thing. Seats for Port Avon, literature for Trader's Wood. Okay then. Not doing much here, so neither of these are really in the route that I need to go. Okay, so first things first, we need to do this, and part ways with Meg. She has been even surlier than usual during the return journey. Last night she knocked tentatively at your cabin door. A new cause. Yeah, experience. She sat on your desk, fiddling with her pouch of tobacco. Look, I hunt monsters, but I can't hunt a living flame that crawls out of my thoughts. And I don't know about you, but I done stuff I can't afford to have written on the outside of me. She fell silent for a time. Here's what I can do, though. I can find our girl before the fire that follows does. I'm going to track her down. If I catch a whiff, I'll get a message to you. She shook your hand. Good flying with you. Aw. Convey the masked citizen to Pan. On a research trip. That won't be for a bit. Deliver the bathysphere to the Baroness. It has been constructed to her precise specifications. Well diving. She examines it critically and minutely, checking every bolt, panel, and plate. It's good work, she announces eventually. Just as well, I suppose. Is it your imagination, or has she paled? Would she tell you what the bathysphere is for? My investigation suggests that the remains of the Green Regent, that's the Reach's son, are in Old Tom's Well. We're going to have to go down there. She brushes at her skirts. It's quite a journey, of course. Whenever you're ready, I'll be here. Okay, we'll want to do this while we're here, then. Because we might well be heading that direction. Convey the Baroness and her bathysphere to Old Tom's Well. Ready when you are. My own engine's undergoing repairs, I'm afraid. I ran into a courier near Lustro, and it made rather a mess of her. All aboard. She oversees your crew as they wrangle the equipment aboard. Her usual flippancy has frayed, and she hurries forward to check every bump or scrape of the bathysphere. Carry the Old Tom's Well lies to the south of New Winchester. We do know where it is. Carry the Baroness and her bathysphere to Old Tom's Well. The well lies to the south of New Winchester. The plucky Baroness is aboard. Alright, Godspeed to us. Lure the city. And escort the incautious driver home. The Stainrod mansion is draped in mourning black. The lady of the house stiffly greets her guests, nodding at every whispered word of condolence. A lady in mourning. The incautious driver's mother greets you both at the gate, her tone chillier than Lustrum frosts. The prodigal returns then, somewhat late, but I suppose better late than never. Your father would have been pleased to see the effort. Well, you had better come in. The driver has returned for their father's funeral. The funeral party gathers on the main lawn behind the house, sipping wine and eating delicate sandwiches without crusts. Look for the incautious driver. The driver's mourning in their own way. They slipped away into the house, up to an old playroom. Memories of childhood. When you find the driver in a dusty old playroom, a portrait hangs on the wall, showing a young boy and his younger sibling. My old brother and I, the driver confides. We aren't close. He was outdoorsy, while I spent most of my time in here. Almost died of sky sickness as a baby. Took a long time to recover, and I was very frail. Mother and father thought it best I stay indoors. I didn't mind. The world outside sounded terrible, full of monsters and diseases and accidents. I was happier with my toy trains, and my window garden, and my books. And about the incautious driver. Drivers mourning their father. The funeral party gathers on the main lawn behind the house. Oh, it's the same deal. Sipping wine and eating delicate sandwiches without crust. Attend the funeral on the lawn. A bell rings. It is time for the ceremony. The driver prepares to bid farewell to their father. The ceremony is solemn. Members of the family take turns to lay flowers on the coffin and say a few words. The driver places a flower, but says nothing. You find them later, in the shadow of a rose bush, brought all the way from old London. It was father who said I should leave, you know. Their voices quiet. I had to work, after all, and he knew I liked botany. He arranged a position for me at the nature reserve, and booked passage on a reputable engine. First time I'd left New Winchester. Well, sleep beckons. The bowl I smoked has me asking TN questions, like, do crabs think fish are flying? Okay, fair enough, Geeky Dolphin. Thank you very much for stopping by and hanging out for a bit. As always, I greatly appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful sleep. And do not dwell on too much on the thought of if crabs think fish are flying, because now I'm pondering that, and I probably... And it's like, who knows? But that is a question, alright? But yeah, thank you ever so much, Geeky Dolphin, as always. Hope you have a wonderful night. Take care. And thank you again. It's always appreciated. Pick a rose. There's a tear in the driver's eye. The moment is awkward, and it may spare their feelings if your attention was elsewhere. Lay your hand on the driver's shoulder. The awkwardness of the moment should not keep you from offering comfort. Damn straight. Ever wondered the way it's like to be a blade of grass? No, I don't think I ever have thought of that. I will be perfectly honest, I don't think that ever has come to mind. I'm guessing by the way you're saying that's one of those questions that have come to mind. And, fair enough. But no, I've never actually thought of that before. Or how easily Normandy would have been if they split off by mitosis. Yeah, neither of that either. Nah, I mean, I have thoughts of Normandy and the like, but not with relation to that. Unless you're talking about a different Normandy, well then, that's fair. Maybe realize there's actually a fair amount of different Normandys. Huh, what do you know? But yeah, nope, haven't thought of that either. Anyways, we're totally laying our hand on the driver's shoulder. We are providing support. Awkward or not, we should offer comfort. We crashed within sight of our destination. When I stumbled into port, I wasn't afraid of anything anymore. I thought I found my courage in the wilds. But it's the verdant, wasn't it? It colonized me and took away my fear. The driver looks at the house, to the dark window of the playroom. When it's done with me, which version of myself will remain? They frown. Can we go now? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Morning is never easy. Never easy at all. Trade for minus 10,000. Ah, that's still terribly expensive. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We don't want to get rid of our platings anyways. That'd be kind of unfortunate, actually. But yes, knowing that, we still potentially have a lot to save up, monetary-wise. A lot, indeed. Current crew, do we need to do anything else at New Winchester? No, has turned attention to finding your mutual friend. Think the train I was using from that other area. Yeah. I am relatively aware that there is a good train in one of the other areas as well. I think the next area I plan to go to, in fact. It's like, I think I've used in the one run I think I did actually utilize this train. So, I'm actually curious to see what's in the other one and see what's about. Only 3, no? That is a question I'm not 100%... No, wait, there's 4. Not 100% certain on. I'm not sure about the most expensive trains, how many of there are. Because like I said, I think the one I used in that was only this one. Because I only did like one run way back. So, I actually do want to poke around and see what's in store for other trains than the Mala class liner. Starting one, the one with London, the Dark One, and the Blue Kingdom. Let's see here. Starting one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that we're in. So, yeah. Talking to the areas. Oh, the areas. Right. Yeah, no. Yeah, there's 4 areas. You're right. Okay. Thought you were talking about trains for a moment, and I have no idea why. Probably because me being me. But yes, there's 4 areas. And I'll be heading to the Dark One next. That is the plan. Once I'm done with here, I will be heading off to Pan. And seeing what lies, because a lot of our shit is leading us that direction at the moment. A lot of it. I will just close that. Yeah, Ulithuria. That's it. I understand why you said the Dark One, because trying to remember off the cuff of your hand, Ulithuria... I sure as hell didn't remember such. So yes, Albion, the Reach, Ulitharian, and the Blue Kingdom. The Blue Kingdom is the last one we're going to hit, because that's the one I have the least amount of experience on. I'll go there when I need to go there. They're not reckless, they assure you, just making up for lost time. The incautious driver is mourning their father. Aw. Ba-doop. Let's see here, can we talk to them? Ah, yep, there they are in First Officer. Godspeed. The tiara wearing force of nature is definitely not a princess. Definitely not. From the tiara-crested brow downwards, there is nothing about the incognito princess that is not incandescent. She is like the sun, and about as dangerous to anything in the vicinity. Wherever the princess goes, she looks around with a surplus of curiosity and a complete lack of care. Prove oneself a fit confidant. While she seems incapable of discerning between the two, the incognito princess seems intrigued by any mention of daring-do and abysmal horror. Right, the one I got really liked because it had 18 hold and 3 auxiliary slots. Auxiliary slots are amazingly good. So, yeah. Auxiliary slots are fantastic, so that would be very appealing to get more of. Then again, I probably need more money. But that's why we're progressing how we can and how we will. First things first, to prove oneself a fit confidant. The truth revealed. Thrilled by your tales, the princess invites you to her quarters. I have a secret, she says, removing her tiara before donning a second, more expensive tiara. Oh my god. Also cheaper than the Moloch. Sweet. Like, here is my secret. Tiara off. Other tiara on. Gasp. Second, more expensive tiara. I am Queen Victoria's daughter, she says. I trust your discretion. Moloch is 20k, the other is 10k. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, the Moloch is expensive. It's a considerable ask. This must be the captivating princess, the daughter of Victoria, who dwells in the miasma of rumors of excess, ranging from red honey to cannibalism. Yeah. Oh gods, the captivating princess. Oh God's mercy upon us, the captivating princess. So, if you want to learn a whole bunch of horrifying, terrifying things about the captivating princess, well, Fallen London is definitely a good stop for it. They have some stories. And I'm sure it's not any more pleasant here in sunless skies. Oh gods, the captivating princess. I mean, the Moloch is nice because it has 2 auxiliary and 3 bridge, but that just feels overkill. And the loss of a plating is kind of unfortunate as well for the Moloch. Pardon me. See why she's terrifying. Oh yeah. I've dealt with the captivating princess on a number of occasions in Fallen London. Trust me, she's horrifying. She's horrifying. I've not done all the exceptional stories around her because I'm not. It's not like I've done a whole bunch of the exceptional stories. I became an exceptional friend in Fallen London at some point, but I've touched upon at least one of them that involved her, and yeah. Top of everything else it provides. Yeah. A half-sophisticated starling has somehow found its way aboard. It flies to her hand. She pets it gently. One is traveling to broaden one's mind before one takes on a new role. Not ominous at all, especially referring her to herself as one. It would be a delight to meet with the engineers who keep the eternal ball of perdurance tick-tocking away. She smiles. You find yourself outside. Also, as I've shown in my Sunless Sea playthrough, red honey is horrifying. She is very much involved in red honey. Very, very involved in red honey. And possibly worse red honey than the red honey stuff I showed in Sunless Sea. Yeah, it's bad. We won't be heading back to Perdurance for a while. Okay, so another potential location for... Yeah, another potential for the Rat Brigade would be potentially a nature reserve, potentially Lustrum. But yeah, she's deaf terrifying, and her story takes you to fun places. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. We'll get to there in due time. We won't be heading back to Albion. If we're going to any other place right now, we are heading forwards into the new zone. But for now, yeah. Let us help the driver make a decision. The funeral has left them conflicted about their future. You know, a little bit more wholesome of a story than Cautious Driver. I like the driver's story. It's kind of sweet, and touches upon some... touches upon some things. What do you want, Captain? The driver smiles awkwardly. How can I even tell anymore? Everything in my head says I should go to the nature reserve. End this already. But the Verdant Fragment... Is it fair to condemn it so that I can go on? Remain neutral. This is their business, not yours. Recommend freeing the Verdant Fragment. A life for a life is never a fair trade. Recommend they finish the journey. If this will free them, that is all that matters. I kind of want to go with that one. Because that one seems... it'll free them from their deal. You know what? Yeah. Recommend they finish the journey. This will free them. That is all that matters. You're right, of course. I'm spent too many years worrying about consequences. We must finish this. To the nature reserve, then. The incautious driver must face their impulses. Alright. Let us go to the nature reserve. Let us help them out. Let us make sure we're fully stocked up, because I remember this place being a little bit more touch and go. Do-doop. I said, boo-do-doop. No, hi. But yeah, the Evante may have 3 auxiliaries, but only 1 slot on everything else. But honestly, combat becomes fairly easy when you have the OP exploding weapon. True indeed. I'll see when I get there. I will see once I get deals. Because for now, at least, my Byzantium, my Agravane class Juggernaut, works pretty solidly. Working pretty well. So, we'll see how things go. Once we get to the zone, which we will be, if I had to guess, it's probably that away. Because past Hybris. But first things first, we'll be going to the nature reserve, and then we'll be going to the well. We'll be going to the well. Like, combat is definitely easier with the Wrath of Heavens. I still don't mind having decent enough hull, because, well, because the chance and the very much chance that we've seen of me accidentally blowing myself up. It happens. It certainly happens. And I would rather have the security. Doing how this game makes me so min-maxy, I end up checking the wiki to figure out what are the best results. Yeah. It can definitely be like that. I mean, I'm definitely trying to optimize towards the things that I want, and searching up for the results that I want, but I'm not fully going upon it by a min-max approach. I'm kind of more approaching it upon what fits with it's basically the roleplay, the character that's in my head for Specialist Narem. Like, everything I'm taking here, I do have an emphasis on stats to get the stats that I want, but I'm also choosing faucets that I feel make sense for my character as well. Captain, a hive! Oh, we'll take that. Because, like, even with officers, choosing the stories you want may give you bad stats on the officers. Fair, fair. Peacock Wind, why do we keep meeting like this? Why in this avenue to the nature reserve do I keep meeting you, Peacock Wind? Why, Peacock Wind, why? But yeah, I can kind of get it. At the same time, I do just want to see stories and do stories, because they can overall be an upgrade. You just might have to adjust matters on upgrading them. To work a quiet job. Talk about father is a little bit more depressing here. Join a hunting party. Let us reduce our terror. Let's see here. Port reports. Just get to the point where I read most stories on the wiki and end up not playing them. I'm very much not trying to do that. It wouldn't make obviously wouldn't make a fun stream, so I'm just going about things as best I can. I look up things here and there on the wiki to make sure I'm getting what I want with some things, but other things I'm just going full out on. Like, I did want the Defiant Devil, because I've gotten the Defiant Devil before, and I like having him on board. I like my devil. I like my devil, and I wanted to keep my devil, so I didn't want to fuck it up. But most things otherwise, yeah. Base of research. Wait, did I not turn it in? Wait. Wait, did I just not... Wait, what? Did I miss something, or... Oh, no, wait. I get it now. It was guests that I didn't have, and that's why I didn't turn in. Okay. I get it now. I was confused. I thought I turned that in or something. No. I need to turn it in now. That's the step I was on. Hand in the pen of a scribe spinster. You took it from her dead hands. You're thanked for your efforts and asked to wait while the company sorts out your rewards. It might be a couple of days. The phlegmatic researcher asks you to visit. You find him hunched over the pen, frowning. These damn things are a puzzle. They drip with ink when the spincers hold them, but once the pens are out of their hands, they dry up. I've dissected a spinster, and can tell you, they are not flying ink pots. 100 experience, 400 sovereigns. Ooh, this is gonna get us some money. Hand in the ligaments of guests. The butchering was somewhat traumatic, but science must march on. The phlegmatic researcher invites you to a picnic lunch. A morning glass of brandy has widened his smile. You brought me proof of an old theory of mine, he says, offering you a ham sandwich. He declines to explain further. 500 sovereigns, 100 experience. Excellent. Hand in a mandrake from Trader's Wood. At last, you and your crew will be able to enjoy restful sleep again. An envelope from the phlegmatic researchers dropped off at your locomotive. Your reward is contained within, along with a few words apologizing for not receiving you in person. The mandrake sang a song that reminded him of his boyhood. He is still in bed, recovering. 300 sovereigns, 100 experience. And a sample of ice from Old Tom's well. It's a miracle nothing of yours froze off when you gathered this. The phlegmatic researcher invites you to his cabin. I cannot make it melt, he says, stirring the black ice in his glass. It's not of water, whatever it is. Tasting it does make one a tad melancholic, though. 400 sovereigns. Ah, that was profitable. Let the researcher get down to work. Be sure you've handed in all you wish to. We have... Researcher has disappeared into his laboratory. And now, 15 days. We are on the 18th of June. Okay. Here, maybe into the reserve? Oh, right, the clocks. The clocks. Was that a mirrors check? I'm actually gonna check that just to make sure I don't fuck myself over here. Was that a mirrors check, the clocks? Sunless skies. Like, oh right, the clocks. We did get a task about the clocks. I need to find where I need to go. Also, I'm thirsty. Give me a moment. Ah. Do. Oh, wait. Alright, there we go. I was like, wait a second, I'm blind. I'm very much blind. Yeah, it is a mirrors challenge. It is indeed a mirrors challenge. Mirrors challenge special. Ah, yes, that's useful. I mean, I guess there's only one way to try. Alright, well, I need mirrors. That's what I thought I remembered it being. Mirrors. Alright, first things first. Escort the incautious driver to the Verdant. The fragment should end the driver's obsession. Like this we can just get done. Start of darkness. With difficulty, you help the driver drag the remnants of the fragment to the great tree in the middle of the reserve. Once again, its buds open up, showering spores to absorb its memories into itself. You're close enough to taste some of them yourself this time. An acrid, sour taste in the back of your throat. From it, an image forms in your mind. A squirming black cancer, writhing in the heart of a god. A sudden darkness, light extinguished by betrayal. A single, burning thought. Murderer. The image fades. The edge is withering from memory. The driver steps away, breathing out the last of their infestation. Their eyes... Their eyes no longer glint emerald, but the damper green of moss. They stand differently now, not trembling with the effort of keeping still. Your incautious driver is now judicious, and will increase your iron by 10, and your affiliation establishment by 2. You can appoint the judicious driver to your chief engineer. The incautious driver has become judicious. Judicious driver is now a member of your crew. 4,000 experience. Yay! Yep. Judicious driver, a history of crashing trains, and an earnest promise to do better next time. With their hand at the wheel, it's almost believable. The driver hums to themselves as they steer, eyes fixed on the horizon, and the promise of horizons beyond. Every risk is carefully calculated. Occasionally, they allow themselves the thrill. Speak to the judicious driver. Driver has overcome their Vern obsession. The crew have stopped complaining when the driver takes the wheel. Changes after changes. I thought I'd miss it. The verdance. Not being alone. The invulnerability. Funny. Despite the feeling I almost died, I thought my fear could only be conquered by the thing inside of me. Now I see I was wrong. Oh, I know I don't have to be reckless all of the time. Their hands spin on the wheel. You grab a strap and hold on for dear life as the train careens through a field of space debris, just missing the largest chunk with the perfectly timed burst of the jets. The driver grins. But some of the time, that's another story. Fair enough. Okay, nothing worry about that. Okay, time to get some sleep. Catch you next time. Alright. Thank you very, very, very much, Cybershot. Once again, as always, I appreciate it greatly, and I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful sleep. Take care and have a good one. I'll see you next time. Mirrors, mirrors, mirrors. That's irons. That's just mirrors in general. That's hearts we'd be getting rid of, which means we'll be out of that, but well, we do want mirrors. Let's see here. Investigate the clocks. The researchers are busy in a meeting, leaving their apprentices to handle reserve business. One offers to show you the clock. 62%. Oof. Your horological office pocket watch affords you access to the port's primary clock, from which others in the area get their time. You unpack your tools to begin. Assorted screwdrivers, brushes, pliers, tweezers, a small bottle of oil, a jeweler's loupe. You could sabotage the clock. You have your reasons, and nobody is watching. Leave it as it is. How are the horologists going to know anyway? But we'll try. Correct the time and date. This port has drifted from Albion Standard Time. 62%. Damn it. Lost in time. This clock must have been designed by a madman. Though the gears seem to know what they're doing, you can make no sense out of it whatsoever. Passers-by outside wonder where the 13th Bond came from. Fortunately, you are not the only horologist here. A skilled apprentice present on unrelated reasons soon intervenes, promising to fix things on your behalf if you'll just put away your tools and go anywhere else for a few hours. In exchange for your fee, obviously. Unfortunate. It's, the unfortunate nature of, these sort of roles. And I definitely did not succeed on it. Oh well. So I think that's all we need to do here. We need to go to the well and have it 15 days pass from the 18th. So, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 33. So, once it's next month. Once it is next month. That's completed. That's completed. And about the incognito princess. Yeah. Alright, was there anything here to get? No. Nope, okay, there's no ratty rats here. I think I might need to go to Lustrum. Just go to Lustrum to see if I can get that. Which will be a minor detour, but I can manage. Badoop, badoop, and badoop. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. First things first, Old Tom's Well. Capabilities, cabins. Drifting dreadnoughts. I worry, which is why I'm over here. And going right on by. Oh dear. And, my apologies ahead of time for going into bee territory again. Trust me, my ears will suffer just as much as y'all's will. Sorry. Yeah, we don't have much we want to do here. Basically, I want to do that, and I do want to see if I can't find that rat brigade around. Otherwise, afterwards, we will be heading off. Anyways, let's free ourselves of the bees. And get ourselves experience. Yay! It's the one thing the bees are good for. Experience. Alright, more experience off the bees. Alright, I think we're good. I think we're good. Let us sally forth to the well. A couple days have passed. Part of the reason I'm not going super fast at the moment, to burn up days anyways, and the other part very much being that I do want to fight things and get experience, because that is... we want another level up. Nice to say, we very much want another level up. Anyways, let's transition from green to red. Actually, let's stay a little bit away from that. That's Horrorland. Sigils glow on these ruins, lambent in the mist. Yeah, let's keep a little bit away from that. Whoopsies. Loot, random treasure, Just the odored barrel. And we have fuel. Excellent. Indeed, the captain's truest friend. So what's the other ship over... engine, rather, over here? Thought I saw something. Oh, there's treasure. There's a scribe spinster. Ah, I see. An outbreak of heart sickness. Yes, indeed. A serious outbreak of nostalgia is spreading through your crew. Frequently, they stop work to stare away into misty remembrance. They gather during the evenings to meditate on times gone by, and debate the ways in which the past was superior to the present. The air is full of sighs. Hold a compulsory knees up, break out the brandy, string the fiddles. I failed at 93%, god damn it me. A sinking of spirits. They drink the brandy. They join in a few half-hearted verses of ta-ra-ra-boom-de-bay. But soon the mood turns melancholy again. Before you can stop it, the crew are sharing stories of the loved ones they left behind, and the lives they led in those long-gone days before London climbed into the sky. Should've blown that up. Should've. Now I have two, just explorers here. First things first, do we want experience or bronzewood? Bronzewood. Definitely bronzewood. Kerthunk. Gain some hull. Narrowly dodged loosening that hole that we just got. And that guy killed himself. Right in Terrorland, I'll say, but, well. Examine the captain's logs. They may shed light on what befell the explorer. Okay, good, we succeeded. For Sky Story and Sovereigns. Always defeated. The captain's store is covered in knots and crosses. So, it transpires, is the rest of his cabin, his logs, and his body. In every game, the knots won. Your crew turns up a few valuables, and you return to your engine. The tic-tac-toe got him. Or repeat, the tic-tac-toe got them. Godspeed, Explorer. You poor soul, you. Death Star's black as his Strangler's heart, rather. Ah, yeah, Strangler's heart, but of course. Approach. Descend. And ambition, which I'm sure is going to gain us terror. Descend into the well in the Baroness's bathysphere. It will take more than a day to prepare the equipment and anchor the winch and pulley. Your crew will remain behind to man it, while you and the Baroness descend into the well. The assembly is difficult. The well winds howl, dragging any unsecured tools or equipment over the edge. The cold bites, freezing fingers and faces. Picks and hammers break on the packed black ice. No, pardon me. Eventually, the machinery is ready. The bathysphere poised at the well's edge. Below is the whirling, thirsty depth. Blacker than oil. Blacker than pitch. Blacker than the space between the stars. Do you know, the Baroness says, in a low voice only you can hear, I'm not certain I can do this. Tell her she can stay here. You can do it alone. Encourage her. When is she going to get another chance to explore the inside of a well? Say nothing. She can follow or not, as she chooses. Tell her she can stay here. We're the courteous sort. They don't think they can do it. She can stay here. It is no hide off of our back. She blinks. Goddess no, she remarks, and without further hesitation, clambers into the bathysphere. The very thought of sending anyone alone into that, I don't know what came over me. She checks gauges and dials as you squeeze into the second seat. It's like, well, you are in the darkness right here. It's like, we gave her an out. She could have just stayed here. Then she realized, wait, no. I'm going with you. She checks gauges and dials as you squeeze into the second seat. One of your officers closes the hatch, shutting you in. There's a sense of sudden vertigo as the sphere swings over the well. Then, with a jerk, you begin to descend. You're descending into Old Tom's Well. The well's tumult makes the bathysphere swing and spin. It is a rocky, nauseous descent. Soon the last light of the stars falters, and the windows are dark. But there is movement in that dark, like ink stirred into water. Turn on the lights. The Baroness had gas lamps fitted to the outside of the sphere, or descend in darkness. Perhaps it is better not to see. I don't know. Might be terror, but... A broken kingdom. The light is feeble, but enough to limn the closest side of the well. You see towers and palaces, crunched together and cemented by the ice. You see the wrecks of shattered locomotives. You see the bones of creatures caught in the well's pole, the flesh stripped from them by flaying winds. Best turn them off again, the Baroness says after a time. We may need to save the gas. 5 terror and a vision of the heavens. Yeah, fair. According to the bathysphere's clocks, you descend for more than a day. Then the winds begin to ease. The spheres stop spinning and swaying. There's an eerie calm. Then a sudden, grinding collision. Then silence. I think we've hit the bottom, the Baroness says. Her voice is bleak. Climb out. Unfastening your straps, you unlock the hatch and climb out. The Baroness hands you a lamp and follows. In the grave of a god. The ground is a compact, frozen scree of stellar detritus. Footing is perilous. You can hear the moan of the well winds far overhead, but the air here is still as stagnant water. Motes of dust hang, unfalling in it. You make your careful way from the well wall and down the slope. Wait, the Baroness says, suddenly, and raises her lamp. The light gleams on something gold and gargantuan overhead. You stand amidst the golden bones of a sun. They vault an arc like a murdered cathedral. Ribs as big as bridges. A curve of skull vast enough to dome all of London. You scramble like ants beneath them, discovering that their lengths are twisted and splintered, mangled by some impossible force. There is a pressure in your ears, as if unheard thunder was resonating around you. Collect a sample of the sun's bones, do what you came here for. Do not tarry, strive to hear the death cry of a fallen sun. You leave the Baroness to collect the sample you need, and make your way under the skull dome, where the pressure is most intense. Oh, they tempt me. Ooh, they tempt me. Oh, do they tempt me? I have to guess that I'm going to gain nightmares on the other one. I can only but guess. And nightmares are a pain in the ass to recover. Alright, we'll do it. We'll do it. It's a good way to... We might have to take a stop at Magdalene's at this point, but we are in the right area at least. Yeah, we are in the right area at least. Okay, we have to. Strive to hear the death cry of a fallen sun. The name of Thor. The Last Testament. The pressure tightens. You hear distant, thundering words, accompanied by blazing visions. They rage against the sun's death at the hands of a half-sun, a midnight murderer. The killers sent false messengers, bearing a well seed. They planted the seed in the sun's heart, and it bloomed and ravened. A lawless killing, a shameful death, enacted without due ceremony. Your mind abandons its grip on consciousness as oaths of futile vengeance thunder through your dreams. When you awake, you are strapped into the bathysphere as it completes its final, violent ascent from the well. The winds are roused, roaring at the sphere in a frenzy. Nearly there, the Baroness yells, and soon the sphere is deposited, smashed beyond further use. Onto the edge of Old Tom's Well. Success, and in comparison to that, getting your sample back to the Baroness's laboratory in New Winchester should be easy. We've gained a Crimson Promise and a nightmare. Went the wrong way! Went the wrong way, and then I start to panic. Suffice to say, don't panic when you're right next to a well. I don't know what happens if you get in the middle of a well. I don't want to know what happens when you get into the middle of the well. Just carry on. Just, carry on, our wayward son. I think we'll stop by the flowers to see if we can reduce our terror by a little bit. And to spend up some more time. To the coast to Tigger's haunt. So yeah. Because of us doing that, we have learned how the sun here in the Reach died. A half-sun. A midnight murderer, they called it. Planted a well seed inside of them through false messengers. And then, considering there's a well there where its corpse was, presumably it grew from inside of it. Suffice to say, that much forces growing inside of you would indeed, clearly and apparently, just, tear you from the inside out. Which could not have been pleasant at all. I say, putting it mildly, it was 100% not pleasant. It was definitely not pleasant, I'm sure. Now there's not where the bees reign. and where we're oddly not seeing any bees yet. Bees, I don't mind actually killing you because it'll give me experience. Oh, bronzewood, okay. I'm going to argue against some free bronzewood too. Bonk. Experience. Like bees? Thank you. They didn't actually hit me, they're just kind of stuck on me. Yeah, it was a bit weird. Won't deny that, it was a bit odd. I was just kind of scrambling for them to get back on top of me. I mean, for me to blow them off. Excellent. Experience and nectar galore. Boom! That was a lovely hit. Anyways, more experience. We're doing well on the more experience train. Aw, no more bees from that one. And no bees from that one. Okay, then. Alright, we can't say this at the moment, but... harvest that. Do that. Spend some supplies to linger in the flower field. Let's reduce our terror, because we will be heading back to the nature reserve in a moment, and they definitely sell supplies and fuel. And that has spent us some time, which is good. And it was profitable. So yep, we now at the current moment have 6 honeys and a couple bronzewood. Got 1 bronzewood from that. We at least got like 4 honey from that, or some such. How much honey do I have? 6. Okay, yeah. Seems right. Thought I heard bees briefly, but... No, I heard bees. Gonna say, or I'm just going crazy. But no, there's bees. Was bees. Was. There were bees. There are no longer bees. Once again, I say, how do we keep meeting like this, Peacock Wind? I mean, you're at least going in the right direction for me. And meaning I'm not going to run out of supplies, but still, how do we keep meeting like this? How do you keep inflicting terror upon me at all these moments? Peacock Wind is after me. Not paranoid? Not paranoid? Is it the good kind of nature in the reserve, or the malodorous kind? Again, I thought I heard more bees. Actually, we still need to wait for a bit. We're gonna be perfectly honest, we still need to wait for a bit. We need it to be next month. At least a couple of days into next month, so, let's piddle around and see if we actually do find some more bees. It's like, yeah, we actually do need to spend more time. They are not quite ready. Are you an actual dreadnought? Ah, yes, you are. Okay, fair enough. Whoop. Continue doing the Queen's duty. I'm more than fine with this. June 29th. I just realized we buzzed by my birthday at some point. Well. That's fine. Also, buzzed by. Oh, I found all the bees. Those ones did inflict some damage on me. The first bee saw what I did. The second bees in line saw what I did with the first bees and decided, oh no, we're not having any of that. Full speed ahead. So, that was lovely. Alright, June 30th. We're probably still a few days off, to be honest, but just continue trekking along and doing my best. I don't want to trek too far away because supplies. At worst, maybe we'll need to spin in some circles a little bit. Hello again, Dreadnoughts? Hello, hello. But I'm also worried about my terror, which means I probably want to be closer to the nature reserve. Just more worried because we decided to pick up at nightmares because we're foolish. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of which, since this is a new theme, it's within Villainy. A Crimson Promise. What is a life worth? This. Acquire these from the Heartcatchers, or occasionally from Blind Hermits. Don't worry about either of those. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Dawn chives the crew. Chivies the crew. Who's up for a bracing walk in the reserve? With rifles, of course. Alright, let's see if July 1st counts. Wait, never mind. I hear bees. Maybe? Or is that just the wind? That's just... hearing bees in my sleep now. Or rather, at least going crazy thinking there are bees after me. They're totally after me. But it's totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah. Take a quick trip into the reserve. Which is wonderful. Humans are home to improbable things. I haven't figured out how to progress that any. Don't know if you can or not. Piece of research. Nope. A little bit longer. A little bit longer indeed. Alright, fair enough. Can accommodate that. We'll stick close for the name of our terror not increasing. And I don't know, do some spins. Whee! We're so close. We're so close. July 2nd. Let's see if that's enough. If it's not, it has to be July 3rd. If it's not, it has to be July 3rd. There's no way around it. Ah, damn it. Okay, it's July 3rd. One more day! Guess we know the spin technique works. Our crew, on the other hand, must think we're going crazy. Trust me, on the few times I'm just gonna be whittling around with date stuff. It's really the only time I care about it. Otherwise, it's like, go off and do other stuff. But this we're literally just days shy. So yeah, we want to, we need to, we must. And to answer it, we spin. July 3rd. Please let this be enough. Has to be close. It was like the 18th or so that we did it on. And that goes on to like day 33. Reduced terror. That's a promising sign that this is present. Yep. Ask about his completed research. The phlegmatic researcher sits alone in his cabin. A pie sits on his table, barely touched. He welcomes you, but sounds dejected. Evil befell my colleagues. My research has been cancelled, he says, and Leadbeater and Stainrod won't tell me why. Ah, could he tell you more of his trouble? Leadbeater and Stainrod cut my funding and took away my work. He takes an unhappy nibble of pie. They're shutting down research here. The entirety of their production is turning towards Apollonian cinders. And his colleagues? One sane her voice away, and that didn't stop her. A few have shut themselves away with their research. Researcher shakes his head. There must be something here causing the fatal obsessions. If you'd help me discover it, I'd be grateful. Calculating look flits across his face. It'll need someone to go into the reserve. They'll have to be well armed. You captains carry munitions, right? Fair and experience, 3 ministry stamp permits. Quested a crate of munitions. Oh, we do have munitions. Discuss the phlegmatic researcher's secret initiative. All his comrades took ill. He is attempting to uncover why. Saw him use his laboratory now. You'll find him in his cabin. Ah, that makes sense. Lying in bed, his swollen red leg raised up on a mound of pillows, the phlegmatic researcher flicks through pages and pages of notes. Something in the reserve has driven my comrades to madness. He raises himself to look at you. You'll need munitions if you want to help. Let me know when you're ready. I'll give you the best map I can. Enter the reserve. You'll be going alone. You'll only have your wits and your weapons. The researcher passes you a map of the wilderness. It looks like the work of a child. The man who made this was one of my best scouts, he says proudly. But our worst cartographer. He died from climbing too high and the inevitable fall. Please find out what's driven my friends to madness. Our best scout, our worst cartographer. I have a map of the reserve. In the wilderness. Oh, thank goodness. There are no other people here. It's just you and the birds and flowers. Trees and woodland creatures, streams and bumbling insects. Any evils are insidious. Be on your guard. Barmate, follow the trail. The map indicates that you should continue straight ahead from the forked road, visiting neither Albert's River nor the Violent Whirl. Going on tours through the reserve will make this easier. Interesting. We still have a 100% chance. So, yay! Partial success? On 100%? Is this rigged? The forest floor is trapped with snagging roots hidden beneath the leaves. To walk requires all your attention. With your focus concentrated entirely on the ground, you do not notice when you stumble face first into a spider's web. Oh, gods! Your attention is swiftly grabbed when the eight-legged monstrosity leaves off eating a parrot to begin wrapping up your head. Oh, this is the worst! This is the worst! Shoot it dead! Shoot it dead! Shoot it dead! It won't get you. Not today. So anyways, I started blasting. Spiders. Spiders. You struggle for your rifle. As the spider is about to dig its mandibles into your scalp, you lose a shot. It is knocked off. As you rip the webbing from your face, more spiders crawl from the undergrowth. You empty one weapon, then another. You take what you can run with and flee to a clearing. Wonderful. Pass through the meadow. This clearing is filled with powder blue mushrooms. They sway gently in the breeze. All the routes are guarded by fierce thorns. The only way forward is straight through. Hey, there's a success. A hideous smell permeates the air. Of course, the one deal I get a partial success on, it's with the damn spiders. Go figure. Go figure. A hideous smell permeates the air. One powerful enough to knock a weaker spirited captain down. As you pass a human-shaped fungal lump, it's hard not to consider that may be exactly what has happened. When you finally reach the other side, it is some time before you recover from the olfactory bombardment. Your map directs you to a cliffside, which towers above you. Pass through the cave. The cliffs are colored like a mixing palette. There's a small cave opening. The map indicates you should travel through. Also on the map, circled and in red, is no light. Success. It's as dark as unconsciousness. Progress requires focus. Hand on the wall, one step at a time. The walk takes some hours to complete, but you make it to the tunnel's end, and light. Before you lies a valley. It's probably best not to know what was inside there. Probably for the best. Enter the valley. Your trail ends in the heart of the valley. The phlegmatic researcher traced the source of his colleague's illness to here. It's a steep cliff climb down. And success. The climb is unpleasant, but it is at least invigorating. The wind whips by as you find crevices and holes on the verdant rock. The sun beams warmly as you negotiate between barbed roots and slippery lichens. Eventually you make it down. You travel inward until you come to an area cordoned off with thick rope and small cloth flags. You conceal yourself in the underbrush and observe the masked industrial workers of Leadbeater and Stainrod harvesting distinctive-looking flowers. You take one for yourself and fight your way back through the reserve with slightly less difficulty than it took to get here. The phlegmatic researcher sits among piles of papers. His fingers are stained with ink. His leg is as swollen as ever. Hand over the flower. Tell him what you found in the valley. The researcher digs his finger into the petals and draws it out. It is coated with yellow pollen. This is what they use for Apollonian cinders, he whispers, sniffing gently. He coughs violently. I feel... Goodness, this is it. The cinders. This is what's driven their passions mad, driven my friends to ruin. And now the company is pushing it onto the Empire. He leans over and grabs a tall stack of papers. He dips his pen in ink and then begins writing. I'll see that they know the truth. I hope I can call on you. 900 experience. Is on a crusade against the Polynesian cinders. Ah, cryptic benefactor too. Cool. The phlegmatic researcher sits among piles of papers. Okay, that's the same. Distributes anti-cinder propaganda. The researcher has written many pamphlets. He mops his brow. The rag is ink-stained, and darkens his forehead. Here's the current stack, he says. Take them to New Winchester. The people must know. Alright, going to New Winchester. Ooh. And that's the only thing here now. Demand is much greater than the supply. Leadbeater and Stainrod are raking in sovereigns. The company is looking for a captain to deliver a shipment. Kirk sniffs and brushes the golden dust away from his nose. You're carrying a good load today. Take it to New Winchester, please. Just to see. View the phlegmatic researcher's list. Alongside his other work, the phlegmatic researcher is continuing his studies into the Reach, despite losing funding. What does he need? Oh wow, it's one of everything. Cloister B, Ants, Hybrispus, Cantankerai, Fungal Deal, Titanium Petal, Scribe Spinster, Guest, Traderswood Mandrake, and Ice. Still wishes to study? Well, okay. We'll keep that in mind as a passive gather, but we'll not overly worry about things. Okay, let's go to New Winchester. Because we can drop off our current person. And we can do the other things we're doing. I know I'm exporting the thing they say is a problem, but I just want to make one delivery to see how much it is. And then we'll deliver the pamphlets. Because, what could possibly go wrong? Everything. Everything could go wrong. I am foolishly double-dipping out of greed and curiosity for the dialogue. Anyways, let's speed ourselves up. The cat is angry at us again. That's fine, it can be angry at us. That is indeed acceptable. I tried desperately to turn. We want to go, yeah, up. Up and through. About as so. Yeah, as so. Onwards, onwards. For to New Winchester we shall go. Dreadnought there. Well, we'll leave the Dreadnought be. It seems to be doing a wonderful job observing that piece of rock. No need to disturb it in that regard, I'm sure it's fine. Alright, hello, New Winchester. For the city, deliver Apollonian cinders. Drop them off with the clerks at the loading bay. They'll see that it gets to its destination. 150 stars. That's really not a lot for it. Here's a reward. I'll personally see that it makes it to its destination. Yeah, it's not the greatest. Deliver pamphlets about the dangers of Apollonian cinders. Drop them off in the square. Post them up in the boulevards. The people must know. Your public campaign creates quite a stir. The temperance campaigners, who already worked in force, are very quick to adopt all your talking points. The cinders transform all goodness into vice. They overheat the brain. They kill you with what you love. One campaigner, anxious to support your good work, presses a small purse into your hand. Return to him for more. Okay then. Assist the Baroness in performing a solar autopsy. The Baroness needs to return home. You have material from the corpses of both the Son of Albion and the Son of the Reach. What can you learn from them? Investigate a mysterious noise from the back of the laboratory. The Baroness maintains a well-stocked laboratory in her cellar. You convene there to conclude your research. This seems like a good priority. Investigate a mysterious noise from the back of the laboratory. The Baroness is otherwise distracted. A chance discovery. It is coming from a heavy glass jar on a workbench. The jar rattles as something iridescent whirls inside. That's a sample of the peacock wind, the Baroness says, frowning. What's got it agitated? Shall we find out? You open the jar. The wind tears from it and across the laboratory to the slab of the gold bone, where it rages in a brief localized hurricane that scatters equipment across the cellar. Then, with an anguished wail, it disperses. The Baroness climbs to her feet. I wonder, do suns have souls? Do they leave ghosts? There are a great many winds in the heavens, aren't there? Ooh. Investigate what killed the Son of Albion. Of course, Her Majesty claims that the King of Ours was defeated by the might of the Empire's navy. I have always had my doubts. Let's see, shall we? The Poisoner. Examine it through a microscope. It is immediately apparent that the Son of Albion wasn't killed by munitions, but by poison. It has worked its way into every golden cell. The poison itself you cannot isolate or extract. It is as insubstantial as a thought. You examine it more closely. The patterns of its spread are regular, like the strokes of a pen. You point this out to the Baroness. Fascinating. If only we had more. The lines look like fragments of correspondence sigils, don't they? Can words be poison, I wonder? With the correspondence, I wouldn't be surprised. Investigate what killed the Son of the Reach. You have the fragments of its bones to study. Goliath. The Baroness investigates. It was killed by a titanic, mangling force. Even the grain of its bone fibers are distorted. You deploy implements, acids, and the industrial vice she keeps in her laboratory to see if you can duplicate the effect, but find nothing able to generate the necessary pressure. Whatever did this to the sun, it was beyond the reach of mortals. Yes, indeed, as we've learned. You made discoveries. What have you learned? This one, then autopsy. Ensure you've made all the choices you care to. I have. Oh boy, I leveled up. Progress. The Baroness ticks off points on her fingers. Firstly, the suns are not merely dying. They are being killed. Secondly, that the methods of their deaths are beyond the means of lesser beings. That in turn suggests that the things responsible are suns themselves, or entities of a comparable magnitude. She frowns. I must say, this is rather grander than I had anticipated. I see why it consumed our mutual friend. But I think that's all we can achieve for now. I'll continue to research this, but anything more will take time. I'd recommend you turn to another line of investigation for now, Specialist. Baroness has completed her research. You've learned something you should not. Alright. Next thing up will be here. Convey the masked citizen to Pan. Perhaps we could take your engine. I'm not universally admired in Pan, and I may need to keep my head down. A new companion. The citizen packs extensively before boarding your engine. No fewer than 4 trunks need to be carried aboard. All vital, I assure you. One of them is coffee. If I have to drink tea for a month, I'll go mad. Anyway, when we arrive at Pan, we should speak to the Cypher's king, whoever it may be that week. Before they board, the citizen touches their arm. Let me ask you a frank question. Do you think our mutual friend is still alive? To my surprise, I have become entirely fond of her. So you don't know, but you hope your investigation will find out. Say no, the odds look increasingly slim, or say yes, you're sure she still lives. We have confidence. The masked citizen nods. She is commendably resourceful. Good. So I was more satisfied to be fighting for something, yes? They board your engine, calling to Pan to the nearest engineer. The engineer, who possesses a clear understanding of the chain of command, looks to you. You nod. To Pan. Masked citizen boards your locomotive. Them, by the way. Anything to explore? Nope, not really. There's that. We're gonna close that. That is a lot of nonsense. Okay then. Need to do some things here in the Reach before we head off fully, but first things first. See what faucets we have. Not the most ideal setups, but we'll make do. What's that one about? Live a life of letters. Each evening you sit at your desk, ink and paper one side, and stamps and envelopes the other. Who do you write to? The pen friends or newspapers? Alright. A black sheep, because this is iron. You never fit it in. You were a piece from another puzzle. You came to revel in your family's disappointment. Their disapproval was a trophy. Their commendations, their condemnation, a commendation. I'm like confused. Why did they resent you? Could be for your failures. What a disappointment you were, and how often and lengthily they informed you of it. But the things that mattered to them were unimportant to you. You would find your own path, or for your successes. That which you deemed a virtue, they deemed a vice. What you adored, they despised. The things they revered, you mocked. You were a stranger to the people who knew you best. And for your successes. And thus we have more iron. And what does that put us at? Options. Officers we have in accordance as so. Yes. So our profile, our irons is at 65. Oh, yeah. We're gonna put that in. Put those in. Put those in. And we want this out. 3/4, 3 hold, 2 hidden compartments. Which shows up as so. We now have our law furnace. Hells yeah. We'll resist getting more people because I think we still have someone to pick up in Lustrum, so Magdalene's to Lustrum is where my plan lies at the moment. Are there any prospects that line up with that? No. Okay then. Oops, wrong way. 16 and 8. Let's get a couple more fuel because we're about to transition over such. And yeah, okay. Anything else in here that's of note? Oh, no, not here. Not here. Okay. Saving. Let's hit up the company house for a little bit of more extra money. Ah. The Fire and the Fury. You are summoned to the engine room to discover a condition of emergency. The firebox thunders. Inside it, an inferno rages. Its flames a stark, strobing blue. The boiler creaks and rattles. It is beginning to overheat. The fires won't go out, Captain. Fight the flames. Rally the crew and smother the fire before it does any damage. Or starve the flames. Your locomotive will suffer while they burn out. My nose is acting up. But you should be able to prevent a boiler rupture. Beaten back. The fire fights back, lashing like a whip. Its blue blaze purging all other color from the room. You choke one corner, then another. The fire dies by inches. Then you clean every scrap of its ash from the firebox and begin the long, slow process of relighting the engine's fire and getting the boiler back to temperature. The newly kindled flames burn a comfortable yellow. Have 2 terror. And we have survived that, clearly. Yay! As we learn more stuff, the flame tries to get at us. Which is highly awkward, to say the least. Let's turn in some port reports and probably grab some things here as well. 3 gratitude, more fortunes, up and down. We shall do it as so. Greasing the wheels for another stamp. And sure, we'll grab a couple more gossip as well, because that puts us at 42, and 42 is a nice number. Anyways, to Magdalene's, to Lustrum. Conductor hit, claps his hands and leave. Then he pretends it never happened. Love how it's like, ah yes, even the clay conductor is not always so stoic. Please no peacock wind. Please no peacock wind. Alright, hours I will stop for. Any loot I will stop for. Hours are definitely present. Who knows? I'll be honest, I don't exactly recall what's needed to get through the transit relay there. We'll find out. We'll find out. But just in case, I'll pick up whatever hours I can. Finally, Magdalene needs a hot bath and decent conversation. The princess desires that you dock. Wait a second. Oh no, that was just light. Okay. Ow. Accidentally bonked myself. Keepsake Market. You know what, sure. Let us get another unlicensed chart. Because that puts us at 2. Thus, we now have an extra. Treat your nightmares. Okay, the one we haven't done. Your mother. She is present for a given value of the term. Nightmares received. Mother is sleepy today. You've so many stories, she mutters in a final moment of wakefulness. There's sugar by the kettle. Now, tell me another as I dream. Aww. Literature. We'll definitely pick up some more literature before we go onwards. Alright, Telestrum. Oh, wait. Sorry, I might as well pick up a court report while I'm here. There's literally no reason not to. Never know when something might be of use. Court reports. Alright, now we're good to go. We want to go to Lustrum, which means around that way. Which means ludicrous speed. Yeah, we'll get to the zone. I'm kind of feeling a little bit on the tired side, and it's almost 5 in the morning, so I do want to get to the main port of the next zone. And that's probably where we'll call it. But first things first is, well, getting there. Getting there, indeed. That's not something I need to worry about. As long as the map isn't lying to me. Which, yeah, it isn't. Ah. Salome's Fall. All those jaggedy bits of ice. Don't want to get too close to the terror. I've had enough of that. Turn, thank you. Because I also want to look at what new engines might be in the new place as well. And, well, any equipment and gear or whatnot. Well, we might as well take his stomach. Because it's there. The princess has taken all the blankets. Let some scroll. Throw something on the fire. Books, if you must. No thank you. It's in terror. Since we've been running to all the Cantankerite, clearly. And then we can probably head straight along through there. Yeah, actually, yeah. We should be able to, very easily enough. Just head on straight through. Excellent, excellent. Hello, I'm back, Lustrum. It's been a bit. busy factory on the outskirts of Lustrum's sprawling shantytown. Yep, that's just that deal again. We won't worry about that. We'll restock up to the extreme, because we'll have a journey ahead of us. Oh wait, first things first. Before I do that, Lestrum, port reports. Visit the pub. Retrieve your crew. You, over there, you're needed on the train. Retrieve some of your crew. I think we finally retrieved our crew, and hey, there we go. Recruit the Rat Brigade. Oi, down here. 3 rats glower up at you from below a table, where spilt beer has trickled down to form a rat-reachable puddle. Chief engineers who increase veils by 6, irons by 2, and affiliation villainy by 1. A new beginning. The smallest, most scarred rat is called Cinders. She introduces her companions. This, she indicates the rat wearing goggles, is my second, Petronella, our mechanic. She gestures towards a rat with glossy fur. And this is our agent provocateur, Albrecht. The rat inclines his head. We need a locomotive. These battle-hardened rats are all that remain of the Rat Regiment, a mercenary company active in the early days of the Winchester War. Used to be dozens of us, the best sappers around, says Cinders. Now look at us. Her whiskers twitch. Time for that later. We'll pay, specialist. Well, thank you, rats. Turn to the streets. And then we could recruit a little bit more crew from amongst the miners. They have already lost everything. Many come to Lustrum to make their fortune. Most leave poorer for the attempt. Few are willing to sign on with you, hoping for profits beyond the next horizon. A warm bunk, at the very least. We got 1 crew member from that. Alright, that's fine. Listen to the will of the people. A delegation has been sent to petition you in your role as minister. Endless problems, few solutions. You listen with appropriate amounts of care to each person who begs a moment of your time. The majority are local issues, not worth bringing up in Parliament. Occasionally, inspiration strikes for a new law. You promise with the practiced politician's sincerity that, even if there's nothing you can do, you will do it to the best of your ability. They seem mollified by that. Alright, cool. You have nothing new to provide, right? Nope. No indeed. Let's have some tea. We'll have some appropriate Eutherian gold, because we'll be heading there. And return to town. Hope we don't need more barrels of unseasoned hours. And yep, we have another chief engineer. Scarper, lads! They've got guns! The Rat Brigade has made a mess of your galley. Straw, bits of blanket, and patches from damaged uniforms have been gathered into a makeshift nest. In contrast, tiny notebooks, battered derringers, and hip flasks that are not as small as you might expect are stored with care, stacked in a corner away from prying eyes. Talk to the Rat Brigade. Why exactly do they need a locomotive? Perhaps sharing a confidence of your own will encourage candor. Missing numbers. Cinders lights a cigar. Our Sarge kicked the bucket in the blockade, but the night before he told each of us he'd left us something in a vault. Old sod must have been loaded. Thing is, we need his account number to get it. He gave part of it to each of us, so there'd be no thieving. Hence our predicament. That last mission, our lieutenant sold us out. Half the squad died. The rest scattered. We took the numbers off the dead, but we need to find the survivors of the company. Between us, we have the number. And we still have to find the vaults. Cinders grinds her yellow teeth in frustration. Sarge kept some stuff at Carillion. Doubt it's the vault, but might be a clue. She cocks her head. 50 sovereigns for a trip to Carillion, then? Oh, I guess we're stopping by Carillion just briefly. To find the location of Sarge's vault. Ask Albert about Sarge. They're on a quest because of his bequest. What was he like? How did he die? The past unburied. Albert is polishing his claws. Sarge Castellan's shadow. He assembled us at the start of the Winchester War. The best fighting rats who came through the avid horizon. He made us a unit. He adjusted his whiskers. But we had no respect. We were expendable. To get better contracts, we had to be respectable. So we found a rodent of officer class to lead us. The pot hamster, I think. He sighs, and that's where it all went wrong. He lapses into silence, and will say no more. And of time with the Rat Brigade, they can be riots if they're in the mood. Rats in the locomotive. The Rat Brigade are playing cards. Cinders is cheating. By means of mirrors concealed in the sleeves of her uniform, a spring-loaded trap, and brazen card counting, Albert and Patronella have devised a surreptitious drinking game about each new display of bad sportsmanship. Alright then. Well, guess we're making a brief detour. Which shouldn't be too much of a detour. It's just kind of right there. So, let's go. Useless cat is angry at me again. Have to be careful because of the ministry, but... excellent. Oh, God. And we'll take your pen. Remember what I said about being careful about the ministry? Yeah. Gonna say, remember what I also said about the ministry, the ministry monitors? They like to be sure that they double tap. Just something I've learned over time. It's like, yep, double tap. Luckily, you can see where their shots are going. Experience and a sky story. Well, here it's last complaint. Ow. Rude. Oh, you want to say your last complaints? I'll say my last complaints to you. Alright. Let us repair some of the damage from having to deal with all those. That's a saying. Okay. Yep, tanker eye. It's slightly hiding. It's no longer hiding. Alright, let's gain some sovereigns. I'd say anything else, but I actually hear the anything else. I already hear the anything else. Ah, Visions of Heaven, nice. Because that's right there is one of the fungal cantankerite. Donk. Just sideline them right there. Rude, yes. Okay, there's that thing handled. And, yep, Terra's fallen. Obliterates. Wait, before I go too far, that is ours. Okay, to Carla. So many distractions. Then we'll go through here. And if there's no way up there, we'd probably likely have to go through that avenue, really. That is likely the case. I'm not objected to going through that avenue, because it's probably the one we need to go to, and then turn off that way. You know, based upon my remembrance of how things generally were. That's my guess. Another wrecked train. Donk. Loot the hold. Bulging sack, which is full of sovereigns. Hey! Money. I do like money. We'll speed up on the way back. Worry not on that. The stars are few. It's dark and peaceful here. Fair enough. Alright, let's dock. We're going shrine to help with our terror. Reports as we can, and ask about Sarge's stuff for the Rat Brigade. You are directed to the presiding Deviless. Her record keeping is immaculate. If Sarge left something behind, she'll have made notes. An avoidance of repetition. She glances up when you enter her office. On noticing the Rat Brigade, her eyebrow rises a fraction. We've never satisfactorily answered the question of rodent souls. How can I help you? She addresses you and ignores the rats. It transpires that the Deviless is able to locate Sarge's file remarkably swiftly. She does not hand over the SIM folder, but reads it in silence. There, I knew he'd specified something. Those who came looking for that would be entrusted, for which he entrusted to us, must first undergo penance, to avoid a repetition of his mistakes. You'll require a shift in perspective. That can be gained in the checkerboard garden. Also, we gained 50 sovereigns. Checkerboard garden. Shift to perspective. Is veils. Okay, then. One moment, please. Do. Veils. Oops. No. Not how I want to do it. I'll do it like that. Like that. And like so. Travel around. Checkerboard garden. And that's a much better chance. Gain a penance, a shift in perspective. We'll do that. Then we get all our people lined back up properly again. A dupe, and a dupe. To the foyer. Go and speak to the presiding deviless. Take the Rat Brigade back to the presiding deviless. You have been cleansed of Sarge's sin. The Rat Brigade looks almost contrite. A single sheaf. The presiding deviless smiles at the unhappy expressions of the rats. Much better. She passes over a single piece of paper from the Sarge's file. It smells of incense and jasmine. Hookah, Cinders explains. Sarge did like his luxuries. The writing is minuscule and brief. The vault is at the central office of Halding's Bank. The account was opened in London, in the year before the blockade of New Winchester. The Deviless is already working on a new file. You have apparently been dismissed. So I know there's also an alternative for the Rat Brigade, but I already zoomed past it, but had something to do with probably souls. And buying it through that. We didn't want to do that. That was easy enough just to get it. Alright then. Let's find where we need to go. Because I very much want to get to the next zone. And that is... well, we won't call it going into the next zone. We'll call it once we find the main place in the next zone. And I have a brief glimpse over on all the new trains. Want to suffice myself with that one luxury at the least. Just fall along the ledge, as safely as possible. Because of shit like this. I'm gonna go a bit slower because I'm worried. To be a way through. It transitioned. Apparently this rock is coming with me. That's been sighted. It's been granted. Dappled with drifting spores. Yes, indeed. Let us use our bat to see if we can't find it. Let us abandon this rock. Oh, yep, over there. Good job, Bat. Good job. Appreciate your service, so Bat. Now for me to have to find the way through. You know, the hard part. Hoping there's a way through all of this. Even if I have to go through that. That is fine with me. Just glad there's a way through here. I'm immensely glad that there's just a way through here. I have to go all the way around through Hybris and then go through that little hole right there. That's about what I was expecting. Oops. I don't want to go too fast, because this is honestly a pretty narrow avenue. And if there's an enemy lurking somewhere in here, which they do, then I would be in a smattering of trouble. Oh yeah, it's definitely still alive. It's definitely still alive. It is no longer alive. Yet another otherworldly artifact. We went through some of them. Man, those Cantankerai hurt. Man, those Cantankerai hurt. The bull Cantankerai. They will go right at you with reckless abandon. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Just need to get to that question mark, and all shall be well. There's no reason stopping by Hybris. It's dead. It is very dead and dismal. The Aggravated is certain the dog will be the death of them, not through hunting, but by amiable drowning. Basically, they're worried about it. They're worried about its drool. Happens when I try to drive one-handed. Bah. Bronzewood too. Huh. Mold pastures. Ah, sounds lovely. Everyone loves to just have a visit to the mold pastures. Who wouldn't want to go to the mold pastures? All the kids want to be there. In the mold pastures. The Lutheria Transit Relay. Lutheria Transit Relay. A stone edifice, scintillac with sigils, is encased in a contrivance of steel and brass. This is a St. Jenkins relay, allowing transport, via loophole and some cosmic band-aid, to a far-flung district of heaven. This one leads to Lutheria, a place of revolutionaries and malcontents. It is little used. So, we need a travel permit. By a travel permit, the superintendent eyes you solemnly behind his Bronzewood kiosk. Once you have a permit, you'll be able to travel to Lutheria via the relay. Future captains in your lineage will unlock the permit. 800 sovereigns, oof. Oh ho, but I happen to have a cheaper way because I happen to buy some books along the way. Oh, beautiful. Acquire a travel permit. The superintendent is bored. Give him something inspiring and something good to read to make his deployment pass more quickly. 3 ministry-proof literatures and 2 visions of the heavens. Don't mind if I do. A gap-toothed smile. The officer buries his nose in a book, only recalling his side of the bargain when you cough. Twice. Meaningfully. I'm so sorry. Forget my manners. Don't get much company here, and I've another 3 weeks left. He passes you an ornately marked vellum scroll, sealed with the Eagle's Imperium emblem. It might look nice, but they don't fit in my filing cabinet. Bloomin' Imperium show-offs. He apparently feels no need to be polite about London's once ally. even though it's the Empyrean technology that helped open the door to the heavens. Present yourself to customs. Every relay is on the hunt for contraband. Waved through. The customs agents are currently busy. They stamp your form without even checking your cargo. That is something that can happen. Okay, so Thuria is either caddies of tea. Appreciate the chance for a good cuppa. Or a savage secret. The workers here suffer from unremitting tedium. Relieve their ennui, and they'll send you on your way. Be warned, you may not be able to return from Uthuria for some time. There's our warning. But we'll go there. Away. The superintendent listens attentively, even takes notes. He has no intention of forgetting the slightest detail when recounting it to his subordinates. When you're done, he's almost friendly, going so far as to walk you back to your locomotive. You're barely aboard when the hour looms start up. The machinery grinds and stirs, the steam vents, the sigils of the edifice burn with solemn fire. A force like a great hand seizes your engine. The journey is disturbed. As you traverse the relay passage, some celestial beast thunders amidst the roots of the sky. Its dimensional bellows shake the heavens. A roar below! Alright, to Luthuria. Which I'm probably pronouncing horribly, but oh well. And all we have to do is head towards the center of the map. Locomotives with white running lights are not hostile. Ah, how nice. Now, the Reach Transit Relay. Now, there we go. Is broken. A broken transit relay. This stone edifice has the same contrivance of steel and brass as the others, but the metal is tarnished. The relay sigils are cracked and worn. The lights are out. The relay station is unmanned and, it seems from the layer of old frost, has been for some time. Can it be made to work again? The doors to the control room ain't open. You could attempt to operate the machinery yourself. Nothing. Not a glow, not a twitch. The incomprehensibly complex mechanism is silent and still. There's nothing you can do to repair it. You will not be able to return to the Reach from here. Tales are told of Eleutheria in the Reach. Skyfarers have returned with rare goods and stories of vast horrors, and almost certainly more recently than this relay went out of commission. There must be another way back. You will need to find another way out of Eleutheria. So, yeah. They check you in on a broken relay. For many, this is the first they see of Eleutheria. Murmuring groves, scattered ruins, a midnight sky. You'll notice, this place is indeed a lot darker. And I've forgotten these were a thing. And I've forgotten those were a thing. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. Oh, god damn it. Endure the cold as best you can. Temperature, the cold that kills. The temperature has plummeted and continues to fall by the hour. Pipes lock with ice. The crew wrap themselves in coats and blankets. It will not be enough. Some mutter that you have angered the waste waif, who speaks in frost and bitterness. The waif is a lonely power. Perhaps its displeasure would ease if you give it some company. Stoke more fuel, the boiler will drive away the cold. Warmth. The stokers work extra shifts. The fires rise. The boiler hums. The pipes are scalding to the touch. The corridors warm as toast. Slowly, your locomotive shrugs off its coat of pale frost. So yeah, these scenes are kind of horrifying. And are trying to commit. Just trying to throw themselves at me. To be detect exorcism. Ugh. Oh, to search for Navatin gemstones. Ooh. Moment of inspiration and experience. I don't exactly want to do that. Dig. A Griever defeated. Several globs of Griever remain. They continue to spew livid ichor into the sky. Dig in its throat. Might something of value have been caught in its gullet? Do you have the gumption to look? Yes, I do. Gifts in the gullet. A crewman holds the mouth open for you. You endure the meat stink and the gelatinous saliva and the bile bubbles for as long as you can, digging gem shards and glittering relic fragments from the flesh. Examine its innards. Even in its last moments, it spasms violently where the light touches it. But why? 55% isn't great. And we failed. Oh, and we lost a crew member on that. Fuck's sake. Ugh. Well, I just hate trying to do things with this guy then. A crewman assists you. Unfortunately, his lamp provokes frenzied palpitations in the Griever's remains, causing an organ to rupture and spray him with ichor. This substance inflicts a fatal episode of grief upon him. Contaminated by the Griever's anguish, too vast for a mortal to contain or understand, he raves about such parts of it as he can grasp. The Grievers mourn a light that died, one that they served. Is that why they respond so violently to light? They wake thinking it might be the light they worshipped, and they are reminded of their loss? Yeah. Okay. See how many more crew we can get killed off. Could always perhaps not, that is an option, but I'm greedy. Hi, even more enemies. Have a little bit of that. Oh god, you have a big shotgun. Dowser. Oh no, not again. Right towards the end. Right towards the end. Okay, my game has crashed again. Because it did its weird thing again. Okay then, one moment. One moment. We're not ending like that. I will get to the dock that I want to get to. And that will be that. I don't know what's happening with that issue. I really don't. It's like Windows Manager. I'll have to look into it. But basically, all we just did right there, we are now reversing. Can it be made to work again? Yada yada, you'll need to find another way out. And okay. But yeah, this place is dark. You can hear crickets, you can hear ominous music, you can hear thunder. And trust me, that was a legit crash. It wasn't me just walking back on things. No, 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 no. I mean, now I know ahead of time, but it's not like I was trying to know ahead of time. It's like, roar, bonk. Oh, whoops. Try to at least go for these ones again. Oh, we just have everything back here again. Yep, failure just costs crew. God damn. That is brutal. Well, we've lost our crew again. Thus, we are returning things to what it once was. Thus, all has been written, all is as how it was. Everything's resetting and whatnot. Dowser defeated. The ravaged vessel is silent. Its flags have been torn off, its name obliterated with lampblack. The Dowsers are fanatical devotees of the liberation of night. They attack any engine that dares to poison the dark with its light. Dowsers will be hostile if your engine's headlight is on. I can turn it off? Apparently. Plunder the Dowser. Enter. Search its dark, if you have the belly for it. God, scavengers planing are afraid to approach the lightless vessel. We need to be desperate enough to be able to do it. Let's plunder it. Forgotten Gods. The cargo hold has been cleared to make room for a weathered stone altar, presumably salvaged from some forsaken ruin. A pig has been butchered on it, and the organs removed, handled, and arranged elaborately at the altar's foot. Horosophy is popular in Euphoria, where people say the future is closer. The stone knife and bowl, attached by a chain of amber rings, are certainly of old Eleutherian make. You retrieve them, clean them, and return to your engine. We've dealt with that before. Otherworldly artifact, an Eleutherian mystery, 5 terror, and a plaque from a Dowser engine. Alright, that thing is just gone. Fair enough. We'll just progress towards the center of the map. There's ruins, and there's darkness here. It is a dangerous place. As I scroll back in. And one I've been to and done stuff in, but I don't fully remember everything. Spellbinder. Mourn the dead, and get our terror down. Yes, please. Also say hello to ominous music. This is effectively our sneak peek of the matter. Only outcropping of rock. A dim light gleams in a cave. Something is trying to, do a thing to me there. A blind hermitage. A single candle burns in the cave entrance, not to offer light, but to deepen the darkness beyond. There hangs heavy with the ancient stench of blood, gristle, and decaying flesh. The hermit kneels by the still-breathing body of some no longer identifiable animal, their sticky fingers questing for whatever wisdom may lie within flesh and bones. You drag them from their cave, put them to work to press gain the hermit into your crew. No. Trade supplies with the hermit. What have they learned here? They may be willing to share. Supplies for a savage secret, and a little more. Whisper secrets to the hermit. Their secrets for yours. A fair trade. Secrets for a condemned experiment, and an Ithurian mystery. Ooh. And observe the hermit. Something still drives them. Down here in the dark. It's just a mystery. Let's do... Oh god, terror. A lot of terror. A secret for a secret. The hermit accepts your offering and gestures for you to join them, to soothe the dying animal's pain in its last moments. They sift their fingers through its insides, plucking out organs and placing them on the ground in a careful but indecipherable pattern. When it is complete, the hermit rests a compassionate hand on the beast's head and slits its throat in a smooth, practiced manner. What they hope to learn from this goes unspoken, but as you stand to leave, you see the pattern. An eye. Condemned experiment, a mystery, 150 experience, 10 terror, and losing 3 of those. Okay. Let's just deal with that right now. And get some more bronze wood. We need to find the center and not die horribly in the process. Presume the closer we get to the center, the safer things shall be. As you notice, we start very far off on the edge. Let us keep on going through the rolling thunder. The crew have lowered their voices. No one speaks louder than a whisper. Be wary, Captain. Grievers slumber here. Grievers slumber here. Like I said, there's a lot of this place I don't remember. One of the vaguer areas. Not as bad as the Blue Kingdom, but certainly a vaguer memory. And in light of that, let's just keep on going center. Need to find the central hub to this place. Should be somewhere around here. There's a friendly ship right there, which has a cool new design to it. One briefly saw it. The Whispering Apps. Oh, we're close. This isn't it, but we're close. The Gentleman. These are one of those side deals. You approach Pan. Pan of the Crimson Mysteries. Pan of the Pipe-Haunted Groves. Pan, the dusky, delirious, divided heart of Lutheria. Bargainer's Bridge. I think it might be this way past the bridge. Or I'm going crazy. Right now it's just a matter of follow the buildings. Or just send the bat. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I was heading the right way. I doubted myself. I shouldn't doubt myself like that. Can you hear the pipes, Captain? Someone asked, their eyes bright. Pan's a-callin'. Pan's a-callin' indeed. Breaker Circle. Oh, this is the Brazen Brigade. Ah, we're not looking for the Brazen Brigade. Not right now, anyways. Worrying about all these things later. This might be it, though. Oathbreaker Circle. Don't worry about what you're seeing. It's all fine. Everything's fine. The Cypher King's Grove. This looks to be... Yeah, Heartcatcher Gardens. Okay. We found all the individual side port areas. We just need to find the main pan dock. The main pan ports. But yes, we've touched upon all the other side deals. Hurry up before something freaks the hell out. A new ports, Captain. Please duck and save. Please duck and save. Thank you. Because everything is acting wonky, so seems like a good time to stop anyways. The hour in Pan. Clocks are not welcome in Pan. Instead, the musical piping that emits from the adamant idol dictates the time. The devils of the Brazen Brigade interpret it and inform the city of the current hour and the activities associated with it. An hour may be of any duration. The longest one on record lasted a month, and they occur in no fixed order. A wise captain heeds the hour before setting in Pan. It is the hour of trumpets, when devils roam the streets. Prisons are forbidden in Pan. Instead, those who aggrieve other citizens too persistently are branded with a calf sign. Then, during the hour of trumpets, the Brazen Brigade hunts. Their quarry is supposedly only those bearing the calf sign, but when the devil's blood is up, they don't always discriminate. You could try to spy on the hunt, if you have witnessed an infernal hunt. Few would want to. Perhaps that's what makes you special. No. Confine your crew to quarters. Most citizens of Pan stay off the streets when the piping is merry, and the devil's trumpets sound. Even this shall pass. You huddle in the galley over Murgatroyd's fungal crackers and a ration of whiskey. Outside, trumpets blare. A scream interrupts your forced conversation. You finish the crackers in silence. Eventually, the idol's merry piping changes to a lifting lullaby. The hour of trumpets is over. And we are here. For what exactly here, we will figure out next time. But I'm just looking at these things first. Bales, irons at that, so we could get an upgraded shotgun. Immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry. The pride and terror of Cordichol and Hathersage, correctly known as the Finisher. Troycoil is never forgotten by those who fire her. The opinion of those fired upon is best sourced through a good medium. This must be mounted in a large weapon slot. Ah, large weapon slot. Glad I checked. You'll notice, though, it has a serious jump in damage for a little bit more of that. We have Gleaming Galley in the captain slot. We have some serious armor. Our ratty baggage handlers are potential as well. More armor. Serious armor plating. Gates of Ivory is a whole deal for a lot of Veils. It's upgraded mines. That's an upgraded engine. Ooh. So yeah, as you can see, this place has good equipment. And Nightingale Engine Yard. The Nightingale Yard, the gleaming pride of Pan, endeavors to outdo all its rivals, whether mortal or stellar. Price should be the only barrier to quality craftsmanship. If your locomotive has suffered more than 10 damage, its sale value will be reduced by by 500 sovereigns. So, hold up. So we want to repair then? We want to repair then. Nope. There it is. Half the damage to your hull. Spend a mystery repair. Damaged enough to warrant repair. Okay, well, let's just check what there is. There's the Pern Glass Trader. There's the Class Escort. There's the Moloch Liner. And, there's also the Medea Class Destroyer, which is actually pretty sleek looking. Forceful, terrible, unbreakable, manufactured only in Pan, and designed to withstand the rigors of Ithoria's perpetual night. You have 2 weapon slots, another plating slot, another captain slot, minus that though, minus hold, minus crew. Let's pass on that one. There might be other things elsewhere here, or there might not be. Either way, thank you all so much for tagging along tonight. Any slight difficulties and all aside, thank you so much. I appreciate it all, and thank you kindly. For this is where we'll end it. Next stream, Tuesday, for more Final Fantasy X HD Remaster. Next after that is Thursday, for more Troubleshooter, Abandoned Children. After that is next Saturday, which shall be more Doom Eternal. And then we will wrap back around to next Sunday, which shall be more Sunless Skies, where we shall explore Eleutheria. Thank you all so much, and I hope until next time we see each other, whether it's next stream, the next Sunless Skies stream, or whenever I next see y'all, may you have a good one, may y'all take care, and may y'all continue to spread good kindness and goodness wherever you can. And have a great and safe Halloween. Thank you all so kindly so much, and I'll see y'all next time. Cheers, take care y'all, have a good one.